presented by Performance Boat Center. Todd Swafford along with Eric Colby of Speed on the Water. Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen. You're seeing our second bracketed boats underway as we just get on the air here locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Thanks for joining us from the Race World Offshore Facebook page. You saw earlier the start of the opening bracketed boats. All bracketed boats are out. We have a lot of changes, a lot of things to update you on as we got the race underway just a few minutes early. It's going to be a busy schedule today, and again, the lineups have changed. So our lead boats are coming around for lap number 1 here. All the bracketed boats out and racing on the second day of the Key West World Championships. As
and here comes the
weather is roughened up just a little bit here.
Yep.
We'll tell you all about that, and expect maybe it to load up a little bit more today. So the Bat boat into our screen here.
Yeah. Batman Racing is leading in the bracket 200 class, and they're on your screen now, coming right by start finish. Let's see who's in second. Oh, OC Racing is right there in second. The 39 Arizona with Predator in third, and Harpoon Harry's the 36-foot Spectre in fourth. Justice League is fifth, and Herbart Racing is sixth. So it looks, and Simmons Racing is leading in class 4, but Control Freak has got the start today after they had a really strong season. That should be a good race to watch.
And here comes Team Woody, as you see it on the live stream, but it's Butt Racks is running in third.
Allied is fourth, so that's going to mean Team Woody is in fifth.
Yep, that's right. So all 5 boats have come around.
So that's your first start.
Looks like
and Chad Woody and Billy Shipley are back in the boat today. Here they come by start finish now to complete their shortened first lap on the 4.5 mile course here off the coast of Key West.
Yeah, all the boats came around in
Yep.
both the bracket 200 and bracket 400. We thank you for joining us here out there globally at the Race World Offshore Facebook page as we look at that awesome Batman boat. Big
and now
MTI.
Here comes the bracket 500 boats coming into your picture now after they went out and tested the bigger waters between turns 1 and turn 2 for the first time. And this is the X Insurance 30-foot Phantom with J.J. Turk and Michael Stancombe, stalwarts in this class. And now the helicopter shot from X Insurance of OC Racing, just a beautiful boat. Second is Bronx Phantom, Marker 1 Marine in bracket 500 should be coming. There's they are on your camera. That's the father and son team of the Winuskis or Winoskis. Used to, oh boy, now this is like a swarm of bees.
Boy, here we go. Let's see if we can track
X
those
Insurance
guys.
Golf and Gator is leading the way.
Team Mean Streak running in third, and the Farnsworth boat in fourth in bracket 500.
That's the Bulletproof boat, now sponsored by Farnsworth.
There you go.
And that will bring Sweat Equity eventually.
So 747 is your leader in class 700, followed by the X Insurance in 2. 742 running in third place. 759 running in fourth place.
And those are all bracketed boats. Here comes Jackhammer.
Yep, Jackhammer
in fifth.
And the sister ship out of Manatee Marine, the H-Craft, that boat from Dubai with Ricardo Maldonado on board.
Yep, in sixth. So,
and the new owner.
If Legend Marine comes by, we'll have to see. But here comes the Legend Marine, and that's another 21 super boat out of the Manatee Marine camp. You see on your camera now with a Mercury Racing 300R. So it is bumpier than it was on Wednesday. Yeah, the little boats are going to feel it the most.
Matthew Bile is the owner of that H-Craft boat and racing for the first time here. Here comes the UIM Class 3 boat, the Scratch and Sniff, with Michael Chandler and Austin Blocker on board.
And the difference between this boat and the other boats that you just saw go by, because they look very similar, this boat can run basically as fast as it can, while the other boats are bracketed to 60 miles an hour. Now your leader in Class 2 comes by for lap 2. That is Batman. OC Racing still running in third, or second rather. And Predator is coming by in third.
And off the screen, it looks like they might pass them going into the harbor turn as we're focusing in on the 517 Farnsworth.
coming in.
Heading out to turn, heading out to turn number 1.
Now Herbart Racing has moved up
Yep.
to 4th. Justice League is coming at them. They're going to try to make a move in the harbor turn as well, so we could see a change there. Harpoon Harry's had been running well, but there they are, but they're slowed. And this is a boat that the throttleman for Predator, Nate Hunt, used to throttle the Harpoon Harry's, but now we have the leader in Simmons Marine in bracket 400 with Jason Zolecki, Lake of the Ozarks, and Bill Simmons from Ohio. And here comes Control Freak.
Control Freak back to running well. Yep. But behind Simmons Racing, what a season that Robbins and Marotta had. Didn't have that problem on Wednesday, and they were very disappointed not to finish.
And this is the former Shocker boat you see on the screen now with the new team of Allied Construction. So they've moved up to 3rd. No, not yet. Because coming by our start-finish line is the Butt Racks, still in 3rd place.
So that's off the screen, but Butt Racks is not running very well and on power.
No.
Allied looking very sharp out there as they come in front of the fans into the Monster Energy fan zone.
They will probably pass Butt Racks if Butt Racks continues. Harpoon Harry's has pulled into the infield with a problem, so they will not be contending. And here comes Team Woody.
So back to the X Insurance Helicam as we look at bracket 700. Getting some air. They're going to have a fun ride out there.
Yeah, especially once they...
chasing the X Insurance 700 team boat.
Yeah, that is one of the Statement Marine stable. And let's see how the very narrow 22 Nitra from Sweden cuts through the water leading.
Yep, there's your buttracks.com team. They manufacture seats for airboats. They're in the middle of the infield. 500 X Insurance team back through here in front of us here at the broadcast center. We'll update the boats as they come through off the live stream as we see another one of the bracketed teams getting some air out there off of Fort Zachary.
Yeah, that's the Bulletproof Farnsworth sponsored boat, and we don't know what position they're in.
Bronx Phantom coming through in 2nd now in Class 500 as we focus in on the Bulletproof team.
This is the national champions in bracket 500 class, Eric Ullum and Elijah Kingry, a 2nd-generation racer. And the Farnsworth crew has stepped up to give them some support as well, so thank you for that.
Great shot from our camera team here.
And here's the team from upstate New York, Mean Streak, still running 3rd in the DCB from California. Don't see too many of those in Florida.
So here we get a real good shot of the Batman boat, a 44 MTI, Elliot Toth and Jack Muller, twin 1100 Mercruisers with Artisan drives.
Up, here they come.
Yeah, boy.
Giving the fans on the seawall a good look at the livery on that boat, which is very detailed.
3 laps of 5, and looking at the X Insurance 700 team once again.
Now, off camera, Predator has pulled into 2nd. But here's the battle for the lead in bracket 700 on camera now with 742 and X Insurance. So a good battle there. And Justice League is now trying to make a move up into 3rd, coming by the start finish, but we still have the battle for the lead in bracket 700 on the, no, here's the H-Craft boat again. So they must have put some ballast in there because they're either that or their cooler's full, and that's the vent for the cooler.
Yeah. They moved up into the top 5, limping along in front of us off camera is the 759 boat. They may be calling it a day, as well as 221 OC Racing in Class
OC
200.
Racing.
As we're focusing in on the APBA National Champions.
Now here's your
434 Control Freak.
Yeah, that's Damon Murata and
Mark Robbins.
Mark Robbins, yep. But they're still in 2nd place behind Simmons, coming through for their 3rd lap.
They're off camera, but you'll see them here in just a moment as they head into the turn in the harbor in front of the hotels and back to our helicopter shot courtesy of Rick Lindsay, Parker Lindsay, the cameraman aboard, as he focuses in on their 700X Insurance team boat running in the top grid in Class 700 with 2 laps to go. They're doing 4, and they're out on their 3rd lap of the day. Beautiful shot.
And you can see some of the hand gestures they use to kind of direct where the throttleman wants the driver to line up. Because that driver, I think Cameron Turk, is either 14 or 15, one of the youngest competitors out there. So that's got to be a thrill for him. And now we see how the Batman boat is handling the rougher water that's going to build through the day out between turns 1 and 2.
So the conditions that we're facing here today are wind shifted to the east-southeast, kind of leaning to the southeast right now as Allied comes by.
Yeah, I think they're up to 3rd.
They are in Class 400 with 2 laps to go.
Yep.
And a slight increase in the wind as well. There goes and our Legend Marine. So we watch it past the Fury there. The Batman boat in Class 200 has the early lead, the big catamaran in that class.
They're getting some air now.
Yep, you can see the mess that it's creating with the outgoing tide here at Key West Harbor as the X Insurance team in Class 500 passes through, 2 laps to go.
Continues to lead,
Yeah,
and here
correct.
comes Bronx Phantom, Marker 1 Marine in 2nd.
Holding on to 2nd.
Now
We look at the Jackhammer team as they run out to
Yep.
pass the spectator fleet, passing the OC Racing that is down in the middle of the infield.
a bit of attrition starting to show here.
You watch these are some of the most fun boats to watch. You got so much respect for the Class 700 boats as we look at our leaders,
Yep.
X Insurance, and
the statement team has not given up.
No, on the outside line there.
And that's still the safe. If that's the 742, it's the Safe Cash boat. They won on Wednesday.
Beautiful shot of the 41 Apache, the Predator team, the APBA national champion. They won on Wednesday. They're running back in, is it 2nd now? Yes, that's correct.
Yep, they're still 2nd.
The Class 200 boats out for their last lap of the day.
And Connor Stallman is in the navigator slot in that boat, filling in for Matt Petrosky, who was in there on Wednesday.
And we get back to Class 700 racing on the rough side of the course as 2 300 boats come through.
Turbot on the
Yeah,
outside and Justice League on the inside, and their new Phantom.
they're 3rd and 4th. Team Mean Streak
Yep.
rolls in, and they're running in 4th place in bracket Class 500.
And Mean Streak was had some difficulties on Wednesday, so good to see them back out.
But Rags.com down in the infield there is the Batman boat looking nice running out of the harbor.
Continuing to run well.
Heading out to turn 1, passing one of the Class 700 boats. They're out for their last lap of the day. They've led all the way in Class 200.
Yeah, this is a case of you just can't make up for boat length. And when it gets rough outside, that's, they span the waves better.
Simmons Marine.
Yep, Simmons Marine still
leading in class,
running consistently.
Class 400, 1 lap to go for them here today.
And that's a former Factory 2 boat.
Back to the X Insurance Helicam and
the 700 bracket boat.
Class 700 boat.
They're coming right across in front of us now. And Statement Marine, the Safe Cash boat is still right there in the super boat. So those super boats are built on Long Island. They're built to take on rough water. Be interesting to see how that one plays out. But
there's Ricardo Maldonado racing alongside Matthew Beal in that H-Craft boat from Dubai.
Yeah, hear that. Now are they up to 3rd?
They are.
Wow, that's a nice.
Out of Manatee Marine.
They made up some. Well, that's a big boat for the Class 2, so they're probably making good use of it out in that leg between 1 and 2.
They were very excited to get that boat on the water here in Key West, and now our leaders being followed into the harbor turn past the hotels. Great shot here.
Now
Parker Lindsay.
But you got to remember it's a bracketed class, so
yeah. Here you can see the comparison of the smaller 700 class boat running alongside a class 400 boat. Yeah,
yep.
And just how the difference that these boats are handling as they're coming into the harbor.
Yeah, those guys in 700 might want to try to secure a chiropractic sponsorship between now and Sunday.
Yeah, now every other this being tied, and the wind makes its presence known when you're on that outside leg. There's not much protecting it when you get out there. You think that the course is behind the island, but with the east-southeast wind, you're getting the brunt of it right now. There's Jackhammer.
Jackhammer is another one of those super boats built on Long Island, and Allied Construction is still, you know what, they're out there. That's the main thing.
That's right. And they're running in third. Jackhammer running in fourth in class. Batman. The Batman boat finishing up today's run.
Was that I did not see it checkered yet, though.
I don't see the pace boat.
Right in front of us, right behind the monitor.
Okay, well, I think they might be getting on. They have
Okay.
They've completed the prerequisite number of laps. That was the X-Insurance 500 came by,
yep,
correct?
And Bronx Phantom Marker 1 Marine, so they're still 1-2.
Correct. And the Statement
500.
759 just went by.
Yep, we're gonna have to let the officials sort out bracket 7.
Joey, do you have them around for the 5th time? 700? Class 700, how many laps you got there? 4th, okay, so they got 1 left to go. Predator just came through.
Yep. And Herbot is up to 3rd.
Yep, and they're 1, 2, 3.
So
as we watch Allied Construction head out, and here comes Team Woody. Justice League just passed us by at the Broadcast Center as well. They were in 4th. Team Woody continuing to run in Class 400, have them in 4th spot. That's Chad Woody and Billy Shipley, one of our broadcast partners later today.
Up out of Texas.
Boat. Yep. They gave up their ride on Wednesday, but they're back running their Levy craft. That is second.
Yeah, I don't have Control Freak coming through.
I didn't actually either.
Yes, that's
honestly.
second. Woody's worked his way up to second.
Okay.
Well, where's Ally? We just saw Ally go through.
That was
as well.
he was a lap down.
He was a lap down.
Yeah.
There's Allied Construction. So Allied Construction heading out back towards turn number 1, heading out of the harbor here in Key West. You're watching bracket class racing, the second of 3 days of racing for the Key West World Championships. A lot going on here at the outer mall. The mall is full. Monster Energy is here with their interactive fan experience, the same that they have at the Rav Beats dry pits area.
Now that is a nice helicopter shot.
Yeah, that is a beautiful shot over the top of the Allied Marine boat.
Now Simmons should be completing their run, right?
I have them at 5 laps. Yes.
Yeah,
5 laps.
So that's a win for them.
So our second class to complete the 5 laps. That's Simmons Marine. Another win here for the Simmons Racing team. So that 30-foot Phantom, great shot from our helicopter as they go around turn number 1 back to class 700 racing. The 746 Legend Marine group in 5th.
And Legend Marine owns a number of facilities on the Gulf, and here's Mean Streak. Nope, this is Bulletproof you see on the camera.
That's Mean Streak coming through the harbor in 3rd.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, they will score 3rd. With 1 lap to go in class 500, here comes the 517
Bulletproof
Farnsworth.
So they're 4th.
Right. Oh,
And here's your battle for the lead in bracket 7. Is this? I don't know if
last lap, Joey.
Yes, it'd be last lap.
So this is your checkered flag.
Oh, they're getting around here.
Oh, they're fighting it.
Let's see who gets it.
X-Insurance holding tough and just gets them by the stern of the boat. 742 Statement Save Cash in 2nd. X-Insurance Golf and Gator with the win in class 700. Victory lap for the Batman boat. We have the official score sheets here, and they were done a lap ago, but when you're running as nicely as that, you might as well put a show on for the fans as they come back through the Monster Energy fan zone in front of the fans here at the start-finish line. Again, the Monster Energy team is here with their interactive zone. You can sample Monster Energy drink and watch some cool things inside. Also experience it at the Rav Beats dry pits area. So we just watched the H-Crap boat come through. They'll finish up in 3rd place.
Here's the battle for 2nd in 200 with Predator leading Herbot. But Herbot, this is the best we've seen them run.
Well, this
in
is
that
already an
38.
extra lap.
Yeah,
Well, tell them that.
just in case.
Yeah.
Allied coming around in third now. The attrition of that is to put them into third.
Behind Team Woody.
And this is your checkered for the 500 class right there, X-Insurance.
Yep.
The 516 Bronx
Bronx
Phantom,
Phantom right behind.
second.
So we'll have to see.
Justice League will
Yep.
be doing another victory lap there, or just off the podium actually, as they go around in fourth.
Well, that was good to see the X-Insurance Bracket 500 boat. Difficult day on Wednesday. And so they come back out and get the win on Friday.
Yeah, we'll have time here in the intermission to update you on all that's changed here and update you on what happened on Wednesday. We have a reset of the starts. The Mod Vs are going to run a
744 boat coming in. Another one of the entries from Manatee Marine Unlimited in Sarasota. That is Sarasota where they are, right?
just in Palmetto,
Palmetto,
just right
okay.
outside. Just
And
north.
another 21 super boat. They
There they are.
love to
Wait.
see those Long Island built boats kind of getting a resurgence in this class. You got these boats. You got Progression built out of Long Island,
Yeah.
Activator built out of Long Island.
Reese Langheim's son Connor aboard that boat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah, along with
another second generation
Francisco
competitor.
Duran. Yep. So
And this is 759, and that is the I believe that's Nick and Owen Buis.
running in fifth.
The H-Craft is still out for an extra lap, making sure.
Yeah, getting a good look at that long boat built in Dubai out of Manatee Marine as they head out towards the rough stuff, towards the Malia, which is at the turn number one. Back to action with the Team Woody.
Yep, they're pulling in.
Yeah, they're
So the first race is winding down. The checkered flag is being, I think, flown for everybody. And this whetted the fans' appetites on shore for the next race, which will be the Mod Vs.
so unofficially here. Mod V is ready to go. They'll be coming back out, and all 8 of those boats will run all by themselves. Class 1 is going to move to the end of the day. Great overhead shot of the H-Craft team.
Yeah, and look at the way that it's almost a center console in a way, with the way that helm is set up with the raised area in front. And here's the Mean Streak team with the kind of throwback quarter canopies to help protect the throttleman and driver a little bit.
And that should be the last or the next boat to finish in class 500. And Batman's not counting laps. They're running, and the boat's just
They
really
must have,
settling into its into its zone.
They must have dropped the lap counter on their bat belt.
Exactly. Oh man, it's so easy to do. It's like, you don't even have to use tape.
The bat tape is extra sticky.
Yeah.
Don't you know? That's how Batman gets up the wall. Come on now. It takes that much harder to get it off.
All right, let's Joey, let's run through your unofficial results here. See how they compare with ours in all classes, with bracket class 200 starting.
I got Batman coming in first, Predator sitting second, Herbot Racing third, Justice League fourth, OC Racing fifth, and Harpoon Harry's sixth.
All right, and I concur with that. And moving on to class 400.
Team Woody, I'm sorry, but Simmons Marine took the all the way checkered.
Yep.
Team Woody was second. Allied, if he comes back through, if he's not even, he was third. On distance run, Control Freak, who we lost after the third lap, broke down there, ends up fourth. And in fifth would be buttracks.com.
And on to class 500.
Class 500, I got the Golfin Gator.
Air suspension seats in that boat.
Get a good shot now of the X-Insurance chopper. There's
And they
your
actually
production team.
they fill it with air just like you would from like a gas station, but the PSI is equal to the weight of each occupant for each seat. So that's how it compresses up and down.
And we see
And
the
here's
checker
the
flag
Batman,
being handed to the Batman team. And so the one was X-Insurance Golf and Gator, Bronx Phantom in class 500, and third Team Mean Streak. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
And then on to class 700.
700, I got the X Insurance coming through in the end there. The 747 Statement Decisions was running a great race early on, but again, a breakdown somewhere in there left him way off the pack. So first was X Insurance Statement. Safe Cash was second. Third was that H Crash, who took a lot of the great time there. And fourth was the Jackhammer. Fifth was the Bad Decisions, 759. And sixth was also the 747 Statement Bad Decision. Like I said, it had the early lead, but broke down there on the second lap.
All right, as we look at our UIM.
So Sweat Equity must have had an issue early because we didn't call them out.
I never saw them come through.
Oh.
That was the UIM Class 3X scratch and sniff earlier on screen. All right, all of the bracketed boats are through, and we're going to get right to racing again with the Mod Vs. Later today, at the end of the day, the Class 1 teams are going to get moved back, and we're going to just have one class running in all of the remaining races, except the very last one, when Class 1 will be combined with VX and the one Extreme boat. So after the conclusion of this race, we'll have the intermission start. The harbor will be closed from 11:30 to 12:30. There is a U.S. Navy flyover at 12:20 here on Veterans Day in front of the crowd after the national anthem. And then we'll get right back to racing with the factory 450R boats coming out here. But first things first, the Mod Vs are going to come out next. Our bracketed boats are done. Todd Swafford along with Eric Colby from Speed on the Water, Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen.
That wasn't good to see.
What was that?
The Justice League boat is heading back in on plane, no helmet. That could be a penalty.
All right.
If they choose to assess it, because you're supposed to keep your equipment on until you're back in.
And we're seeing the 747 Statement Marine boat is under tow. The Bad Decisions boat that Joey mentioned earlier, that it'll come into your screen momentarily. Again, Mod V Racing will come up next. You're listening to live coverage here locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, brought to you by Porte Performance, our Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, they build performance into everything. And of course, your live stream coverage here at Race World Offshore's Facebook page is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Maximum Inflation, CO2 cartridges for everything inflatable. We're back with more right after this.
97.7 Sports Radio.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back here as we're broadcasting live from Key West, Florida, the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. Also brought to you by Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of the APBA Offshore Series and the RWO Key West World Championships. We'd also like to thank Rab Beats, our dry pit sponsor World Championships. Welcome back to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Again, thanks for joining us at the Race World Offshore Facebook page globally for the live stream. Brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Todd Swafford back with Speed on the Water's Eric Colby and Joey Cook. So they're getting these races underway quickly here today. And it's going to happen that way, as again we have a U.S. Navy flyover at 12:20 during the intermission. We're racing the Mod Vs now, 8 boats out ready to race, and then at 12:30 the Factory 450Rs will race all in single in a single race with no other boats out on the course. And then that'll be followed by Super Cat, which will roughly be about 40 minutes after that. All Super Cats will be running, only one scratch in Super Cat, that's CHP Mafia boat. And then the Super Stock boats will come out for the next start, which we anticipate being somewhere around 1:30, 1:45. Based on how the afternoon plays out. And the very last race of the day, Class 1 will be running in the very last race of the day. The Class 1 teams will be joining up with the 3 VX boats, as well as the lone Extreme Hull, the JBS team. So let's get you the lineup of our Mod V teams that are racing here today, and we'll get you in their slot positions as well.
All right, we've got 8 boats. Lane 1 is the 30-foot Phantom, Latacrete Relentless, with driver Chris Uzzolino and throttles Rob Hartman. Lane 2, number 66, LSB RevX, Hurricane of Awesomeness, driver Brett Lilly, Jay Waltman on the throttles. Lane 3 is North Myrtle Beach RV, with Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda on the throttles. Lane 4, the father-son team, Boat Floater, with Stephen Kildall driving and Steve Kildall throttling. Lane 5 is 151 Express, Nick Brescia and Ian Morgan. Lane 6, El Bandito Sunprint, your winner on Wednesday, with Steve Furman and Steve Miklos. Lane 7, Fast Boys, which is Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle on throttles. And Lane 8 is the Challenger Japan boat with Hiro Masasuga and Tommy Monalita on throttles.
Yeah, and with, obviously we've got 8 international teams. We mentioned it, in Wednesday's broadcast.
Yep.
And
now the 151 Express team told me yesterday they were down on power Wednesday, and they weren't thrilled with that's how they started the defense of their world championship. So look for them to come out guns a-blazing, so to speak, in the start of this one.
Yeah, so Suga is from Japan. He's one of the 8 international teams that are here racing in Mod V. These are your V-bottom boats. They're right in the 29 to 30-foot range, Extreme Hulls and Phantoms.
It'll be interesting to see if the 2-foot advantage, that length advantage that 151 Express has, they're the only 32 Phantom in the fleet. So if the water is big between 1 and 2, could the youngsters from Long Island make good use of that?
Yeah, they did certainly in the first race last year. Remember, we got chased away by a near tropical storm in Key West, and we're ready to go racing now. It looks like the smoke's getting ready to fly. If you look out onto the course, you see the Monster Energy buoy. It's part of a coupling of buoys here, 2 buoys in the harbor. They mark the Monster Energy fan zone, where all the thousands of fans are lined up here to watch the racing here in Key West. Orange smoke is out. Those 2 sailboats are laying over, are not part of our sweep team here for the races. But and we're not going to use them as markers here. We're obviously going to try and keep them
Now
keep them off the course. But
you mentioned the international presence. I think it was last year, actually, Billy Moore went over and went on kind of a tour of racing offshore in Japan. And his father had a history of racing Katana. He raced that boat and won a world title here. There have been some very strong Japanese-based teams that have come over and done well in Key West.
And I think he even raced for another Japanese boat called Shogun at one point. Yeah, he traveled the world, certainly, covering powerboat racing internationally. So our Mod V boats will be our second start here today. Lots going on here on Veterans Day. Welcome all the fans listening here locally and maybe watching from the spectator viewing area or out at Fort Zachary Taylor or here at the Truman Annex, the Outer Mole. And thanks for joining us. And certainly those of you who are watching on the live stream, we're glad to have you on board. And
this is also going to give us a real idea of just how big of an advantage the lane assignments are, because El Bandito Sunprint was like lane 1 or 2 on Wednesday.
It was.
Now they're out in lane 6. So let's see what that does.
Well,
and especially with Britt Lilly in lane 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to change the whole dynamic. He had a drive problem that, very disappointing for Britt Lilly in that boat.
He's going to have to jackrabbit and try to just build as much advantage as he can just to make up ground in the overall standings, wouldn't you say, Joey?
I'm sorry, I was...
LSB.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Hurricane of Awesomeness is way down there.
But
with
such
a big class of boats, though, a lot can happen right now. So he obviously needs somebody like the Sunprint and the boat floater to go down.
Correct.
He needs some help, so he needs to grab the 151, the North Myrtle Beach, and say, let's go together.
Yeah,
well, the three of them kind of team up.
If they can get 3 or 4 boats between them, then
then it's a different race for Sunday.
And that's what happened to him for the national championship. He broke down in St. Pete.
Now we're bringing them up. We got the yellow flag, but they're getting on plane.
But you're absolutely right. The pole position was critical. It was critical, and the Sunprint team
now
had the pole position.
Flag.
The Sunprint had the pole position as we go racing now. Sunprint looking good, but remember they're on the outside lane. There's LSB coming up. Laticrete had the pole.
And Laticrete was on the podium on Wednesday, so if they can use that to their advantage for the big picture, because it's 3 days of racing.
All right, these boats will be running all alone. There will be no other boats running in the second start here, so it's clean water all the way around as these boats head out to oh my goodness, almost losing it is Laticrete.
He snuffed that a little bit, but
looks like he's coming off plane. Let's go, another boat up in the air. Look like the Challenger team. Let's get back on the leaders as they go back around turn number 1. Laticrete looks like they may not be able to continue, but our leaders as we come around, this is at the wall heading towards Fort Zachary Taylor.
There's one wake out of our picture that I have to assume is LSB in the lead.
Yeah, it is right there.
And that looks like Sunprint, but,
Yeah, that is LSB turning. Looks like
now is sitting in the water.
Yeah, they took quite an impact there. So we'll now come back to the leaders as they come down into Key West Harbor.
And the Ajax Hawk pace boat is already at Laticrete to see if they need to have assistance. The medical boats and rescue boats are on their way out there.
So we'll continue to monitor that and keep you advised as we'll get back onto our leaders here as we go back to the X-Insurance Helicam.
And here's your veteran. You've got boat floater on the inside. You've got LSB. And our shot is kind of breaking up right now, but I think today
they're coming around Fort Zachary Taylor.
Yep.
And it looks like there's a boat in front of them that we can see now from our static land shot. LSB has the early lead. You can see now the chop that they're facing as they come into the harbor, as they get plenty of ups against that outgoing tide.
And these are 30 and 32-foot boats, so they're not little compared to most pleasure boats, but they're definitely getting a bumpier ride than they did on Wednesday. So let's see how they prepared for that and how they accounted for it.
Right now we're looking at a east-southeast wind at 13, and LSB will come through in the first spot, leading at the first of 7 laps here today in front of the fans in the Monster Energy fan zone. Looks like Sunprint may be second. Yes, Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team running in second place here. And then North Myrtle Beach RV Resort in third, Boat Floater in fourth, Fast Boys in fifth. We're going back looking at the Ladder Creek team being attended to by medical and safety. We'll continue to monitor that situation. It looked like 151 Express was behind Boat Floater, and then the Challenger boat. Yep.
So interesting to see North Myrtle Beach up there.
Hey, that's where you want. If you're LSB, that's what you're rooting them on right now. You're one of their biggest fans, and come on. So that was pretty much what you want to see if you're LSB to try to make this comeback.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, you notice these boats can carry ballast, so it'll be interesting to see if they start pumping water out, or if they're going to keep carrying it.
They're putting Ladder Creek under tow.
Yeah.
Looks like everybody's okay, and they're going to go ahead and put that one under tow. Boy, they took a heavy shot there, no doubt.
But the good response by the teams and credit to Larry Blau from Race World Offshore for providing the towing assistance as part of the entry.
Yeah, boatfloater.com, Fast Boys coming up. There's your overall leader, Britt Lilly, and the LSB RevX Oil Speed Marine team. He's got Jay Woltman on board in that 29 LSB Gen 2 with those Tyler Crockett engines, that engine at 650 horsepower.
Yeah, and Jay bought one of Britt's new boats, and that's the Speed Marine boat, I believe. So it'll be interesting because Britt's had a few different throttlemen this year with Jay Muller, Waltman, and Kevin Smith.
Plus he had several races he couldn't race because he raced the Class 1 boat.
Right.
And Brett is racing later today in Supercat and the Dirty Money team.
Well, there goes North Myrtle Beach.
They
is
are
flying
getting
out
tons
there.
of air as they run out on the outbound leg. So there's some of that wind against the tide is catching them as they get closer out to turn number 1.
But you notice that the boat floater with the wily veteran Steve Kildall in there, he knows what to expect a little more, and he's anticipating it, and that boat's running very level.
Yeah, you have to keep those boats flying on board the X Insurance Helicam with
Fast Boys.
Beautiful shot overhead of the Fast Boys team. And just to finish up on LSB power boats, Britt Lilly he's got 3 new Extremes that are already done for next year, so we can expect to see 3 more Extreme boats, and 151 Express will be one of the teams that will be debuting that in the APBA series next year as we watch your leader coming around the turn off of Fort Zachary Taylor. LSB, RevX Oil Speed Marine, just a really churning water there as it comes out of the harbor into that. Now remember, this east-southeast wind, once you get around the tip of the island, there is nothing protecting you. You're not in the lee anymore. You're just catching that wind when you turn at 1 and you head right into the teeth of the wind.
Well, you take a look at where the trim tabs are on this boat. Those little plates that are off the back of the boat, they are angled down to keep that boat, because there are guys who throttled this boat and they say it doesn't throttle like the Phantoms or even a typical V-bottom. It likes negative trim. It wants to run flat.
Sunbrand Hooters leading the next group. Sunbrand Hooters El Bandito Tequila team. They won on Wednesday, now running in second. And again, they are having tremendous trouble keeping these boats level and from launching off the waves. Some of the roughest riding boats anywhere in powerboat racing as we watch the Challenger and Fast Boys side by side coming into Key West.
Myrtle Beach.
Is that North Myrtle Beach? Okay.
Yeah, they've been so Sunbrand El Bandito is in second, and they may be content right now to let Britt go.
Boat Floaters moved up to third. Fast Boys into fourth. And the North Myrtle Beach team.
But Fast Boys
is fifth. Challenger in sixth.
Yep.
Has come back to the leader.
And 151 is going to try to get around Challenger in the harbor, I would imagine.
Yeah, that was off camera, but it happened over here in front of us at the broadcast center. Of course, we're broadcasting live here locally to the fans on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. And those on the live stream are getting both the feed and the video as we look at our leader once again, heading out to turn number 1, back to the X Insurance Helicam as we're
Fast
down in the harbor turn.
Harbor, yep.
And that can be even though it's supposedly calm down there, very challenging turn. Of course, we had 2 incidents there on Wednesday, one of them going into the turn, one of them at the turn.
Yep.
And even in calm water, we've seen boats spin and flip there.
Now let's see what the attitude of LSB does here as they they leave the calmness of the harbor and head out to the wall.
We start reaching this point here where you start getting to where the wind is coming around and churning that sea up. And I'll tell you right now, as someone who grew up here in Key West, the harbor here in Key West is absolutely brutal.
Now this battle for 4th and 5th, it seems like it's going to go on all day.
And you have an ever-changing bottom condition because cruise ships coming in out of here. You're the crazy tide between the Gulf to the Atlantic, back to the Helicam, looking in on fast boys. And, wind against the tide rips through here at Key West Harbor and creates all kinds of havoc. And this wind can come up a little bit more. It's supposed to come up to 17 later today. It's blowing east-southeast at 13 right now. Good shot of North Myrtle Beach. They'll have an extreme hull next year as well. And fast boys, and they're running into that area as they follow along with the X-Insurance chopper. There's the 151 Express team.
Let's see what his 32-foot boat looks like for a ride compared to the smaller 29s and 30s.
Your reigning world champs, Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia.
And they're trying to run down and get past Challenger Japan there.
Yes, that's right. And back to your leader, coming back into the harbor right at the edge, and getting into the lee of the island a little bit at this point, but still they're running into that wind against the tide. Looking at the Fury spectator boat out there, what a shot that is. If you're on board that boat, watching these boats as they navigate through those churned up waters. There's your leader in Mod V. It's the LSB Speed Marine RevX Oil. 3 laps down of 7 here into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of all of the spectators on the outer mole.
And this is a classic case of being able to keep the boat in the water, because that's how you make progress. When you're in the air, you're not moving forward.
And the Monster Energy fan zone marked by those 2 giant Monster Energy buoys out on the course. Come right down by the start-finish line, down towards the harbor hotels as well. Spectator viewing in Key West is it's great. So many different vantage points. Here's your number 2 boat. It's the
El Bandito Sunprint.
That's correct.
Blowing off a little ballast there. You see that right behind the number 51. That water coming out.
Another extreme V-bottom with the Scorpion 650 horsepower engine.
Yeah, today is Frank McComas from Scorpion's birthday, and he's down here working in the pits.
Boatfloater.com. Stephen Kildall holding on to 3rd. They took a podium on Wednesday.
Very good position for the overall.
That's a Gen X extreme hull designed by Mark Page. There's North Myrtle Beach.
North Myrtle Beach.
Running in 4th.
Yep.
And Fast Boys in 5th. Challenger in 6th.
And here comes 151. Still looking for some speed. That engine sounds a little off. It sounds like it's just not quite at full song
there.
Right
You
there.
can see all of the fans at the harbor hotels there for a brief glimpse, and back to our leader, heading back southbound into the turbulent waters off of the wall at turn number 1, turn 1 to 2. That's where this race is going to be decided throughout the day. And the tide will go out completely at about 12:30, 12:45, and then go slack and then begin to trickle back in for the rest of the afternoon. Those winds aren't going to change. They could only probably rise as we get a good shot from the Helicam X-Insurance was providing us with the El Bandito Tequila Sunprint Hooters team.
I would imagine the folks at TMS are going to get some larger data. The impact readings for inside that
That's
boat.
correct. That the boat has a TMS reading on it, along with the Coco's Monkey Key West Apparel team in Superstock class. Both those boats, the bottoms designed by Scott Porte, and they're putting together a program to build safer boats for the military. And Keith Hubble put instrumentation on both those boats that they'll be gathering data and sharing with us.
This looks like the Challenger Japan boat got around fast, boys.
North Myrtle Beach is getting some good flight out there on the back straightaway too, so you might see the Challenger make a move on him as well.
A good shot here of LSB as they battle across that leg, running with, that water is hitting the bow just at a slight angle. It's got to be quite a nuisance for them. Now turning into the harbor.
But they're keeping the bow up just enough.
Just enough. Running as, remember how choppy it was in Marathon and the Outer Limits boat, Brian Forehand and Vinny Diori, they had that boat just laid down so well, and all the other boats were just hopping around like this. Water much more turbulent here in Key West today.
Yeah, they've got it running.
Very nice. Very well.
Making.
Look, there's a lot of holes out there.
Yeah.
I told you, the ever-changing bottom there. Every time cruise ships come through with the tides, it gets shifted, and you just don't know where the next hole is going to come from. LSB, Revex Oil, Speed Marine, continuing to lead. 4 laps of 7 in the books. They've led all the way. They took their inside lane position, number 2, to their advantage. And looking back towards the turn at 2, two-pin turn there is the El Bandido Sunprint team.
And they're actually right where they want to be.
Absolutely.
Because they won on Wednesday.
Yeah, they'll have a 40-point lead on Brett and the LSB going into Sunday, and a 20-point lead on boat floaters, the positions hold at this point.
And we'll race more laps on Sunday and double the points.
Yep.
Nice running.
Yep.
Boat there.
Great attitude.
Yep. They put a lot of work into that over the years, and Steve Miklos will join us a little bit later on today to help us call some of the action.
And here come the Killdalls, as we've said. Sarasota-based team. Sarasota-based Innovation Marine builds their engines, and Steve Killdall, I believe they told me, started here in '85. Was his first World Championship race. So if anyone's going to know how to keep it together for 3 days, you'll think it'll be them.
Absolutely, and they've had, and kudos to BoatFloater.com for being such a great sponsor of the Killdalls. Fast Challenger.
North Myrtle Beach comes fast, boys.
Yep, they're charging in there. Looks like they're going to get around them into the harbor turn.
And now we're looking back to 151 Express. I still think they're going to be looking for more. I mean, everyone else's taps are down, theirs are up. So they're just trying to do anything they can to pick up some speed.
Yeah, that action was off camera, and they're running in 6, 151. Now back to your leader from the X Insurance Helicam here on the Maximum Inflation live stream, and also on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. LSB, man.
Such a nice ride.
And what and Britt Lilly was known early for, his graphics, putting together beautiful boats, and now he builds beautiful boats
but
that
he
look
still
wonderful.
paints them too.
Yeah, absolutely.
He painted that one, and that's
such
one
a
of the
talented
prettiest liveries.
and humble young man. Always a pleasure to talk to him. And was a big fan of his father, Art Lilly, who was a legend.
Now they're flying, but they're flying smart.
And
here's
as well,
El Bandido, same thing.
Yep, Stephen Furman and Steve Miklos and the El Bandido Sunprint team. El Bandido jumping on in a big way to help the team in Key West. Fast Boys running back in 4th place.
The Jersey Boys.
About 2.5 laps here to go to wrap up our morning of racing.
Now they had a little bit of a contact with Sunprint El Bandido on Wednesday, and Fast Boy's bow eye was bent over at about 30 to 40 degrees after the contact, so make some repairs as well, but doesn't appear to be affecting them.
All right, on board with the Helicans. LS being in front of Fort Zach coming into Key West. Parker gets window and looks forward at the LSB team. Will be coming into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of all of the fans here watching as the crowd grows for the action of the 42nd annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
Now while we take a look at Britt Lilly coming in here, we know we have a pretty good international crowd watching us on the live stream. Want to say hello to Nigel Barrett in Spain.
Nigel Barrett, the super fan.
Yes.
I mean, I have followed Nigel for so many years. There was not a more loyal powerboat race fan than Nigel Barrett. I believe he went to high school in Guernsey. where there was or maybe it was cows that he went. One of the classic races in Great Britain. He has so many great photos and so much knowledge. Now looking at the El Bandito Tequila team coming into the harbor. They're running in second, continuing. This is lap number 5 of 7.
It does make it a little easier when they're not in the shadow of a Class 1 boat.
That's yeah. It always makes it easier when you just have one class out there running to follow.
And you look at the things that the different teams have done, just with like the deck lines and stuff. They all have a little different profile.
Do you have a little mark on the backside of the sun print there? Watch on his starboard side next he comes around. He's got a little mark.
That was the repair they had
Is
to
it
make.
the repair they're making right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And here's North Myrtle Beach still. No, they're on camera.
That's right.
But Boat Floater is coming by in third.
Just in front.
Just in front.
Just off camera. There they are. They're in third.
North Myrtle Beach RV is having a good showing today in fourth place.
They absolutely are. Well, maybe in the last couple of races for that Phantom.
And they were one of the boat teams that did move up from Stock B. And here's Fast Boys and fifth.
Fast Boys is off camera as we look overhead at LSB. But Fast Boys in fifth on the final 2 laps. And again, Brett Lilly loving the day that he is having driving for Jay Woltman.
Now here you see on camera, this is the 151 Express, did get around the Challenger. So they're battling for the 5, 6, and 7 spots.
6, 7 spots, yes.
Yeah.
So we have 7 boats out on the course. Remember, on the very, just heading out to turn number 1, Ladder Creek launched and slammed pretty hard, and they had to get towed in. So they had excellent pole position, but they just ran right into the water.
We've seen 3 boats out there on the Sweat Equity. We never saw go around turn 1.
Yep.
And then actually the 747 Statement was in the lead of the 700 class, and I saw him being towed in from turn 1 after that in the first race. So turn 1 is definitely taking some boats out today.
Yep. As we watch the El Bandito Tequila team and move on to the LSB team.
They'll be
Speed
coming
Marine, Revex Oil heading between 1 and 2 as they approach turn number 2. Turn number 1 is a 3-pin turn as Fast Boys heads to that.
Yep.
Turnboat's been there for years, the Malia. And turn 2 is a 2-pin turn, and the harbor turn, which is the sharpest turn anywhere in the sport, is a 3-pin turn here in Key West. Back to the X Insurance Helicam to our international entry, the Challenger Japan.
Challenger got around the 151 Express in the harbor.
Yeah, they were turning quicker.
Coming back out.
Yep.
Veteran Throttleman Tommy Madalena in that boat.
A couple of Phantoms. And back to an Extreme. LSB. Britt Lilly builds these boats. He's going to start his production class line now that he's built his latest power boats to launch on the season next year. As they got that boat level in front of the fans into the Monster Energy fan zone. And 1 lap to go for Revex Oil, Speed Marine, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness.
And here comes Sunprint around the final buoy of turn 2.
Well, the
coming
fans
in towards us, not the final, but the
fans out of Fort Zachary Taylor. What a view they get out there. It's a bit of a challenge to get out there. Probably great to just maybe ride your bike in. There'll be a long, wow, up in the air they go. Land hard, but carried
caught
through.
That right off the crest.
They did. And again, right there, that's the action you see if you're out there at Fort Zachary Taylor. It comes right down the line to you, heading eastbound, and then you get to see the boats turn and head into that chop. Just got to pay the state park fee, which is well worth it. Beautiful state park here in Key West. The historic Fort Zachary. And there is the number 2 boat, 1 lap to go. They won on Wednesday, sitting pretty, as Joey told us earlier, in the points.
Yeah, they would be in commanding position.
Yeah, Britt was hoping for some bad luck for them, as well as but we still got another race to go, as well as boatfloater.com. We see them on the screen right now.
Especially with the double points on Sunday.
Boat Floater rolls through.
This is huge for the LSB and Britt to be right back in the race, though. It puts them right back in contention.
North Myrtle Beach is fourth.
Yeah, so boat floater third, North Myrtle Beach fourth. 1 lap to go here. We look back out with the Fury in the backdrop.
Fast Boys is still holding in fifth.
Thank the Fury for their longtime sponsorship of Powerboat Racing here in Key West. Fast Boys in fifth as we go back to that race between 151 and Challenger Japan. Heading right into Key West Harbor gives you a beautiful shot as they head down into the Monster Energy fan zone. Now here they come, and 151 gets around
Looks
them.
like
Challenger had more
151
speed in the turn last time around.
So it'll be interesting to see. But now I think 151, if 151 wants to come over now to take that inside lane, they'll have the space to do it. And every position counts in a 3-day event with double points on Sunday. So.
Yeah, we're looking at 151 into that turn.
Yep, let's see how they...
This is where the 2 incidents happened on Wednesday. The 151 Express, we'll have to head back out to our overall leader, and we'll definitely want to follow LSB, Revex Oil, Speed Marine around. This is for them. They've been in the one spot all day long. They come around turn 2, back towards 151 Express here on the live stream, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. It seems like it's
slowing. Are they slowing? No,
I guess it could be the pixelization.
Yeah.
But I didn't see the Challenger boat, and here comes.
Now we're back to
our overall leader. As our lead boats will be coming back through for the last time. They're on their final lap, and all remaining 7 boats are all on the same lap. Here is your Mod V winner into the Monster Energy fan zone to the start-finish line. It's Britt Lilly, Jay Woltman, the LSB 29, built in 2021 with the 650 Tyler Crockett engine, takes the checker flag here today all the way.
Yep.
Revex Oil, Speed Marine, LSB Powerboats.
Wire to wire.
So big day for Britt Lilly. He's got to feel good about that. There's still more points, more racing to be done on Sunday.
Yep.
Of course, he had the drive problem on Wednesday that really hurts his overall World Championship points, but you still gotta race to get the points. We'll have to see how it pans out on Sunday. Back overhead for the X Insurance Helicam, the Challenger team from Japan.
And 151 is still there on the outside.
Yeah, they again looks like they had come around them, but that's now heading around turn or heading out to turn number 1.
Yep. So it'll just be that.
And here comes your number 2 boat of the day. That's the Sun Print El Bandito Tequila, your Key West sponsor for Steve Miklos, making El Bandito hoist the tequila glasses all around for their El Bandito Yankee Tequila today.
Yep.
They're your overall leader after 2 days, finishing second here today in the Key West World Championships. And BoatFloater.com, Steve and Steven Kildall. They'll be second overall in the point standings heading into Sunday's race as they finish third here today.
Some veteran savviness going into that first turn helped.
And North Myrtle Beach.
Good finish.
Yeah, big time. 30-foot Phantom.
Knocking right on the door for a podium on Sunday for sure.
Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Myrtle Beach. Finishing in 4th here today. Back overhead. Looking at the Challenger team. So we'll see how this thing sorts out. Fast Boys, we haven't seen them yet. They were running in 5th.
Yeah.
A little air there for the Challenger team. As we now catch them from our shot. And Fast.
150. What?
Is that Fast Boys or 151 sitting over there?
That's
on the,
Fast Boys.
That must be Fast. Yeah, they're back. They're back by the by Sunset Island.
Yeah, so now it's a battle for 5th.
All right, back to the action, and here it is.
It looks
the
like
Challenger Team Japan will edge out 151 Express and take 5th place. As we were watching that action off camera, we see the Fast Boys boat around turn number 3, excuse me, and intended to. They're just off.
They're under tow pretty quick too.
Yeah, they are under tow, real fast, and that was developing. And we're just catching it now. They have been running very well, as high as number 4 on the day, back to number 5 the last couple of laps before they are out of the race.
It did feel to me, and maybe it's just my impression, but I felt like they were just a little looser than everyone else in the way they run the boat. So hopefully that didn't result in anything in the turn.
Yep, no doubt.
The way they've balanced out, though, that puts Brett Lilly and the LSB back on the podium after 2 days. Despite the 8th place finish, they are now sitting 3rd overall in the class with 159 points.
How many points back of boat floater would you say they are?
They are about, let's see, 21 points back.
Wow.
So they're right with it. And you got to think, 20-point differentials. You got 200 points for plus per boat you finish in front of, but it's pretty much 200 points for the champ on Sunday, 180 for 2nd place, and 162 for 3rd place. So those 3 right there on the podium, that's like 40-point difference there, and that's all Brett sitting back of Sunprint. So on Sunday, Brett's got to win and have Sunprint fall to 3rd place, and at that point you're doing the distance times and how many boats you're passing, and that will be really interesting there.
He's got to win and have somebody get between him and Sunprint.
Yep, that's what the LSB's shot now. If not, if 2nd place for Sunprint, and it's pretty much theirs to win.
And these results are all unofficial.
Yep.
They have to pass inspection, especially the bracketed boats earlier. Boy, we had tons of breakouts on Wednesday. We had tons of penalties as well. That Roderick Cox, the director of Race World Offshore, was noting to everybody, you guys have behaved so well during the season, and you just forgot all the good things that you did in Key West when you started out of the first day. There was lots of breakouts, and there was a lot of video being passed around, and we'll try and sort some of that out as we go along. But congratulations to Brett Lilly, Jay Woltman.
Yeah.
Big day for them in that beautifully prepared, magnificent livery out of LSB Powerboats in Arnold, Maryland. Big win for the boys here today. So lots coming up here in the intermission on Veterans Day here across this great nation. And of course, we're going to take time now to salute not only the military that supports us here across this great nation and across the world, the U.S. Coast Guard here supporting us in such a great way here in Key West with these powerboat races. We salute all the men and women who are serving and who have served in the United States military here on Veterans Day. And in special tribute, the Sundowners out of Naval Air Station Key West will be doing flyover at 12:20 right at the Key West World Champion second annual event to you by Performance Boat Center, boat capital of the world in Osage Beach. More live coverage coming your way from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, as well from our global live stream at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation CO2 cartridges for everything inflatable.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happening. Also, check out the Nolans house right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now
with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Yes, it's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboats in Key West, brought to you by Race World Offshore. We are your exclusive home for all the coverage here of this year's World Championships, and we come to you live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has over 30 years of pioneering advancement in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Hi, everybody. I am Rick Lopez. Great to have you along for the ride here. Time for our first Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime show, brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon, which is the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer. Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Day 2 off and running. We've got a big Lichty Marine halftime show for you here today. Coming up here during halftime, we're gonna get you caught up on what we just saw here in the first 2 races. Get you set for a full slate of races coming up here on Friday. We'll also be joined by Brian Hamel from X Insurance. X Insurance, a huge part of what's going on here this week at the World Championships, and we will also be once again giving away a pair of tickets to the big Boats and Boots concert coming up tomorrow night at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Larry Blyle, president of Race World Offshore, will join us as well. And something new to the World Championships, we've never done it before. We're going to have our first ever flyover from the United States Navy here on Veterans Day weekend. The Marine Corps birthday today. Happy birthday to all our my Marines out there as well. That flyover is going to take place at 12:20. We're going to have a big national anthem for you leading up to the flyover, so you're not going to want to miss that. So plenty to do here in the Lichty Marine halftime report. Again, I'm Rick Lopez, joined by my partner, Joey Cook from Keys Citizen. Joey, how we doing? Good morning.
Good morning. That was fast and furious to get us going there.
All right, let's try and get everybody kind of first caught up what's going on, because there are a lot of changes from Wednesday's race day to today's race day.
Well, right off the bat, they decided to move the Class 1 boats to the very end and move them away from the Mod Vs because they were running so much different speeds there that it was a safety concern, a worry. Mm-hmm. The Mod V drivers brought their concerns up, and so they decided to move the Extremes and the Class 1s to the very end of the day, let the 450s run by themselves here at 12:20, as well as as we just saw, the Mod Vs run by themselves here at the 10:45 race. So that, you put everybody in the water there in the same class racing against each other. So for the fans' perspective, that was pretty easy to follow and know who was in first, who was in second, and so on.
Right. So at 12:30, it's going to be just the stock 450s, correct?
That's it.
And on Wednesday, we had the Extreme class running at that same time, but they're going to be moved to the very end of the day.
Correct. That is correct, yes.
Yeah, because we still have the stock 450s, the Extreme, the Super Stock class, the Super Cat class, pardon me, and also the Class 1 boats as well. So we got a lot to do here today, so plenty of time to come out and join us here.
Races will go even longer because they've added that extra one. The races go even longer into the afternoon here today. We will be probably racing right up to 4 o'clock this afternoon.
All right, let's do it. Give everybody a recap of what we saw. Let's go back to the start of the day. And one of the things, Joey, that when you're doing the races, and especially with the bracket classes, you have to we don't know really a lot until after everything's done, because that's a class where teams could potentially break out of their speed, so you got to be careful of that. How were we coming into this morning?
Well, there were penalties galore the other day. I mean, penalties galore. They just kept on coming the other day. So, coming back into it, you had to start marking up. X insurance and bad decisions both missed a buoy the other day. There was some boats that couldn't even turn in their information and then got 0 points for not turning in information. So they're under protest still at that point. So a lot of this is unofficial still as we go. But obviously the breakouts, like you said, are a big part of it. And what comes, you can only go a certain speed regulated for each class there. And that does happen usually on most race days as well. And that at that point they get bumped back to the back of the pack despite, having potentially a win. They're not going to get that first place points because they went over this regulated speed. So, again, this is, all unofficial. We can't say yet until they get into the boat and inspect all the GPSs and everything like that. And then even check the videos later on in the day to make sure that there were no lane infractions or buoys missed like there were several in some of the other big boats the other day.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's look at the first guys, the bracket 200s, and I saw your daughter's out here with you. The kids, one of the fun boats to watch is the Batman boat.
Of course, I'm sure we got
really
a lot of
cool,
pictures.
Cool looking boat.
I gave her the camera today to let her have fun with it and see what she could do with it today.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping to show up some of these professionals out here, see if she can get some good shots like them. But anyways, the Batman boat is
had a good
very
run
fun
today.
one, and it took first place today. It's an interesting situation with the Batman and the overall point situation because they do not qualify for the World Championship. So they're running, but their first place points don't go to them. In the end, the first place points will still go to the second place team in Predator during this World Championship run. But the Batman does get to go down to the podium today. He does get to stand on top of the podium and claim the Southernmost Continental Championship here today. So that's what he gets, the checkered flag for that, and he is the winner of the Southernmost Continental Championship. But he's not fighting. The Batman is not fighting for the World Championship. That battle is between the Predator and the Justice League, and that's a 20-point difference there between those boats because after today, again, the Batman and the Herbot Racing, which came third overall today, both of them do not qualify for the World Championships. But they are, again, podium today, Southernmost Continental, but it still leaves Predator and Justice League battling for the World Championship in Bracket 2.
So Predator had a really good run on Wednesday in a close race. They took the number one spot on Wednesday, finished number 2 here today. They're in real good shape.
They
right
got
now.
first place points both days right now. So, they're sitting in. But again, Justice League, despite taking fourth place both days, the two teams in between them both days were not world contenders. So, you know what? Justice League got second place points both days and are sitting just, 22 points back. So right within striking distance. If you come out and win the championship, it's going to come down to time, distance traveled, and everything of that effect. And that'll be really interesting to see where they come down. It's tiebreakers always makes it really tough to judge who's going to win, especially in a bracket class.
OC Racing finished 4th on Wednesday, 5th today, but they're in the third place points for the World Championship.
They are sitting third place, and they're one of those boats that they did not register everything, so they're we'll see what kind of points they are sitting at. But if they don't get any points for the day they had on Wednesday, they're fighting for third with Harpoon's Harry's there, both two teams that are in contention for that world title right now, that being on the podium in third place there.
All right, so that's a quick look at bracket 200. How about bracket 400, Joey, in day 2?
It's another one. Simmons Marine has just been outstanding.
Really
Jim Simmons is on. He's a vet down here, and he's been absolutely outstanding, going first place both days. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen him sit in second place so far in that class, so well out in front of the run right here. And then in second place in the point standings right now, Team Woody is another one of those do not qualify teams for the World Championships. So at least the ButtRacks.com and Control Freaks team sitting tied for second place in that class right there, both at 172 points. So you're talking about 32 points back. Simmons Marine is an even better spot than the Predator is going into Sunday's races.
Yeah, and Simmons 2 first-place finishes so far.
Great control, and he's done well.
Looked really good here today. Control Freak had a breakdown today. One of the interesting things here in race number 1 and number 2, where the Bugaboo was today, was up at Oh, we're getting ready for it's up at turn 1.
Is that turn
today.
1, correct? Yeah.
All right, Joey, one of the things that, of course, we're going to do here in the Lichty Marine halftime reports is the podium. And Todd Swafford, and we're going to be handing out some hardware back at the podium. And if you can watch us on the live stream, you could see it there at Racebook, facebook.com. Here we go. Todd Swafford.
For the Southernmost Continental Championship here at the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. Now, these bracketed classes, they're completely unofficial, still waiting for some data cards, so we are going to give these away unofficially at this time. So remember that we still have to get our bracketed classes read. Let's get right to bracketed class 200. Your winner today for the Southernmost Continental the Southernmost Continental Championship, 211 Batman Racing. Yep, the winners, 211 Batman Racing. Batman Racing atop the podium for the Key West World Championships. Everyone gets refreshing, fresh coconut milk from the official coconut of the World Championships, the Coconut Man. Second place today, your APBA National Champion and winner for Wednesday, 244 US 1 Predator. $244 Predator. And third place is still under review by officials. So these are the top 2 boats. This is our podium unofficially at this time in bracket class 200. Big hand for Batman Racing and Stallman Motorsports, the Predator team. All right, tip the coconuts. From Key West, Florida, your Southernmost Continental Championship here on Friday, Batman and Predator. Let's move on to bracket class 400. Again, we want to remind you we're still reading data cards. So these are unofficial results except for first place. Unofficially, third place goes to 427 Team Woody. Team Woody. We may be swapping plaques later, guys, so don't get attached to it. Yeah. Chad Woody and Billy Shipley. Billy Shipley, join me later on the live stream. Team Woody. They're not very familiar with coconut milk. They're always up there. Third place today unofficially in bracket class 400. Second place, again unofficial, Allied Offshore 477. To the podium. As the Coconut Man. You notice I'm on this side of the stage again. Yeah. I learned Wednesday. And the winner today, first position in class 400. 404 back on top, Simmons Racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your bracket class 400 winners. Simmons Racing, Allied, Marine, Team Woody. Again, results are unofficial and to be made official after scrutinized by technical. Special thanks to the Coconut Man. Hoist those coconuts for the fans. Thanks for watching. It is also at the Race World Offshore Facebook page on the live stream and listening live right now across the Florida Keys at Race World Offshore's Facebook page. As we move on, bracket class 500 now. Third place unofficially today goes to 555 Team Mean Streak. There they are, onto the podium, Class 500, Southernmost Continental Championship. You know, in Key West, it's just not enough to win the World Championship. You got to win, you know, championship on the way. It gives you more reasons to drink fresh coconut milk and then maybe slip something in there. And when you get off the stage, if you know what I mean. Team Mean Streak, third place today, Class 500. Second place, the 516 Bronx Phantom. Also out of Marker 1 Marine, Salute, Class 500, number 2 on the podium today in Key West for the Southernmost Continental Championship. And to the top of the podium, 501 X Insurance Golf and Gator. Congratulations, JJ Turk, Mike Stancombe. True Warriors. Top of the podium for the X Insurance Golf and Gator. That's how you run a race, boys. Chris, you see that? It appears the coconut is more popular than the cup because you can drink out of the coconut. The guys from X Insurance hoist the cup for Ryan and Reef from Freebird. Thank you. Thanks, guys. There's your podium for Class 500. Southernmost Continental Championship. One more bracketed class before we get on to the Mod Vs. We just finished up racing here for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. 700 class. The 769 H-Craft. Beautifully prepared boat all the way from overseas. Way to go. Beautiful job out of Manatee Marine. Blew that boat very nice. Beautiful red H-Craft. Third place today, H-Craft. And getting freshly open. He gets better and better at that. My goodness. The Coconut Man. Big round of applause for the Coconut Man, ladies and gentlemen. Second place today goes to the 742 Statement Safe Cash. All right, yes, our four-legged friend is back up. Our team mascot, Hill. Yes, sir. Where's my coconut? Yes, good boy. Yes, sir. Not sure about that. I like meat, but not coconut meat. He said. 742. Statement, safe cash. And top of the podium here in class 700 goes to the next X Insurance team, the Golfing Gator 720. Here's your podium for the Southernmost Continental Championship here on Friday in Key West, Florida. X Insurance, Statement Safe Cash, and H-Craft out of Manatee Marine. Class 700, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's move on to our mod, which just raced so excitingly here in Key West. Got up here in Key West. Be a big afternoon. It's back to at 30 of the fact our stock boats come out, then the Super Cats and the Super Stock boats and the Class 1 VX Extreme and Extreme team come out. Don't forget a flyover from the United States Navy at 12:20, celebrating Veterans Day here. Let's move on to our podium for Mod V. 8 boats started the day, 6 finished, but leading in the point standings, well, it's still got to be determined. It's a 3-day race. You gotta win. You gotta finish to win it. And here's our top 3 boats from today. 3rd place in Mod V, the father-son team, Steve and Steven Kildup. There they are, boat floater. 3 generations of racing, I think, maybe potentially there at some point. Third place in the Mod V class, the Southernmost Continental Championship here on this Friday, boatfloater.com. Second place today, your Wednesday winner, Sunprint El Bandito Tequila. And those boys already have something to put in the coconut. Coconut Man, open me up a fresh one. Yeah, don't spill. Oh, I gotta spill a little bit of it. I gotta get something else in there. Yes. There they are, the boys from El Bandito Tequila. That's Yankee Tequila. So smooth, it's criminal. Steve Miklos, Stephen Furman, unofficially atop the 2-day points standings. All 3 of the teams you're going to see right now are right there in the hunt for the 3-day World Championship. Ah, yeah. So the Coconut Man, he's thirsty. That's hard work. You kidding me? All right. The little one wants her coconut. Here we go. Final trophy of the morning. We've got a lot more that we'll be giving away here today. Southernmost Continental Championship first place today goes to LSB RevX Oil, Speed Marine. Britt Lilly, LSB Powerboats out of Arnold, Maryland. Jay Woltman was his throttle man today. They had, all these guys earned their trophies today. And here is your podium for Mod V. Boatfloater.com 3rd. Sunprint El Bandito Tequila 2nd. and LSB RevX Speed Marine in first. The Southernmost Continental Championship for Mod V. Hoist the coconuts. Big round of applause. Thank you for the podium, the Mod V guys. Britt Lilly, can we get a quick word with you? Yes, thank you very much, Steve Furman. Thanks to the fans, the little ones, yes. Hey, Britt, let's get you on the live stream. The fans want to say hey to you. A little choppy out there, huh?
Holy shit, it was big.
It was tough, huh?
I'm not gonna lie, we were a little overpropped. My man Jay made it work today. I can't be thankful enough. I wish my dad was here. I love you, Dad. What a day, man.
So that southeast wind, you turned it one and you just got right into the throat of it.
We started loading the ballast tank right when we got here at Sunset Key. It worked out. Every wave, we just kept pulling a little. I told Jay, I said, we're going to be just fine, buddy. We come out of turn one. They already told us we had a lead, and we just stayed in it, LSB style. Don't let off like we do. That's it.
Now, even though you broke down on Wednesday, you're still right in the thick of it now because you get more points on Sunday. So I mean, you got to have a little bit of luck, a little magic on your side. But if you stay out front, you got a real good shot.
That's it, baby. We're gonna try to put that RevX oil boat up there and do what we can.
There he is, Britt Lilly, your winner today in Mod V, the Southernmost Continental Championship in the RevX Oil Speed Marine LSB. Thanks for joining us on the live stream. We'll be back at 12:30 with more racing. Factory 450R hitting the water.
Thank you, my man.
All right, and of course you're listening here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK, online at the Zone 977.com, and with your phones at iHeartRadio and TuneIn. And Joey Cook, one of the great innovations that Larry Blyle made with racing and bringing the World Championships here is the podium presentation. And it's something that the fans can come out and see after the races are done. But you could see the emotions right there at the end in winning here. And one of the things that also jumped out to me was the guys in bracket 500, the X-Insurance Golfing Gator 501 team that was involved in that the bad crash at turn 3 on Wednesday with Freebird, and to see them bounce back and able to get back in the boat and race today and get on top of their podium.
It makes every day individually so much grander. You know, you've seen times before that a team has come out and gone second place, and won a world championship, but the individual team that wins the first place and those might fall off, you know, have a breakdown or something like that, they still get to have that moment to revel and enjoy what they did today. You know, the team like Batman, who's not in the contention for the world championship, got to revel today and be like, you know what, we still were the fastest on the water in the morning races. You know, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness still needs help, you know, needs to win and still needs help in order to win a world championship in the Mod V. But for today, for that moment, the Hurricane of Awesomeness was truly the best boat in the Mod V's, just sitting right on top of the water and had a great display. So there's a good reason that he has this opportunity and this moment to say, hey, look, for this day, this Friday, I had it dialed in and I was the best on the water. Typically, they only have one day to race. So this is a race victory in that sense. But being the World Championship, 3 days of racing, it changes mentality. But at least for this moment, they are on top of that podium.
All right, we got a lot to do here at the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets to the big Boats and Boots concert that's coming up this Saturday night at the Truman Waterfront Amphitheater. That's tomorrow. Also, when we return, we'll chat with Brian Hamel from X-Insurance. It's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here on your home of the races, the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters shuck to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
Powerboating in Paradise returns to the Florida Keys November 7th through the 13th with the Florida Powerboat Club's 31st annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. This week-long event features 250 powerboat teams and 2,000 participants from around the globe, enjoying the beautiful waterways of the Florida Keys and Key West, and the luxurious guest experience from hotel partners including Hyatt Centric Key West, The Marker, Pier House, and Casa Marina. Join the fun at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Thursday through Saturday.
Hey, Keys family. Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. The week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander for family fun with its 6-person capacity. This is perfect sandbars and enjoy the friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their second annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com. And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, we roll on. Day 2 of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, of course, live here on your home of the races, the Zone 97.7 WAVK. We're back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom lift system in the world. You'll find it at Porte Performance. We build a performance into everything. And we're back, of course, at the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report, brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon. And they have a full-service department for you. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Great to have you with us. I'm Rick Lopez. And one of the major contributors and just a massive part of the World Championships is X Insurance. And joining me now to tell us all about what X Insurance is doing here this week, and it's a lot, including the Boats and Boots concert tomorrow, which we're going to have a ticket giveaway for that in just a second, is Brian Hamel. Hey, Brian, how are you?
I'm excellent. Thanks so much for having us.
Good to see you. You know, Brian, before we get going, tomorrow is your second Boats and Boots concert that's going to be taking place right here on at the Truman Waterfront at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. We got all kinds of acts: Sam Carlson, the Wolf Love Band, Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, and K-Rush. It's all starting tomorrow at 5 o'clock. It's going to be an incredible night of great music and unforgettable experiences. What a night we're going to have tomorrow night.
Absolutely. No, we're really excited. We've got, again, some great performers, as you mentioned, coming to join us for the concert. And then we've just, the community here has been great. We've had some awesome service providers that have helped pull everything together so that it is loud and fun and all things offshore racing.
Right. And so if you'd like to go, I got a pair of tickets right now that we're going to give away. What you need to do is be the first person. If you're out here on the mall, come out and see us here at the broadcast center here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, right in front of where we do our broadcast. Jack Kearns is standing out there. He's got his Key West Conchs baseball hat on. You can't miss Jack, our traveling road secretary. So if you'd like to go, be the first one to come see us here. I got one more pair of tickets to give away, so let's do that, and let's send you to the big concert tomorrow night. All right, Brian, tell me about X Insurance and all the things that you guys do.
So X Insurance is, we're in all 50 states. We focus on property casualty. We don't do any life insurance or work comp. And we do a lot of unique risk. We do over 1,000 different classes of business. So everything from boats to bounce houses. And and one of the big things here in Florida is, the property casualty market is very difficult. We are one of the providers that provide real and true insurance, and so we've got true homeowners that we'd love to be able to help those that need help with. So
Right. How did X Insurance get involved in powerboat racing?
The owner, Rick Lindsay, loves water sports. Always been into boats, and Rick came down to an event, got into the boats.
Was it down here?
No, I don't know where his first offshore experience was. All I know is within a few weeks we had a race team. But it's been a lot of fun. We've got an incredible team of people. It's so many working parts, as you know, with these teams, pulling everything together to make all of these races happen. It's really fun to be down here because this is really the culmination of all that hard work throughout the year by these teams.
Brian, and I was just talking before you came on, and we see the emotions on the podium and all that. And one of your race teams, and you have several here that are racing in the World Championships, but in the bracket 500 class, the X Insurance Golfing Gator 501 team, they were involved in the bad accident on turn 3 on Wednesday. The team, thank God, guys, everybody was okay coming out of the X Insurance boat. You guys were able to get it going again, and to see them come back after that and get on top of the podium is just pulls on your heartstrings right there. What a performance.
It really does.
What a comeback.
I mean, these guys worked all night, all morning on their boat. I think it was really important for them to go and take the win, not just for our team, but there was another team that was injured in that accident.
Yeah, and we were honoring the Freebird team.
Yeah,
right.
And they really want to be able to honor those kids that are working through some of those challenges right now.
Through those issues right now, but just a tremendous moment to see that there just a few minutes ago on the podium. So you guys have several race teams, but you're also in the air.
Yes.
Now, if you're watching our live stream coverage, and it's pretty cool, we've as we continue to add to make things better, we got the X Insurance helicopter shots. And your owner of X Insurance, Rick Lindsay, he's flying the helicopter.
Yeah, it's a really unique situation. No, Rick's an incredible pilot, and he just absolutely loves to fly. It's such a great match. And then his son Parker is an amazing photographer. A lot of the great film that we're seeing today and throughout the races, it's Parker and that team that helps pull together some of these awesome shots for everybody.
Have you ever gotten up in the helicopter with him?
Oh, many times.
Oh, okay.
Many times. Yeah, he is a phenomenal. As you'll see, I mean, you come out here, you watch the races, and you see that bird flying as low and as quick, and it's just absolutely phenomenal. It's a really great experience. And
you guys are really tied in with Race World Offshore as one of the title sponsors of this event. Your guys' VIP tent is pretty awesome. I tried to get in, they wouldn't let me. I'm kidding.
You know a guy now. You know a guy.
I know somebody. I know a guy over there. But no, but seriously, Brian, the involvement and really stepping up that involvement and committing to Race World Offshore here at the World Championships in Key West is a very big deal.
Yeah, I think that there's always room for opportunity and improvement for all of these things. Are big productions, both for our teams and the team at Race World Offshore. And so I know we're both excited to be able to be here and support, the Race World Offshore events that they put on, because there's so many things going on. But, with X Insurance, with everything that Rick does, it's very much like our insurance. We do it right. Our umbrella policy, right, our tagline is live, work, play. Right? And we try to do that to the fullest. And so we've got, as you mentioned, some really cool VIP setups, adventure trucks, helicopters, teams. But yeah, we're looking forward to continuing to support the races as the sport grows and develops.
And tomorrow night at the Boats and Boots concert that you guys are putting on for the second year in a row, I believe that the team and the boat's going to be inside the venue tomorrow night, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll be. Our pits are in the Coffee Butler Amphitheater there, and so we'll have some of the boats that guests will be able to come check out and see our really big crash boat that we're going to need a little bit of duct tape for. small bit of fiberglass.
Yeah. Now tonight is a huge night as well. When we're done here tonight is the big Duval Street boat party where we put the boats out on Duval Street. What a great night for the fans to come out, get up and close and personal, see the teams, the boats. It's like a fantasy fest Saturday night. Mardi Gras rolled into one down there. You got several boats. Do you know the locations of where you guys are going to be?
So I believe that we're off of Green and Duval, and we will be bringing the big boat out.
Okay.
And if you don't see us, you'll hear us. So follow the music. It's gonna be quite the show this evening.
For the whole team at X Insurance, how has the week been so far?
You know, it's disheartening when you have all the effort that these guys put into it, and the experiences that happen on Wednesday happen.
Yeah.
The reality is part of that's boating. That's the inherent risk that they take. The team understands that, and you have to learn from your experiences and figure out what we can do different, go bigger and better, and just keep at it. That's all you can do.
Right. People want to find out more about X Insurance and all you can do for pretty much anybody. How do they go about that?
Just xinsurance.com. That's
pretty easy.
It's a pretty easy one to remember. But yeah, give us a call, find us online. And the thing that really makes us different, though, is the same partnership approach that Rick's taken with this Race World Offshore stuff. Where we actually work directly with the client in a very meaningful way and build a good partnership and relationship. So if that's something that can be helpful to any of your listeners, we'd love to have them reach out and see how we can be helpful.
Well, that is outstanding. And tomorrow night, you guys have the second annual Boats and Boots concert. Again, Jack Kearns is out there, the first person that can get to us over here at our broadcast location is going to get a pair of tickets to the big show tomorrow night featuring Sam Carlson.
Let's make it 2 VIP tickets. How about
VIP tickets. Well,
Yeah.
wow. So Brian's stepping it up even a little bit more here for you. We gave away a pair on Wednesday. We've given several away on our other radio stations this week. But this is your last chance, and we'll also make it a VIP experience for you to come out to the big show tomorrow night. All you got to do is come over and see us here and be the first ones at our broadcast location. Brian Hamel, great to meet you. Welcome to Key West. Continued success with X Insurance, and thanks for everything that you guys do.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of the week. If we can be helpful, we're here.
Well, you guys certainly are. Thanks, Brian. It's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here on your home of the races. Of course, that's us, the Zone 97.7 WAVK. We've got more from the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report live here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center right after this here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food and drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Villa Sexy Things.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back, everybody. Here as we approach the noontime hour, it's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Flag-to-flag coverage, of course, here on your home of the races, the Zone 97.7 WAVK. We are live at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, Porte Performance. With Scott Porte at the helm, leads the way in hydrodynamic and aerodynamic technology for the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. And we continue on with the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon carries a complete line of new and used boats. They got the trailers too. Check out all that Lichty Marine Marathon can do for you by going to see them at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. I am Rick Lopez. Great to have you with us here. And Larry Blyle, the president of Race World Offshore, is going to join us here in just a moment. Now, this year, something very special is going to be happening here. We've never done it before. It's taken a couple of years to really work this out. But coming up at 12:20 this afternoon, we're going to have our first ever flyover from the United States Navy. The Sundowners out of NAS Key West will be flying over all of us here on the Outer Mole and across the race course coming up exactly at 12:20 this afternoon. So just in about, oh my goodness, about 23 minutes or so from now. You're going to want to be out here for that. We'll have the national anthem for you as well to get you all set up. It's Veterans Day weekend here. We salute all of our veterans. Thank you for all that you do. And I also want to send a big special thanks and shout out to all my Marine Corps brethren. Happy birthday to the Marine Corps. It's the Marine Corps' birthday today. Semper Fi, all you guys and girls and everything that you do. Want to have a couple of shout outs and say hi all the way out in Portland, Oregon. Tony Acosta is listening. He's up early out there on the West Coast and enjoying all the race coverage. It's always great to have Tony with us. Mary Lou Karn, our old buddy at Keys Federal Credit Union, she's out there listening as well. And wherever you're tuned in, we are glad to have you with us. The 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here on the Zone is brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine of Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Fast Boats, Boots and Boats concert coming up tomorrow night. We'll find out who our winner is here in just a second. Florida Powerboat Club, they got the big, their race village open down there at the Concord Public Seafood Company. Two Friends Patio Restaurant. We've got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures and more. El Mesón de Pepe, Beach Weekend Key West, Bourbon Street Pub, and Fair Villa Sexy Things. We'll take another break. When we come back, the one and only president of Race World Offshore, Larry Blyle, what a job he does. He's going to join us next as we get set for the big flyover and also get you set for all the other races. We got a full day of racing coming your way after right at 12:30 today. So all the action, so much still to come at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races as we are in the midst of the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're back right after this.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compared to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to it fun. Membership is limited. Beach Weekend for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Mason de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Mason de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans House right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, we're back here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. It's the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marina Marathon. They're online at SuzukiMarathon.com for all your boating needs, with a huge selection of new and used boats and trailers, and the largest Suzuki repower dealer in the Keys. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. I'm Rick Lopez, back once again with my broadcast partner, Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen. Joey, okay, it's lunchtime. We've hit 12 noon. The next big event is the first ever flyover that we're going to get from the United States Navy here today, coming up at 12:20.
When you hear that, you know it's time to get back to your seats. That's going to be pretty much, that's everybody's warning. Get back to your seat. It's time. This race is about 10 minutes away.
Yeah, you crank up the radios, how you're listening to us. We've got the national anthem coming up at 12:18, and right at 12:20, you'll see the Sundowners from NAS Key West coming right by the Fleming Key side. They're going to come through that way. So keep a lookout. If you're out here on the mole, you'll be looking out to the right, and they're going to be coming. Joey, we still got tons of racing to do.
Yeah?
Tons.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this year we bumped it up to 5 race starts.
Now 6. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they wanted to add on the end there and put the extremes in the Class 1 by themselves to kind of separate the 450s and Mod Vs there, especially because the Mod Vs were worried about running completely different speed than those Class 1s where they had them on Wednesday. So they separated, and we got to see the Mod Vs race by themselves there. The Class 1s and the Extremes will go at the end of the day, presumably somewhere around 3:30-ish, because that's what time, you know, you got to give your time for everybody to get back in, exchange boats and everything like that is needed. So, yeah, it's going to be a action-packed afternoon starting at 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, and then 3:30 after that. So 4 more races still to go.
All right. Eric, I want to get Larry in here. Eric, if you don't mind. Thanks, buddy. Or just move Larry down 1. There you go. It's Larry Blyle, president of Race World Offshore, is going to join us now. He's on number 3, Randy. And we are, as we can't wait for a huge, huge event, a new addition to the World Championships, our first ever flyover presented by the United States Navy, the Sundowners out of NAS Key West, and that's going to happen at 12:20. And we welcome in our good buddy, president of Race World Offshore, Larry Blyle. Hello, Hello, Larry.
Hello, Rick. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Off to a good start today. Weather's really good. Water's a little choppy out there, but we got our first 2 races in, and we're actually changing some things up here, Larry, and we're moving the races around a little bit, and now we've got 4 more race starts coming all the fans 12:30 today.
Which is, it's going to work. You know, they're one start, so we don't have like separate starts in one race, that'll be individual. And even in the Class 1 at the last race of the day, that's one start. So I think it's going to work. What we're going to do is go back. Our timing was great. We had plenty of time this morning adding and the other, how we did it. And we'll check it, how this works out, and then do the math and figure out for Sunday what we're going to do. Hopefully it will work out the same way.
One of the things that jumps out at me, and it did here so far today, Larry, is the podium presentation. And you could see the emotion on the racers' faces, and had a couple of really nice moments out there. This was something you had envisioned several years ago. You put this in about, I think 2 years ago, we added the podium up there where actually the fans could actually see the race teams that win on whatever particular day. It got pretty emotional out there for some of the teams today. Just a tremendous sight.
Yeah, it is. It's, all the fans that are out here, they don't get in and see, they see them in the pits and all that, but not after they come off a boat. You're in a hot pit area and all that, so nobody could go in there. So by bringing them out here, coming in and, after the first and second race and then do the awards like that, all the fans can come down and see the guys that come out of the boat, see who they are. You never know, like in NASCAR or any racing,
right.
They're out there with helmets and all this other stuff, and you don't know who they are. This way they saw the boat on the water, comes around here, goes in the back, they get off, and there they are. So, yeah, it's I think all these little things, you go, well, that's going to cause a problem. We have to have our tech guy out here because on the small boats, we have to pull their chips and all that to make sure they didn't break out and all that, because if we, so we brought them out here to do that. So that's an added thing that people don't really think about. When I brought it up, I said, let's do this, and everybody told me, no, you can't do it. So then I said, well, let's figure a way to make it. Same with the shuttle, and
right.
the VIP.
Right.
You're never going to get that done.
Right.
Well, let's figure it out and get it done.
Yeah, what a great feature for the VIPs as well. The shuttle that goes from the Opal, and right from the parking garage, right to the VIP section. Larry, you're always trying to think of things to do. As we get excited here for this flyover that's going to happen at 12:20 here, it's coming up very shortly. This, you might think, oh yeah, let's just call the Navy. Can you guys, send some planes over here from Boca Chica? It doesn't work that way.
Not at all.
This took a couple of years to get in. It was in the making.
It takes, just getting anything with the government, when they're set in their ways and all that stuff to change and to do things. It takes almost an act of Congress. Well, Congress isn't working right now, so I guess we slid around it.
But you got this done, and this is happening at 12:20 here. We're going to have the national anthem for everybody, and today's the perfect day to do it. Veterans Day weekend here, and Friday is always a big military day for us here at the World Championships, and also to honor our country on this day.
Absolutely. It's funny, because when we do our admission for veterans and all that here on the outer mall, there's no charge. Just come on in. And I had a veteran come up to me Wednesday, say thank you very much,
oh, that's
for
awesome.
thinking of us, So it's all good,
See how emotional you get just saying that.
Oh yeah, it's takes a lot.
It really does. Hey, I also and I'll never leave them out because today's their day too. It's the Marine Corps' birthday today.
That's right.
Happy birthday, Semper Fi, to all the Marines. All right, Larry. So we've got that coming up. How's everything going in the village? And I mean, it's a zoo out there right now.
It really is. It's controlled, well, semi-controlled chaos.
Mm-hmm.
we take up a big footprint here at the Truman Waterfront Park, and we got boats stuck in everywhere and where they go. And I was walking around with Robert Spotswood just a little bit ago and talking about how things look, how it looks so good.
It looks so good.
That's Roderick Cox, Mr. Double himself. Yeah.
So, I hope you're having him on, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get Roderick on in a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad he's going to be on.
He's pumped up. Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's.
But the amenities, Larry. You come out here to the Mole. There's so much to do and see. Not only going through the Rab Beach Race Village and where all the teams are set up and you can get the boats, but once you get out here to the Mole, man, you got vendors with just about everything imaginable out there, from food to drinks to purchasing T-shirts, name it. You've got it out here.
Yeah, and I like the new Monster semi down
wow,
there.
I saw that thing this morning. That thing is humongous.
Yeah, my kid came down here. He said, "Dad, I want to go down there, and they got these video games on here." And so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they went down there and played.
So the fan experience is second to none when you come out here. And then when we get done today, we have a huge night as well, because Friday is always, our longest day, because we go from here and take the boats and we put them on Duval Street for the Duval Street Party, which is, as I mentioned earlier, it's
biggest event of the week, really. There's so much going on, and it's a strain for the race team, especially the ones at the end of the day here, because they want to get their equipment all cleaned up and washed down and looking good to go on Duval Street. So as soon as the race is over, they're over there working on getting things lined up to go. And then Randy, Randy Mearns, who's out on the course and takes care of all that, is also taking in charge of the boats on Duval. So it's he's got a very busy day today.
Yeah, he does, and it's just part of this whole week, Larry. This week is just amazing. Last night on Green Street, we had Green Street closed down. We had the Speed on the Water Race Bash party and raising money for our local charity Samuel's House here. As Eric's going to let me know, we did it. They got to the $200,000. We had the matching donation last night. We were hoping to raise $100,000 at the big auction. They did last night, and then the R.J. Noble Company matched that $100,000. So a $200,000 charity event was done last night, and thanks to Speed on the Water, that whole team got Green Street closed, had a couple of boats down there, including the MCON Monster boat. It was an amazing night down there.
We also gave $5,000 to PAL.
And on top of that,
yes.
So a big night for Samuel's House and our Police Athletic League.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we had a big check there.
Have you slept? What's your sleeping pattern these days?
I go to bed at 11 and wake up at 3.
Okay, yeah. That's
I get a good heavy 4 hours there.
Last night you looked like you were ready. I got a drop here, yeah. but you're pulling through. Your team here at Race World Offshore, what a job, Larry.
Yeah, I've got the best team out there. On the water, on the land, in the air. It like they say, it takes a village. Well, we have a village here, and it takes the city. All the city workers that are out there. Everything is just. It takes everybody to do something, and all the way down to cleaning the bathrooms and the toilets and picking up the trash and bringing equipment out, and it just goes on the list. If I start out with a list, I'd use a whole pad for everything that you do, and you start scratching off, okay, this and this and this, and then you get the little things that get thrown in. This morning I got a call. Larry, the electric went out over where the VIP is. We need electric because the breaker broke for something. And I told Roderick, I said, you know what? I need somebody that can do everything. I can't do everything, man. So I got too much going on.
Well, but you do have this team, and And when you come out here, the Rat Beach Race Village down there, it's like its own separate city for a week. I mean, that's what it's like. I walk down, I know where the splash pad is, and I keep getting confused where I'm going. There's so much stuff down there. But that's the neat part of it. There's so much to see and do.
And you know what's neat? And I noticed the kids are still down there playing, and they're in the splash pad.
Yeah, that's right.
So, you know, it's not, we didn't shut that thing down.
No,
you know, they're out there, they're playing in the park. It's all good.
It's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races presented by Race World Offshore. We're chatting with Race World Offshore President Larry Blyle, our good friend. And coming up here in 5 minutes, gang, we're going to have the national anthem, so I want to get everybody prepared for that. How excited, Larry, are you for this event with the flyover taking place at 12:20 this afternoon?
I just can't wait to hear them blast by. You know, you did the math for the national anthem and them with their timing and all that. We met with them the other day here.
Yep.
And I just am hoping that all the vendors and all that we've gone through, that they turn whatever they've got on off and all that, so we can get the national anthem so everybody's got it on.
Yeah, so if wherever you're at, if you're listening in your car, if you're out here on the mall, you're listening to us on iHeartRadio, tune in. If you're near where you can hear our broadcast coming out of the VIP tent in our location here, get your radios ready because we're going to have you, I'm going to ask everybody to stand here and remove your caps in 4 minutes from right now because it's the United States Navy and a flyover. And I was kind of joking with you, but not really when I said, just call the Navy and do this. That it takes a lot, and I mean a lot, to get this done and to be able to have the Navy do this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I want to thank Beth Rigoli and everybody that was involved with this because it took a lot to get it done, and man, we're almost there.
We're almost there. 3 minutes and counting here. Maybe next year you could get in the plane with them.
That would be a blast.
That would be so much fun. So we've got, Larry, we got a lot happening here, and coming up after the flyover, 12:30, we get the racing going again.
Exactly. We got to get back at it and get it going. It's like, like being at the Indianapolis 500. They let the balloons go, the jets come over, and start your engines.
Coming up, our 12:30 race will be the Stock 450s. That's going to be a lot of fun. And remember, 4 more race starts beginning at 12:30 here today. So we'll have, for the first time ever, a total of 6 race starts at the World Championships. And that just tells you, Larry, as well, how many boats and this huge fleet that we have here this week.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. It really is. And, I'm just so happy for everybody that's been involved in what they're doing and the hard work and the energy and time and money and everything that's spent. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate it for our town, Key West. Hey, I'm a Key West guy. And
you are.
And I just, this is the best race in the world, period. There's no other race offshore that is anywhere that even comes close to this.
Right.
We want to keep her going.
I've said it. We talked about it a little last night on Contown Live. That this is the Super Bowl of this sport.
Yep.
This is it. The World Championships here in Key West. And to add to that flavor, for the first time ever, we're about to have a flyover from the Sundowners from the United States Navy. That's going to happen here, and that will happen exactly at 12:20. So I would like to ask everybody right now, wherever you are here on the mall or wherever you're listening, to please stand and rise for our national anthem. If you've got your ball caps on, please take them off. Here, it is Veterans Day. We are not only celebrating all of our brave men and women of our armed services throughout the history of our nation. It's also the Marine Corps' birthday today, and it is day 2 of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. So let's all please stand together for the singing of our national anthem. This is the best one I have ever heard. Whitney Houston's going to take us here to the flyover and remove those ball caps, and here's the national anthem. All right. Wow. How about that? The flyover from the United States Navy Sundowners out of NAS Key West, Florida here. Getting ready for race number 3 of the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here. This has been the Lichty Marine Marathon halftime report brought to you by Lichty Marine Marathon. They carry boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon. We are live here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're back right after this at the home of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, The Zone, 97.7 WABK.
Center is your hometown car dealership, now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters shuck to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
If you love powerboats, Key West is the place to be all this week as the Florida Powerboat Club returns with the 31st Annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. See the latest powerboats from the leading performance manufacturers on display at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Poker Run Village and at FPC Marina Partners, including A&B Marina and Key West Bight Marina in the historic Seaport, plus the Perry Marina and Ocean's Edge Resort on Stock Island. Help us celebrate 50 years of wide open with Mercury Racing.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Todd Swafford back with you. Race World Offshore's World Championships presented by Performance Boating Center, the worldwide home of powerboat racing from Osage Beach. Proud sponsor of the Key West World Championships, produced by Race World Offshore. And we're joined by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water, Billy Shipley of Team Woody, going to join us for the Stock Factory 450R class, and Joey Cook back from the Key West Citizen. Before we jump right back into racing, we want to remind you that the live stream here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page is brought to you by Maximum Inflation, live stream presenting sponsor. Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Since 1965, Leland Gas Technologies has made the CO2 cartridges that inflate the life jackets used daily by fighter pilots, NASA astronauts, naval seamen, the United States Coast Guard, and offshore powerboat racers worldwide. They all rely on Maximum Inflation's reliability when it's needed the most. Recreational boaters go to West Marine, Cabela's, and Bass Pro stores to rearm their life jackets with Maximum Inflation brand rearming kits designed for your model life jacket and approved by Underwriters Laboratories and the U.S. Coast Guard. And we also would like to thank Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the APBA National Series and the RWO World Championships. Come down to the outer mole here at the mall in front of the waterfront and enjoy their fan experience and some refreshing Monster Energy drink. And it's also available at the Rab Beach Dry Pits area. They have 2 different fan zones for you down there. And also we'd like to thank the host hotels here, the Keys Collection, as they entered the role as our host hotel for the Key West World Championships with Race World Offshore. Their commitment to providing a welcoming and comforting home away from home, very much appreciated Thank you. Your remarkable Keys collection. All right, we're back, and we got a lot of racing coming in front of us. Originally, it was supposed to be 3 starts in the original schedule of events. Now it's 4 different races this afternoon, and they're going to go off in order. I think we're going to get 2 together, have the choppers refuel, and they'll go back to back, and then we'll do the next 2. So we're looking at the factory 450R boats racing here, the 6 of the 39-foot and 38-foot, both NTI Marine Technologies and Doug Wright boats, and they are all paired with the twin factory 450R 4-strokes from Mercury Racing. Eric Colby, let's get the lineup for today.
All right, second race in a row. The local boys, Hank Saloon, Lee Murray, and Edwin Shear have the pole. In lane 2, GC Racing with Willie Cabeza and Sean Torrente on throttles. Lane 3, Gladiator Canados, 38, Doug Wright, Michel Carcente from France, another of the international competitors, and Irvin Grant is on the wheel. They took quite a ride on Wednesday, and if you can find some pictures of that, they might have them at NASA. Lane 4, Doug Wright Powerboats with Logan Adon and Ricky Maldonado. Lane 5, the Young Guns, Nick Impressia, Ian Morgan, and 151 Express had a great run on Wednesday. And lane 6, Taylor Sissom may never get to draw a card again if Johnny Tomlinson has anything to say about it, because they started in lane 7 on Wednesday. They ended up on the podium, but it's not the way you want to have to make that uphill battle if you can. But I think we're going to see some good racing here. Billy, it bumped up out there a little bit compared to day 1, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bigger today. It doesn't look like it sitting here at the table, but it's a different view out that windshield. The harbor's super smooth. Really nice turn down there. You get about the Monster Energy buoy out, and things start to pick up. And then when you hit turn 1, the water it's coming in at an angle out there. And it's, I would say in our race, it was every bit of 6-7 foot. Some random holes out there all the way across, and then basically back down this front stretch all the way past the beach. It was still bumpy. So it was interesting 5 laps. I'll say that.
Well, when you looked at the Mod V race, and I was talking with the guys who were on the podium after, and it was the people who knew on the first lap to be like, wait for it, yeah. It's coming.
Yeah, it was there.
I did talk to the Relentless guys in Ladder Creek. They stood it up, and they're okay. The boat's okay. Probably just sunk the floats in the carb, and they couldn't get it to fire.
Ours was doing that too. Every time we hit those big bumps out there between turn 1 and 2, it was loading up real bad. You know, we keep our fuel pressure pretty high for these races just because we're running full throttle, and we want to keep those bowls full. But what happens is when you start hitting those bumps out there, those float bowls bounce real hard in the carburetor, and when the pressure's high like that, it pushes fuel past it into the carburetor, and it was flooding us out quite a bit. And that's why we were kind of just making some laps, because it was a problem for us today. So we're going to make some adjustments on that for Sunday.
And we're waiting for our factory 450R stock boats to get up and run. They're getting set up to start milling, but they've got the boats out there waiting to go. I think this is a good chance, since we hit the water, moving right along with the bracketed boats. Really haven't had a chance, Eric, to update folks on the 2 incidents that happened, and one in particular that caused a lot of concern for everybody in the pits. And could you update on those 2 accidents that we had here on Wednesday?
Well, in the first race, the 2 bracket 500 boats, the 2 23-year-olds from Fort Myers, Ryan Stallman and Reef Delanos.
Freebird.
In Freebird, they were coming into the corner. The X-Insurance Golf and Gator boat with Michael Stancombe and J.J. Turk was going to set up to make a move, and they got a little aggressive, and the prop broke free. They came around and hooked. There was nowhere for X-Insurance to go, and they did run over the top of them. And the good news is Reef was treated and released. He's home in Fort Myers, and Ryan is, we'll just say he's up in Miami making progress.
Yeah, and we heard from Reverend Jim Black today at the drivers' meeting, and everyone, their concern goes with the Stallman family, but we did hear some positive progress in terms of his ongoing care in Miami. He was there back. Got a boat in tow out on the course, the U.S. Coast Guard, just to the north of us here, that may slow us up in getting the start going. The boats haven't got into the mill. There was a second incident, Eric.
That was
these both happened right in front of the harbor hotels at that super sharp turn in the harbor, turn number 3.
Yeah, the second incident actually was right at the entry to that, right outside of it.
But approaching it.
DF Young was coming in, holding its line, and Randy Kent and Grant Bruggeman in the X-Insurance boat were kind of deciding where they were going to go, and they just got caught in the air coming off of that boat. They were running light, and up it went, and there was a kind of a classic blowover.
It almost took them both out. If you watch the video from over on the island over there, the DF Young, it stood up pretty good too. So we're real lucky it wasn't 2 boats upside down that day, just like, in 2019, I believe, here.
Well, and we've seen it unfortunately so many times here in Key West. The winds, they can swirl around here in Key West Harbor. You think you're in the lee of the island, but there are also areas where there's no buildings in between buildings, and a wind can kind of come down the corridor and catch you. But specifically when you head down to the end of that turn, the 3-pin turn there, turn number 3, you're starting to get into open air. You're passing, you're just beginning to pass you pass the 3 hotels that are right there adjacent to that turn, and you can just run into some open wind, especially if it switches out more to the north or leaning to the northwest.
It's first lap. It's day 1, Key West.
Well,
you're jacked up. You're running hard. I mean, I remember years ago I was at an unlimited hydroplane race, and Miss Budweiser was so far out in front, and then I just saw this little ripple go across the river, and the boat was airborne. And the driver said he knew it as soon as he saw the ripple. That's all it takes when these boats are really aired out like that. They become a wing.
Yeah, and landed right on the tip of the sponson, tore it up pretty good. And we got some orange smoke up already, but the X-Insurance boat is
done.
Yeah, is done for this race. Probably making decisions, but I expect they'll probably put that boat back together. It was an impressive boat that they brought over from Abu Dhabi, MTI, that won the World Championship in 2015. Randy Sism at the lead of that team with Johnny Tomlinson, Gary Ballou in the cockpit. All-American team, 2 All-American equipment with the team sponsor from Abu Dhabi. All right, we've got orange smoke. They're going to hold that boat in the center of the course. Coast Guard, thank you very much, is helping secure this course here on Veterans Day. It was an impressive flyover by the Sundowners from the United States Navy at Naval Air Station Boca Chica. Thank you very much, and we salute you all, the men and women of our services, and those that have served as well. Live coverage of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships is brought to you by Maximum Inflation here on the Race World Offshore live stream, as well by our presenting sponsor, Performance Boat Center. We'd also like to thank Rab Beats, our Race Village sponsor, Race World Offshore. Thanking you very much, Rab Beats, for making that really cool interactive zone down there. Monster Energy's down there as well. There's all kinds of great vendors, including Tuna Skin, our official apparel outlet for Race World Offshore. A lot of other cool t-shirt outfits and food and things to drink down in the pits while you walk around and see the boats in the Rab Beats Race Village. Factory 450R boats, got orange smoke. We still don't see them
right,
in
they're
a
not
counter.
Forming up yet.
They're not forming yet.
Where is the boat under tow? Is it
it's
big blue one?
It looks like the big catamaran.
It's on the screen now.
Are they offloading it?
Yeah.
It looks to me like they're pulling people off of it. So
they're gonna go ahead and bring it in. We're hearing from race control.
Okay.
So we're in another holding pattern. So they may have some issue that they've got to deal with.
Well, that's part of it. It's a boat.
So next is Super Cat. So we've had a shuffle of the cards. Factory 450R. All these classes are pretty much going to run by themselves until we get to the end. Class 1 had started Wednesday before the intermission, but because of the earlier problem, they had to go to the 12:30 start. Now Class 1 will race the last race of the day. They're down from 6 boats to 5. And the 3 VX V-bottom boats, V Extreme, will move back and race with Class 1, as well as the lone Extreme boat, the JBS team that is running unopposed. So you'll have 9 boats starting in that last race. So all of these major APBA national class groups will run all by themselves out there. It makes it a lot easier, Billy, when you're not running through traffic. And certainly for the fans, it's going to be super easy the next 3 races because it's all one class racing at one time.
Yeah, I think that was the best decision they could make, is get those big, fast 150-mile-an-hour boats away from the ones running the mid-90s today with those Mod Vs. And just let them have their own race, because the Mod Vs they're aggressive all over the place. And then, it's hard to adjust when the Mod V's running 90, mid-90s, whatever it is. And then you're coming at them at 150, not knowing where they're going to go. So I think that was a real good decision. The VX boats will be running the 120s today, so they're closer to their speed, and I think it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Plus the visibility, you can you're in a big boat, you can see another big boat easier, especially with spray and everything in a turn. Yeah, it would be real easy to miss a 30-footer, low profile.
We were put in that class with our fountains against the not against them, but with the Class 1 boats, and I'll tell you what, man, when they pass you, and we're running 95 or 100 and they blow by you, it's it'll raise a hair sometimes. But I think it was a real good decision. And I think the Mod V guys probably thought the same thing, as well as the Class 1 guys.
Well, it is the World Championship, and you want to give everyone the best opportunity they can have to fight it out fairly.
Yeah, 100%.
And not have strange elements come into play to disrupt a good competition.
Yeah, and this was good water for those Mod V guys. They love this stuff. When it gets bumpy like that, it's some stiff competition in that class with all those guys. No one in that class is a slacker. Everyone there runs hard every time, and so, good racing, good finish, and one stuff, I guess. And those guys are okay. I talked to Relentless, Team Latacrete there. Those are some of our guys. Team Woody, we sponsored them too, and so I went over and talked to them, and they said they're okay, the boat's okay, and we'll race another day.
Yeah, they just, you stand it up that high and come down, that the impact can do strange things to the carburetor, and they just couldn't get it to fire.
I'll tell you what, Rob Hartman and Chris Uzi, they were some maniacs in that thing, and so they were running it to the very edge, I'm sure, and that's why, you get in those situations. Those waves come out of nowhere sometimes. You're going out, and you think you can see everything, and then all of a sudden there's a hole in front of you that you don't expect, and then, you're upside down, or you're backwards, or sideways, or something.
Well, I asked Steve Kildall, and I said, so, you've been coming here for a while. Was this a situation where you're saying to Steven, okay, it's coming, and then he's been coming here a while now too, and they both set up for that first, oops, here it comes.
Yeah, we're waiting for it. I think today's the only time Chad and I have actually correctly pulled our tape, and it's because we couldn't wait for this race to finish. We didn't want to run an extra lap. We usually give extra laps, because we're just whatever, but I was like, no, that's 5. We're good. Let's get out of here,
But speaking of a legendary name that you just come across in the pits, I mean, I've seen Bobby Ciceni in the pits, but Steve Stepp, the original founder of Velocity Powerboats.
Is he here?
Is here with his wife.
Wow.
And he just told me his daughter bought the Velocity Big Red. And they're going to put fresh power in it. And so they're going to keep the original 100-mile-an-hour velocity in the family. Pretty cool.
That is cool.
The history from this group, you can't get away from it. You just want to keep, you stay involved somehow. I mean, I've been covering it since the early 90s. I still want to cover it. I've been doing this for gosh knows how long.
Down here doing this. It's fun, It's one of the boat racing, and then another point of view to talk about these other guys.
And then I ran into Rick Bolt fame yesterday. He used to be down here every year. And the great thing is they just want to talk racing and boats,
Right.
And you're seeing a lot more of the presence of the Florida Powerboat Club boats here from the Poker Run, the Miami Key West Poker Run. 200 boats. They had 3 starts, different start days this year.
Yeah, that is a lot of poker runs. If you look down on the harbor over here by the island, you can see a bunch of them sitting over here. Fleet. They got bumpy in that one. There's a whole lot of boats. Yeah.
Now this looks to me like pulling.
They might be putting them as this.
Or they almost now they're going.
I'll tell you what, those guys down there in that they're burning up. It was really
warm in condition.
It's ridiculous, and that canopy just hanging out.
Yeah, the is going to take that catamaran, the Sebago sail cover, and they're going to hold it in the middle of the course so we can get this race going.
My goodness! And while we have a moment while they're continuing to work on that boat, for the Samuels House here in Key West.
I heard from Matt Trulio this morning. They reached their goal. They $200,000, including the match donation from the J.R. Noble Foundation. So that is just a great job by Matt and Jason and everyone involved to really help that organization. I met a few of the women from the organization last night, and I think it's just great what they're doing.
Doing great work here in our community. What a wonderful event. And kudos to Yvonne Aleman and Greg Harris for helping to spearhead this with Matt Trulio and Jason Johnson. Have put so many hundreds of thousands of dollars back into our community, helping those in need through Samuel's House. We thank you from the bottom of our heart here from Key West. Awesome night last night. Green Street was closed out in front of the Pickles, and had a couple of big boats out there, including the Monster Energy 438 Skater. Super event, and what a great fundraiser it was.
And then just up the street was all the goings-on for the Florida Powerboat
That's
Club
right.
and their event. So this really does take over this little town for a few days.
Yeah, and then tomorrow night you have the street party where all of the boats are going to be lined up on Lower Duval. Green Street's going to be closed again, and you can walk up and down Lower Duval and then on down to the Florida Powerboat Club's Poker Run Village at the Concord Public Seafood Company and see all of the great equipment there. I can't even begin to imagine how many millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that are on display just in that event, but even beyond that, all that are here for the FPC Poker Run and the Key West World Championships. And then the X Insurance is back on Saturday with the Boots and Boats concert, another great concert at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Go to raceworldoffshore.com to secure tickets and for the full schedule of events for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. X Insurance, we certainly immensely are appreciative of their participation here. They have the Helicam that's flying around for our coverage of the event here on the live stream as well. They're the hospitality sponsor here. You can, those of you that have VIP tickets are heading into the X Insurance VIP zone for watching the race and having some cool libations and great food here on Friday and Sunday. We salute you, X Insurance. I mean,
we are still in a red flag. The pace boat is flying the red flag down in.
Yeah, the U.S. Coast Guard is still by that big catamaran, and we still don't see a mill yet. This is a delay that I'm sure organizers were hoping what wasn't going to happen. I mean, you're getting 4 races in this afternoon, and the sooner we get them underway, the better. Choppers up there burning fuel. You want them to go and then get back and start the Super Cats so that we can have a slight intermission. We'll do the award ceremony between the races for Factory 450R and Super Cat, and that'll be the Southernmost Continental Championship. We award a different championship each day. Wednesday, and we do it today, and we'll do it again on Sunday. But the podiums won't be out here on Sunday. They'll be up on the main stage at the major award ceremony at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. But we'll be back out with the Coconut Man and handing out trophies. And somebody might be opening one up and putting some El Bandito tequila in there, like Steve Miklos did. When you have a sponsor like that, I mean, yeah, it just goes well with coconut milk.
You're kind of obligated to do that, you know.
Do you think Papa's Pilar ever found its way in any of
I'm
that?
sure it did.
I got to find me one of those sponsors.
Yeah.
I got to hats off to these Poker Run guys and gals coming down here from Miami, or where they come out, and I'm not sure they expected this water this morning when they got around the corner either. And I went to the airport to pick Madison up last night about 4 o'clock, and there was some of them coming across there, and it was looked like a pretty good ride coming across the end of the island down there.
Yeah, I saw a few late yesterday, and it was already starting to change around, and yeah, there was some bounce. We've had certainly worse years weather-wise, but we're in about a 15-minute delay, which is holding up progress of getting these second set of races
Almost
underway.
makes me wonder if that big catamaran lost its anchor or something, because I'm sure it's got windlasses and you just hit a button to drop it.
And the Coast Guard
still on the
boat
opposite
is
side
still
of
on the
them.
opposite side and trying to get that situation
basically
controlled.
acting as a tug.
Hey, how about that flyover here on Veterans Day as we salute the United States Armed Forces and the veterans out there, the Sundowners from the United States Navy at Boca Chica. Excellent job of Larry Blisle of Race World Offshore to put that together with that flyover. Is pretty cool.
That was very cool, and it was interesting when they were talking during the break, and Larry was talking about the podiums and how you can actually see who the people are. You know, it reminds me of the Formula One races where the top 3 guys, as soon as the race is over, they're out of their car and they're over at a microphone talking to the crowd. So I think anytime you can take off the helmet and see and learn more about who's running the boats, it just gives it that much more of a personal feel, which is nice. You kind of see what's driving these people. Everyone kind of has a different reason why they're out here.
I still haven't figured that out yet, what's driving me to do this, but sure is fun. That's all I know.
I do believe that Todd, after this week's going to have a new favorite superhero, and that will be the Coconut Man.
You notice how I stand on the other side of the stage.
Maybe he's a super villain for Todd, actually,
Yeah,
his arch nemesis.
He was getting thirsty out there and did offer up a freshly cut coconut for himself with the El Bandito tequila. Steve Miklos was pouring. Of course, that's his boat sponsor. But, no, it's a fun thing. Everybody loves it. And great that we could bring it to you here on the broadcast and on the live stream. Again, we're in about a 15-minute delay right now as U.S. Coast Guard is undetermined exactly what's going on with the vessel that one right there that they're having trouble with, and they pulled it to the center of the course. And the factory 450R guys are just all sitting out there waiting for the mill. You're listening to the live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Over 30 years of pioneering advancement in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. Porte Performance. We build performance into everything. The live stream brought to you by Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges. Gas for everything.
Looks like
inflatable.
They threw an anchor over the starboard side there.
Yes.
Yeah, they're waiting for the anchor to set. You can see it. Instead of going out the front, the bow, it's on the starboard side there. If you look closely.
Yeah, I see it now.
So that's what they threw out there initially when they first set. They saw them.
It's right in front of the A and Terralini.
Absolutely, that's where it is, and that's what happens. Just waiting for that anchor to get set, and then we'll get going.
I'll tell you right now, this is a hard place to anchor up.
Coral.
It's hard bottom. There's also a lot of soot. And you look across at the spectator fleet, they're all laying to the south pretty well, but occasionally you'll see a boat just out of nowhere and it'll catch a current and it'll start swinging towards the course. And U.S. Coast Guard has their hands full managing that. It is, for those that know, coming to the harbor and do tarpon fishing, which is world class here in Key West, it can be a very difficult place to throw an anchor, but that's obviously a whole different deal with a big vessel like that.
We are back to a yellow on the pace boat by the looks of it. You can see it in the lower left-hand part of the screen there, right off of TS Motorsports bow. So it looks like I'm not seeing any flag.
Race World Offshore would also like to thank the Tourist Development Council. They are invaluable in their support of Race World Offshore's championship. And their dedication to the community helps bring this thrilling spectacle, but also a celebration of the Florida Keys, its oldest event dating back to 1964. Also, Sunoco, our significant sponsor for fuel sponsorship in the Race World Offshore World Championship, providing high-quality fuel services to participants and attendees, is very noteworthy, and we value their partnership and support. Also like to thank Hyatt Centric, Marriott Beachside Resort, Margaritaville Resort, Doubletree, Opal Key Resort and Marina, Sunbelt, Waste Management, Maximum Inflation, Tukong Sports Fishing, Airport Authority, Signs Unlimited, Tetsu Republic, and 4-Star Rentals.
And they are forming up. They're lining them up. So
102nd start for the Cigarette Hawk there. 102nd in its history right there on this start right here.
I thought they busted 100 recently. And look at that. They're lining them up. Here we go. We're ready to go racing one more time. It's the Key West World Championships, the 42nd annual, presented by Performance Boat Center. Factory 450R ready to run. 7 laps here today, just over 33 laps, 33 miles. As we look at the TS Motorsports team, they're on the outside. Here comes the green flag. The race is on. Allez vite. Let's go fast, ladies and gentlemen.
And look at GC go again.
So GC Racing off to the early lead. They won on Wednesday. Tank Saloon on the inside line as they head out to the more turbulent waters out at turn number 1. 3-pin turn at turn number 1. Then they'll head eastbound towards turn 2, a 2-pin turn, just off Fort Zachary Taylor from the X Insurance Helicam.
They're going to come into the bump about right now, too.
Yep, that's where we saw in the last race for sure. It really started to get better. Now, the tide should have slacked off a little bit and finished its run out. So that's
like you would think. You'd think Lee Murray would know.
And he does. Guaranteed. If you got to have somebody in the boat, it's a local Key Wester in Lee Murray.
But GC is right back out front with Torrente and Cabeza. They're in the turn, and no one really took a flyer there, but
they're about to.
Yeah, yeah. Every time you get past that big expedition-looking yacht is usually where it starts to.
There we go. They're slowed down too quite a bit. They're trying to ride that boat over them just right, so it doesn't get up in the air.
Being very careful with it, trying to fly it as flat as possible, and they seem to be bridging the waves pretty well here.
Well, they are 39 feet, so these are the biggest boats we've seen in this yet, except for Batman and Predator, but that was calmer this morning.
They are a little high on the left side there. They're the widest tunnel of the APBA national classes, 72 inches, even wider than the Super Cats.
Now the wave angle is going to change here on them coming back down into the harbor.
Yep.
See how wide he went out there, trying to get over closer to the beach to some calmer water. What is that?
Let's see.
That Hanks?
That's Hanks on the inside, but I wonder if that was that's a Doug Wright.
It looks like GC.
I wonder if it's Doug. It's 96.
They're pretty reasonably keeping the boats glued to the water, considering. And it appears it could be 96.
It could be Gladiator
there, or it could be Gladiator. It is Gladiator Canados. GC Racing has the early lead coming into the Monster Energy Drink fan zone here off the Truman Annex Outer Mole. GC with the early lead.
Gladiator Canados.
Michel Carcente from France, and then
third.
Marine Technology TS Motorsports is in third.
And Hanks is in fourth.
Yep. And 151 is running in fourth.
And here's Doug Wright in sixth.
And now that lap will set the pace. Now they know what to expect out there. So that first time you're always nervous. They'll probably speed up now. Now they know what to expect.
Because Gladiator the other day, who's on our camera now, was out charging toward the front, and they took a huge flyer. There's pictures all over social media.
And there's your leader in Factory 450R. That's Willie Cabeza and Sean Torrente, your winner from Wednesday in GC Racing. That's a 39 MTI with the twin 450R Mercury Racing engines built on the same block as the 300R, but it's supercharged. All that extra torque and horsepower, 150 plus. Great shot from the X Insurance Helicam over the top of GC Racing. What a beautiful livery on that boat.
And here's the Gladiator Canados. Is it Canados?
Canados.
And we learned the other day that Michel Carcente actually owns that boat company over in France. And Scott Conrad, a very well-known name in high-performance boating, is a dealer down here for him.
And looking at your leader heading out now to turn number 1, it seemed as if that water didn't have the edge that it had a little over an hour ago. And I know these are catamarans and longer, but generally, boy, if it's rough there at the mouth of the harbor, you can see the boats getting air.
Drag race right there between Hanks and 151 Express. They went all the way out of the harbor, side by side, into that turn.
Okay, so 151 could have just made up a spot.
Around them,
yeah, they could.
They had a very good run on Wednesday.
They were side by side, those guys, all the way back out until they got to that point right there when the water stepped up.
Yep, they definitely looked like they moved forward
on
the grid.
Your setup in this water has got to be 2 or 3 different things here. You know, you can be super quick coming out of here and then not fast out there, or you can be slow coming out of the harbor where it's smooth and then fast on the deep water. So it's a challenge to figure out what you want to do with the boat, you know, because the water's not very big here, but then out there it is.
Yep. And now
you're kind of picking and choosing your poison in a way.
It's the lesser of two evils on what you want to do.
Looking overhead at your top 2 boats on the outside there, that's GC Racing, the MTI on the inside. It's the 38 Doug Wright.
Whoa.
And now he's coming out because he has the line
He took
to turn number 2. there at Fort Zachary Taylor on the inside now. That's GC Racing, and Canados goes to the outside, closest to the shore.
And that's the one thing that Willie did tell me the other day is that Sean is so dialed into all the the technical inside the boat, but also Sean has a driving school, so he can communicate very well with his driver on where to put the boat to be its most efficient, and they just defended that line
and
right
that's
there.
a legal move right there.
Yeah.
That's their
That was a
turn.
great
They
move.
were the front boat. As far as they know, they can't see anything other than what their camera has. And so if you're side by side, you can't see those guys. So,
So
that was 100% legal turn.
GC still in the lead.
Into
Gladiator.
Yep, in second. Into the
Here's
Monster.
TS in third again.
So GC Racing continuing to lead. Gladiator Canados second.
Fourth
TS
now.
Motorsports.
151 moved up to fourth. Doug Wright fifth. So
Hanks is definitely off the speed.
And Hanks is in sixth. So
That's Edwin Shear of Miami, a longtime powerboat racer, along with Key Wester Lee Murray in that 38 Doug Wright. All 6 boats running out on the first lap.
and here's the TS Motorsports with John Tomlinson and Taylor Sissom coming out. Is that coming out of Key West?
Yep, that's on the Key West Harbor
Yeah.
turn. There they are right there.
That's a real slippery turn down there. It's super smooth. The turn out in 1 and 2 is gigantic water. The turn in the harbor is nothing. It's completely flat down there.
Yeah, GC Racing running beautifully for the second straight race. It was the first podium for Willie Cabeza, and it was the first place finish for him. I mean, boy, he was sky high the other day. Putting Sean Torrente in the boat. I'm told that Sean Torrente will be back racing next year with Meade Family Racing.
Okay, so that'll leave a seat open.
Yep, for Willie. There they go, heading back out to turn number 1. Seems like these boats are negotiating this water pretty well.
It's just a matter of can someone reel in somebody else, and it looks like they're holding station right about now as far as the gaps in between.
Back in third, that's TS Motorsports, Marine Technologies 39, your reigning world champ in Factory 450R, the leader of this sport. Helped put it together Taylor Sissom of MTI, along with Johnny Tomlinson, the great throttle-man veteran, world champion of over 24 worlds in his career in various classes. We look again at your overall leader now, the Carcente boat from France. Michel got a little air there as they got out of the water, props out of the water. Of course, you want to keep the props in the water.
Yep.
And keep that boat moving forward as Torrente settles it down. And Cabeza on the wheel will now bring it up to the pin and turn it into the harbor. It's a 2-pin turn at number 2, coming in on lap number 3 of 7. GC Racing appears to have extended their lead very slightly over Gladiator Canados.
And that's just that forward progress.
Canados was on him last time around turn 2. This time, like you said, it's
right.
a much bigger gap there coming through.
He's going inside the course now, too.
Gladiator was able to take that inside lane that he wanted last time. He got pushed out last time,
That's
so
right.
I wonder if that's where the pace got lost and, GC had that open water, that clean water to run in.
Yeah, back into the Monster Energy fan zone. Your leaders in front of the crowds here in Key West Harbor. GC Racing continuing to lead after lap number 3 of 7 in Factory 450R.
He closed up on him, too, in that turn.
Yep, he sure did.
Don't count him out,
And they have people on land telling them, too, and
they're spotting
communications. So
GC Racing turned that lap at 85 miles an hour. Here comes Gladiator.
That's not a bad average speed for this water.
Here comes Marine Technologies in third.
Don't look now, the Express is coming up, taking a lot of space up.
Yeah, they're making the biggest move so far.
And here comes Doug Wright Powerboats. And Hank Saloon right behind them, 5 and 6 on the grid.
It's a hard day for gear cases out there today.
Hey, you remember that 96 boat, the red Doug Wright boat? My goodness, it was upside down in Clearwater. What a ton of work that Manatee Marine and Ricky Maldonado had to do to put that boat back together, and you can't imagine that it's running exactly as they had hoped. The boat set upside down for quite a while. GC Racing, your leader in Factory 450R. These big 450 engines, very impressive. Again, on the same block as the 300R, but the supercharger gives them all that extra horsepower, and it's the torque. Man.
And if we can look back a little bit to TS, all of a sudden Johnny's
and Express is
Yeah.
and then Express is pulling right along with them.
Yeah, battle for second and third right now.
Don't look at fourth. Watch fourth here. Watch that fourth place boat.
It's true.
Well, TS finished third on Wednesday, so if they could get up one spot.
They got him here. They got him going out there. Gladiator's definitely not as fast.
They just passed him on the screen.
Yep.
Remember how far back the Marine Technologies was on Wednesday. They had a bad start and they had to move all the way. They moved all the way from the very back up to third to finish on the podium.
So they made their move earlier today, also starting from the same lane. So they must have taken a more aggressive approach on either one or two to get them all ready.
I almost feel like Gladiator's giving the pin to Express
It
there
looks
as well.
like he is, yeah. It looks like he's moved outside. I think he's got some problems going on in there.
A little bit of a hard launch into a wave by GC Racing. The rest of the boats
third.
The boats are passing Malia there. That's at turn 1, 3-pin turn. Now heading eastbound towards turn number 2, just off Fort Zachary Taylor.
But it sure looks like 151 is trying to.
They're on the outside of them.
Go on the outside. Oh, they just got a little light there. And this is Gladiator Canados from the X-Insurance helicopter. And we're grateful for this because we did not have this Wednesday.
Yeah, that's 2 and 3 right there.
Yep.
There's a special thanks to all of our team for working together to put together some of the snafus we had. Great work from Extreme Angles and the camera crew here. Had a nice shot of all of the racing here today. And here comes your overall leader. This is GC Racing. Willie Cabeza, Sean Torrente, and the 39 MTI into the Monster Energy fan zone. And in through lap number 4 of 7 in factory 450R. Holding 85 miles an hour again. Got that boat set in. And now
TS is up to 2.
Yeah, now in second, TS Motorsports.
Here comes Express trying to find his way.
Just in front, Gladiator Canados from France, Michel Carcente with Irvin Grant. And in third,
catch these two in that turn on that camera. This would be a good turn right here. They just came inside of them.
Yep.
So Gladiator's
now
on the
TS
outside.
is inside of Gladiator.
Gladiator in 151 in fourth, 96 Doug Wright Powerboats holding fifth. And here comes our 6th boat. All 6 boats continuing to run.
Get in the turn.
Just over the halfway point here in this race.
Yep.
Express comes out of that turn in the lead.
There it is.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yep. That's our shot right there. Yep. I don't know. Gladiator's pouring it on the inside, too. It's a fight right there.
This is a dogfight right here if we can stay with this.
Yep, Gladiator's going to pull on him, and then 151 will probably pull right back. That's the prop selection right there. That's your difference in setup right there.
Yep.
One setup for big water, one setup for the smooth water in the harbor, and this is a prime example of what that looks like right here. You know, Gladiator's going to be super fast coming out, and then watch this 151 Express right here. Just walk around him because he's got a better setup for this water.
Well, and you know what? This is also, even though they're young.
That's a great shot from the camera guys right there, too.
Nick and Ian have been boating together for years out on Long Island, so it's knowing each other.
Yep.
You know, Michelle and Irvin haven't been together in a boat as long as those two have. I can almost guarantee that.
No, they're doing a great job in that Gladiator.
But I will say this, Michel Carcente has been racing for well over 20 years, very seasoned veteran. He's raced X-Cat, and he's raced here across the United States. And boy, the young guns, 151 Express, Nick Impression and Ian Morgan, they've got the right setup, and they're falling into it here as they head out to turn number 1. They've taken 3rd place from the X-Insurance Helicam, 151 Express, a podium finisher from Wednesday. So your overall leader, GC Racing.
Yep.
They're just running their own race out there. Nobody to bother them out in the front. Trying to stay in the front, you know, like you asked the other day, what do you do in this situation? They're just not letting anybody pass is their main goal right now. Just stay in the front, run your race, nice and safe, keep it in the water, and don't make any sudden movements.
And don't let your brain run away with all those little things you're hearing.
Yeah, this is a nasty turn right here.
What was that? What was that? But Sean's flying it nice and level.
Yeah.
You know, the boat has looked.
TS is close in that turn.
It's looked clean all day.
The wind has dropped down from 13 to 10, and the tide did go slack, so it was just going low at 12:30. So now we're kind of in a slack tide. I think that's showing that why the water is laying down a little bit more right now. Keep an eye on the wind conditions later on this day.
Yeah, so here comes GC. Let's see where TS is going to be.
Yeah, they're probably picking up speed, it looks like to me.
You start to hear that Johnny Tomlinson's behind you, you're going to start to probably pick it up a little bit.
Yeah. He's coming in hot, too.
Yeah, he is.
There they are, Marine Technologies in second. Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson. Now in third, 151 Express.
Yep. And look at the Doug Wright even trying to make up on the Gladiator.
Yeah, Gladiator. They're still in there, and here comes 96, Doug Wright.
Yep.
Ricky's not slacking on those throttles in there either. He's pushing Aiden all the way to the limit with that thing.
Now running third and fourth.
And Aiden Logan, I did notice today, had a wrap on his hand.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that.
He had gauze and a wrap on his hand, so he did something in Wednesday's race that.
Hanks is having trouble today.
Yep.
They're gonna make their laps. Looks like there's maybe one motor up there. No, they got both of them on. I can see two rooster tails coming out of the turn.
Yeah, this is off camera, but GC Racing is not messing around because he just opened that up.
He sure did. Well, I think he really has it dialed in for that front straightaway. That's where he took off initially, and that's where he's really getting a lot of it coming back through the harbor. I think he's taking it a little bit easy and
holding
making sure.
Yep.
151 looks like they're trying to run down TS Motorsports out there.
But Wednesday was all MTI on the podiums, right?
That's correct.
So it looks like
that's where we're at right now.
I'm not saying it yet.
But
we got 2 laps left?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 MTIs up front at this moment. GC Racing heading out to turn number 1.
You never want to
heading southbound into the very the long edge of this course. It's the widest to turn 1 to 2. And overhead with the X Insurance Helicam, over top Michelle Carcente and Irving Grant, and that the beautifully prepared 38-foot Doug Wright, Gladiator Canados.
And that name on the side there where it says Opak Mare, that's a European builder of the gangways and the, because overseas you get on and off a boat with a gangway or what they call a passerelle. So Michelle's brought some international sponsorship with him as well. And here we see the Doug Wright boat, and those guys have a slot reserved for Class 1 for next year, and I think they may even do double duty with a brand new Doug Wright 450 boat as well.
Yeah, I heard that they had a completely brand new one that'll come out next year. What a beautifully colored boat. What a great sight it is to see running on the water. Lower profile than the MTIs, Eric. Well, they both run so well, and they each have their own characteristics.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, when Randy Sism was with the Victory team,
look at that.
Speaking of
Marine Technologies, Torrente just saw him in the rearview mirror.
Right?
Yeah, he put a little bit of gas on there because Marine Technologies was on the catch-up there.
Yeah, they're right
catching them coming into the Monster Energy fan zone. Well, we have a duel now for first to second. That's on the outside. GC Racing on the inside, defending world champion Marine Technologies.
Here comes GC. Oh, wow. Yeah,
they've
made up a lot of time.
About 4 boats back.
Yeah, GC was down to 82 miles an hour on that lap and now just trailed by seconds by TS Motorsports Marine Technologies Incorporated.
This will be decided by the turn here, who comes in and out of this turn the fastest.
Last lap on it, too.
Yep.
Now's the time to make the move.
Into the last lap, and I tell you, 151 Express gets stronger as the day goes on as well.
There we go, helicopter shot, turn
third
1,
place goes to 151 Express. Gladiator Canados is in 4th place.
They give him any room down there?
But, you know,
can we get in the harbor on that camera?
Yeah, the
GC came out on front.
Yeah, but we're looking still at Gladiator Canados right here, I believe. But you know, or is this Doug Wright?
That's Doug Wright coming in.
Doug Wright coming in, in 5th. See if we can catch the lead boats as they head back out to Key West Harbor. So GC Racing looks like they had a better turn, pulled away just a second or so.
That front straightaway has been his all day. That's where he's been dominating.
But Marine Technologies was making it up on the outside of this course, where they're heading right now.
And that's the one thing you know. Yes, we all agree Johnny Tomlinson is the best or one of the best. But think about the abilities that Taylor has built in the last 3 years at the wheel of that boat.
She's doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely, yeah, no doubt. There's no denying that.
from
And again, it's just the thought of Johnny Tomlinson. It's like, Jordan's coming up behind you. Come on now,
Yeah. But even if you look at the deck of that MTI, that's all aerodynamically designed. When he was at the Victory team, I think Randy actually worked a little bit with Boeing engineers designing the decks of those Class 1 boats just to get maximum aerodynamic efficiency out of them. So nice when you have those resources.
Absolutely.
All right, so GC Racing continues to lead. This is the final stretch, final time around the wall and heading towards turn number 2.
Can they close it?
This is where we made up the room last time, 1 and 2.
Cabeza and Torrente.
They're probably bending the throttles coming down this straightaway right here.
Here they come, making their approach.
They sure look like
they're going to catch them.
Yeah, it's going to be
close. Turn that. There you go, right here. Here they go. They're going to get them.
He's on the inside.
Oh, they got him. They're going to get the turn.
He sure is.
Marine Technologies looks like they have edged in. They're on the inside line. Who's going to get there first? It appears that Marine Technologies may have gained an advantage.
Did she
now she's got to hold it.
Oh, he's right there.
Pushing to the outside.
Boy.
No?
Here we come.
It looks like Marine Technologies may have gotten around.
They're
got
on the
to
inside.
the inside.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
they
inside,
did.
yeah.
They did. They got around them and pushed CG Racing to the outside.
Oh, boy,
the
what a
crafty KG veteran John Tomlinson on the throttles
has
has
not
come
let up.
around on the last lap as they come into the Monster Energy fan zone. This is your finish for Factory 450R, and your winner today come from behind win for Marine Technologies Incorporated. Taylor Sism, John Tomlinson, your winners here today.
What a race, man. What a race.
Talk about a showdown for Sunday.
GC Racing led all the way, falls back to second. Willie Cabeza on the podium again with Sean Torrente. Big win for Taylor Sism and John Tomlinson, your reigning world champions in the Factory 450R class.
They caught up every inch of that race in that rough water.
That's absolutely huge for the
Between
point
one and
standings.
Yeah, but look at this. One of the Doug Wrights is around. No, yeah.
Oh, Gladiator got around Express.
Yes. Oh, he did.
Granados got third.
Boy, the savvy veteran from France, Michel Carcente, gets around the young guns of 151 Express, and Gladiator Granados is now in third to finish the day on podium.
Michel Carcente just fed me my words for lunch.
It happens.
Yeah.
Hope he put a nice sauce on it for you.
Wow, that makes the standings 10-point
French,
difference
it would
there
be
for
truffle,
ATS
right?
Motorsports.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
Taylor and Johnny went from 6th place starting to fought their way to first place win.
And the
Good job.
96 Doug Wright with Logan Adon and Ricky Maldonado finishes up in 5th. And finishing up in 6th, we just saw Hank Saloon coming. All 6 boats coming through for the win today. The final overall average speed, the entire course, was 89 miles an hour today in Factory 450R. And your winner today is Marine Technologies, the TS Motorsport. Taylor Sism with John Tomlinson. Here's Hank Saloon. That's Lee Murray and Edwin Shear. They take 6th here today, all 6 boats.
Well, they were running hard, too. Wonder what happened there.
And Willie Cabeza is going to be seeing John Tomlinson in his nightmares for the next 2 nights.
Yeah, well, he won't be the first one.
I don't think Sean will, because Sean, say what you will, the boy does not lack confidence.
He does not. He does not.
That really opens the door. If whoever wins between those two is pretty much your world champion. It's a 10-point difference going into the next race on Sunday, so it really doesn't matter. They might as well be tied right now where they're at.
That's the way it should be. You know, just right down to the, just battle it out.
Yep. Well, the Express holds an outside shot there to really upset some things and could come in with a win on. They could be. They need win and help for the Express, but otherwise it's a 2-boat race between TS Motorsports and that GC Racing after that today.
Yeah, exciting racing there. TS Motorsports coming back from back at 3rd. And, remember, they have the outside position on the start. So they fight their way up, and by lap number 4, they're up to 2. And then on the very last lap, they pull around GC Racing that had the lead all day long. Also, kudos to Michel Carcente, Gladiator Granados, as they they gave up 2nd and then fell back to 4th. And then, 151 Express had been running well the last 3 laps of the race, and they got around them to finish ahead of them and finish on the podium.
Gladiator was right there in that one turn, that one time on turn 2, almost had the lead there on GC. Another 100 yards, they might have actually been able to take him over because you see that GC just had trouble between 1 and 2. They had the front straightaway, they were the dominant boat, but in the back straightaway, the backside there between 1 and 2, They struggled. That's where TS really had it zoned in. And the Gladiator said they were right there, so great run for them as well.
Yeah, that could be a multitude of things: prop selection, weight selection, where they have it distributed in the boat, how they're set up. And there's lots of things out there. But again, this is like a 3-race course out here, you know.
And you had to take your guesses where you take them.
That's
you
right.
know?
Yeah, we look at your winner here today. That's the Marine Technologies TS Motorsports.
The look
Taylor
on,
Sissom
yeah,
and
the look
Johnny
on
Tomlinson.
The look on Taylor's face this morning when she drew lane 6 again.
Yeah, it was like,
she just was like, "Oh, you're kidding."
You know, sometimes lane 6 isn't that bad. You know, they ask us all the time, "Do you want the pole? Do you want outside?" And I really, honestly, don't ever want the pole position. You know, you get to that turn and you're squeezed in, you have to slow down so much, and then all of a sudden you're in last place. So sometimes I like being in the middle on the outside.
Yeah,
you know,
get that cleaner water is sometimes better.
Yeah, absolutely, that's right.
One thing for sure is teams might be kind of going back and looking now from what they saw earlier when Mod V was running, when the bracketed boats were running. Now you see the wind's down a little bit, although I mean it's expected to to be kind of in this range, maybe gusting up a little bit more. It's about 3 miles an hour slower, but the big difference is the tide was running out this morning when you guys were running right into that. Now it's starting to turn back and come back into the harbor. And these boats, they handled it, although there was some bounce, they handled it very well.
They did a great job in that water, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, even with Supercat, I'm looking at it, and if you're lane 2 or 3 in a way, you might be better off because lane 1 is so tight in.
That's right.
But then you kind of set what lane 2 and 3 are.
Yeah, it just depends. Depends on who's pushing who in that game, you know. I mean,
and Liquor Split is lane 2, but Graydell is lane 3.
This is going to be some Graydell water today.
Yeah, they finished second on Wednesday.
They did, yes, sir.
So
and it's anybody's game with these Supercats, man. These guys, they went into that first turn. They were pretty lined up, all of them together yesterday. And so, you know, again, it's going to come down to their selection of wheels and what they want to do because, you know, it's a fast and it's a slow course here. So what's going to happen?
But look at 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
MCon is lane 9. WHM all the way from the outside.
And they moved all the way to 3 because you had CR Racing took a penalty lap, missing a buoy on the race the other day on Wednesday.
Right, but they did a lane draw this morning.
I'm just saying, but WHM was all of a sudden sitting in 3rd place.
Oh, yeah.
Despite the race they had the other day, they were sitting 6th, 5th, and they just kind of did their thing. Billy and Jay slowly just played the game they know how to play, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden they were on the podium by the end of the day when everything was pushed out. So WHM and MCon from that outside is going to be definitely very interesting to see how they run it because those are 2 of the favorites.
And I like it that they're drawing lanes every race because at flipping races, whoever's in first is in first. You know, I think that this drawing lanes, it's random.
Right.
Yeah. You know, and I think that I prefer that. I don't know what these guys think. You know, sometimes it's like, yeah, we want to get the last position we had in the last race, but that just means because you're automatically in first. No one else cares except for first and second.
All right. Well, you want me to run down the lanes?
Let's take a quick break here. Billy, we appreciate you stopping by, buddy, and great job as usual. Look forward to catching up with you again on Sunday. You guys look good out there in the Team Woody Class 400 boat. And we got one more day to finish this thing up, buddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having me, and I do enjoy doing this, and I'll be back on Sunday.
Yes, sir.
You guys have a good rest
Billy
of your day.
Shipley, and we'll be back with more here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and the Race World Offshore Facebook page.
Keys family. Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun with its 6-person capacity. This center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their 2nd annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food and drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Yeah, from the Maximum Inflation live stream as well. Hey, listen, it's time to get right to it. Supercats are getting ready to mill and
they're
get
lining
back
them up
out there. Let's get our lineup. Eric Colby joins us from Speed on the Water. We're going to also talk with Steve Miklos of the Sun Print El Bandito Tequila team, and Joey Cook still joining us from the Key West Citizen. We've got racing getting ready to go. If you can quickly give us a lineup, at least the inside line.
I'm just going to give the name of the boats. Roland Transport, Lane 1. Liquor Split, Lane 2. Grey Dell, 3. Dirty Money, 4. Wicked, 5. Valder Yacht, 6. CRX Insurance, 7. Hancock Claims, 8th. MCon, 9th. And WHM Motorsports is in Lane 10.
Now we're waiting for the boats to line up. The Cigarette Hawk Pace boat gets them set. We're waiting for the green flag to come up. And we're going Super Cat Racing.
The green flag's up and Liquor Split is way back. That's off camera, but let's see if Valder Yachts is out for a little payback after having to call it a day early on Wednesday.
All right, so SV Offshore has the inside line you see there.
Scorpion Engines taking SV Offshore out front.
Vinny Diorio and Matt Jaminski in the only outer limits racing in Super Cat. Predominantly 388 skaters. Wayne Valder's boat is an MTI.
Yeah, let's just let it shake out. It's lots of white water, lots of spray.
There are 10 boats out racing today. We have one scratch, HP Mafia. They're racing 10 laps, 45 miles.
Kudos to HP Mafia for a good run when they were out there on Wednesday.
Yeah,
the boat looked good.
Pop and Son, Anthony and Anthony Smith. I'd like to see you guys out run that boat. Sweet the way those HP Mafia engines ran early. Like to see out on the season. Boy, it looks like SV Offshore is having a nice run there.
Yep.
Oh, they go up. Got to get it back down.
Yep.
And there now all of a sudden some bump there. A lot more bump than we saw from the
Well, look
the
at that
factory
boat they just
450R.
passed. It looked like a big cruiser was throwing a wake as well. And that's the thing. You know, these are not closed courses.
Well, your leader's having trouble keeping that boat flying true.
Yep.
And somebody is moving up on the outside.
And there's an air scoop on top. Could that be WHM or Grey Dell?
It could be either.
It's the two. Those are the two boats with the.
It looks like the Grey Dell,
which would not surprise anyone, because
So-
Grey Dell was in they were in lane 3.
or no, it could be. It could be either. I still can't get a color on that boat. But
Well,
if SV
yep.
Offshore on the inside, that's the outer limits, and the 388 skater, it appears to be Grey Dell.
Yeah, let's.
And right now, SV Offshore has the
Nice
early
little
lead.
drag race here.
It is
No,
coming in
it's-
for lap number 1.
I think this is going to be. This is half of a lap almost, and this is a nice race.
It's Grey Dell, and
Grey
they're
Dell.
able to edge by SV Offshore. MCon in 3rd. Hancock in 4th. X Insurance.
Balder was in there too.
We'll have to sort them out after they come out of the turn. Liquor Split coming up from behind. It was SV Offshore across the line by nose, but Grey Dell passing them heading into the harbor turn. If we could follow them around, it appears MCon may have had a nice run going into the turn. But it's Grey Dell in the lead.
Chris Grant is another one of those guys who has really come on as a driver. We talk a lot about Billy Moore, but Chris is becoming a heck of a wheelman.
So Grey Dell, that's Billy Moore and C.J. Grant, a Canadian-based team, 388 skater, former Incon boat with HRE engines.
Look at Dirty Money.
Flores is sitting on the outside and in 3rd.
Dirty Money's out there.
Yep. So Valder Yachts had been in 3rd.
MCon's making
now
the move past
MCon's
them.
coming past them.
Pulling that
and Dirty
that
Money.
speed. Yeah, Dirty Money with them, isn't it?
Dirty Money right in there, and WHM now coming around Hancock Claims into 6th.
Yeah, and you know what? Billy and Jay are probably like, let them settle themselves out. We're going to stay.
CR Racing, X Insurance in there as well.
Well, I think because of what happened with that shakeup the other day, it was actually CR Racing, as I saw at the start, was the farthest one out.
Steve,
because they got dropped back.
Your early leader is Gray Dell. They're negotiating these waters pretty well. The factory 450Rs were staying in the water a lot less trouble than you guys had in your V-bottom boats when the tide was going out.
Yeah, it was really big from 1 to 2. Actually, within about 600 feet of turn 1, it became quite very much earned the name the wall.
It did. Now they're flying that boat nice to get up a bit but keep the props in the water. Billy Moore, son of the legendary Bobby Moore, throttle man, leading, and now a real race going on for second between MCON, I believe, and the Outer Limits SV Offshore Rolling Transport. There's a third boat. Yeah, there's a third boat in the mix there as well. And it's either it was either Valder Yachts or Dirty Money.
Yeah, we're going to have to just let it shake out when
here
they
it
come
comes
by. Yep.
into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of the start-finish line here at the Outer Mole at the Truman Annex, Key West, Florida. There's your leader getting a little hops to him. Coming in is Great Dell Racing in first place.
HRE engines sound good. That action.
Averaging 95 miles an hour.
Here.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
Monster on the outside, Rolling Transport on the inside.
I don't like how close they are.
No room for error there.
Dirty Money and Valder Yachts running in third and fourth.
WHM, I think, is up to 7th now.
Let's see how things go down in the harbor turn. If we can get a camera on the boats as they come around the turn. These are the lead boats, are the ones we're going to want to be following here on the live stream. The fans here in Key West Harbor. There's that battle for second place with MCON and SV Offshore Rolling Transport. Outer Limits on the inside, 388 Skater on the outside. That's Scorpion Power and Rolling Transport, Sterling Power and the Supercat MCON to the X Insurance Helicam.
And Myrick Coyle, the driver of the MCON boat, took Vinny Diorio for a ride in his Outer Limits out of Lake of the Ozarks to help him learn how to run that boat. I wonder if he's regretting it.
Well, MCON's made the move to second now.
Yep,
They came out of that turn. They're all the way into there now.
MCON, your reigning world champion. They won the first of 3 days of racing on Wednesday, leading start to finish. But now they got to chase because Gray Dell, Chris Grant, and Billy Moore are in the lead, and the other 388 Skater in the top of the pack.
Now, Steve, how much does those two fighting that hard for second and third help Gray Dell to stretch things out?
Quite a bit. If they start trying to break each other's momentum or anything like that, or even the fact that they can't run that close together, or you'll see what we saw in the harbor. So it slows them down. Gradell is, looking out the front window, and things are getting better.
Yeah, he has his water. He has his line.
Absolutely.
Both negotiate turn one, the 3-pen turn by the turnboat Malia that's been here for decades in Key West. We're on lap number 3 of 10. Your overall leader is CJ Grant Racing, Gray Dell. We're following second place very closely and now watching Gray Dell come in around the pen, now head northbound into Key West Harbor.
That was a nice turn.
It was a sweet turn.
Is that the WHM down on this far side, though? I think, or is that Liquor Splits? One of the boats is pulled out up in the middle.
Yeah,
of
we'll keep an eye on that. We'll stay on the action as their lead boats come into the Monster Energy Drink fan zone. Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of the APBA Offshore Series and the Race World Offshore World Championships. Aboard the X Insurance Helicam, looking down on your leader, that's Team Gray Dell.
Yeah, that's Liquor Split that's down, off camera.
MCON in second now. SV Offshore Rolling Transport in third.
Balder's up to fourth.
Balder in fourth, 30 Money in fifth.
WHM sixth.
CR Racing came through.
CR, yep, 7. Oh, wow. Hancock Claims up to 8. So New Jersey, Anthony Smith keeping that boat rolling nice. They're going to get faster.
Following our
MCon
top 3 boats on the grid, there's MCon second overall. Beautiful shot. There is Liquor Split. As we cut away, they're down on the course.
Oh, wait a minute. Where's Graydell?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Guys, we didn't see Graydell come out of the turn.
I believe MCon's your leader now.
I do too.
Oh, that is just horrid news for CJ Grant Racing. Yeah, that's MCon now leading. We have lost CJ Grant Racing Graydell.
I'd be very surprised if
they weren't that far ahead.
No, and that boat's going to blend in against that background down there. So,
all right,
Joey, if you see anything, please let us know.
Yeah, we're focusing in on
MCon in the lead.
MCon the lead now.
Tyler Miller.
Now, Rolling Transport moves in the second place, and that puts Valder Yachts into third. Live coverage of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Race World Offshore, and there they are. They're under power.
Oh, yeah, there's Graydell.
But they are down.
Yeah, they're headed to the pits by the looks of it.
And a tough break for Chris Grant and Billy Moore. I talked to Chris Grant before the race, and they were riding sky high. Super optimistic after finishing second on Wednesday. Back to your leader. Turning at turn number 2. That's MCon Racing back on top after moving from third to second, now taking the overall lead. That's Myrick Coyle on the wheel. Tyler Miller, the owner, throttle man of this team. He's a world-class throttle man, no doubt. He's up there with all of the great ones here racing.
And he's put in his time honing that skill.
And here they come, the Monster Energy now in the lead from MCon. Rolling Transport in second, the Outer Limits with Scorpion Power. The Outer Yachts making a charge, tight in third, followed by Dirty Money in fourth, WHM in fifth. CR Racing X Insurance in sixth. Everyone moving up a spot. Here comes Hancock Claims in seventh. Beautiful shot of the outer mole. Back on top with MCon. Sterling Power as they head back out southbound towards turn number 1, lap number 5 of 10 here in Super Cat Racing.
Look at that rooster tail just lay down. They're just
what rooster tail? That's not a rooster tail.
MCon, beautiful livery on that boat. Sister ship to the.
Now here comes Valder trying to take second, because remember, he's got a lot of ground to make up from after he broke it the other day.
Yeah, look at this. Here comes Wayne Valder after breaking down on Wednesday. He's trying to get around Rolling Transport and has the chance here. Does edge in front of them. See how he does on the outside leg. Oldest boat in the fleet, the old Reliable Carriers MTI, the Spirit of Qatar boat that Sheikh Hassan had campaigned.
I still remember Billy Moore. I can't remember who the driver was, but they came in this turn underneath WHM. I don't know how he pulled that turn a few years back when it was Spirit of Qatar, but he did it.
Liquor Split under tow.
Yep.
Looks like Valder Yachts has gotten around. Case Power in the Valder Yachts Pro Floors team.
Now, will these wakes from Liquor Split being in tow, they shouldn't affect Tyler, and but that's a fast tow, so that indicates that there could be a problem with Liquor Split, because look how low it's sitting, Steve.
Yeah, it does. It is low in the stern, and they're pulling it probably 15 mile an hour.
MCon coming back into the harbor. They have the lead. Liquor Split under tow. They're out of this race.
Graydell's under its own power and trying to get across too. So, and I'm sure Tyler and Myrick are aware of it. They have ground personnel communicating with them as well.
And here comes your leader into the Monster Energy fan zone. Sister ship to the Monster Energy 438 skater, maintained by MCon. Here they are, leading after lap number 5. MCon. Averaging 97 miles an hour. Now in second, the Valder Yachts Blow Floors team. Valder Yachts, that's Wayne Valder from Auckland, New Zealand, and Grant Bruggerman from Grant's Custom Rigging and Racing. Grant's Custom Rigging and Racing in Bradenton.
Dirty Money is up to third.
SV Offshore Rolling Transport back to fourth.
CR and WHM having a good drag race.
Fifth and sixth. See how they fare in the turn. Monster Energy is through the harbor turn. Valder Yachts on his stern.
That's going to be a lot for Grant to try to make up. But Hancock Claims showing what can happen. You just stay running.
That's the newest boat on the field. Hancock Claims jumping into Super Cat Racing with the old Broadco boat, the 2014 World Champion, with Chuck Broadus and Grant Bruggerman. There's your overall leader, MCon. There's the boat trailing him, trying to chase him down.
And because of the way the rules are set up, the Hancock Claims boat can compete for today's championship, the Cup, but not for the overall title because they didn't qualify.
Right, you have to start 2 APBA races to qualify for the 3-day race World Championship.
Look at Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly and Dirty Money making a nice run.
And we'll try and sort that out here later today. Joey Cook's got his hands full scoring this event. Because, yeah, if you didn't race those 2 races, you can win the daily cups, but you can't compete for the 3-day World Championship. So there's only a handful of boats that we have that.
Here comes Wicked, the Muller boys, Jackson Chase, and the only 40 Motion in the fleet.
Dad Jay throttling for Billy Moff and WHM Motorsports.
And Jax also does double duty. He throttles the Batman boat.
Does he?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
And
fantastic.
He's like, how old is he, like 20?
Yep, yep, and here they come in front of the fans that are sitting out at Fort Zachary Taylor.
And that Batman boat beat Predator today.
It
so
sure did.
That's no small accomplishment.
Yep.
Not in that water. No, that was V-hole weather.
And here comes MCon, and after this one they'll have 4 laps left. Yep. On this 10-lap course, MCon has moved up into first place, and now coming up on the start-finish line to complete lap number 6. MCon. They've ticked it up to just over almost 99 miles an hour.
And I don't hear limiters or anything, so they are on their setup.
Just overhead of the ex-insurance team, Casey Boaz and Rob Understall.
Valder Yachts. Here's the battle to watch, though, for third, because you're going to see him come bang, bang, bang here all the way through 6th.
Third place, Dirty Money.
Yep.
Oh, look at ex-insurance all the way up.
4th place, ex-insurance.
HP Mafia Motors. Now look at that. Vinny's back up to 5th. WHM 6th.
I feel like WHM lost a little momentum. They were closer to Dirty Money.
Yeah,
before.
When they just came in, they were flying the nose a little bit. They might be having to carry more than they want.
Hancock Claims holding on to 7th. We have 8 boats in the running. Liquor Split towed in.
Yep.
Graydell, unfortunately, out of the race after leading early, and they were under their own power heading into the pits. We watched the Valder Yachts 42 MTI, the oldest boat in the fleet with the Kasei engines. Grant Bruggerman throttling for New Zealand's Wayne Valder.
And Wayne did say he wants to build a new boat for the class for next year, but he wants to build it down under. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with. And here we have the boys from Lake of the Ozarks, CR Racing with the X-Insurance sponsorship. The HP Mafia freshened Sterling engines. And this is a pair of stock class world champions. So they know what it takes to win at Key West.
Yep. Interesting, I heard that Ross Wellington was in town from Maritimo, who teamed up with Peter Muddy McGrath in 2012 to win the Super Cat World Championship with surface drives and a rudder before they changed the rules.
Looks like WHM is making a move on SV, or Rolling Transport here, going into turn 1.
Yeah, the Maritimo builds a nice boat, no doubt. So here comes your lead boats, and The overall leader is Imcon.
This is Wicked. Getting the seat time.
And Imcon on the way in. After lap number 7. Into the Monster Energy fan zone. Here they come, the 388 skater with Sterling Power. It's a shade under 98 miles an hour. And in second, the Valder Yachts Pro Floors team. So they come across the start-finish line. They're 14 seconds behind Imcon in second place.
Coming
here comes
back
third.
nicely. Yeah. And here,
Dirty Money.
Yeah.
Billy Clyburn on the throttles. Britt Lilly at the wheel. Scorpion Power.
But is CR making up time on them?
I believe they are.
Yeah.
They seem to be the fastest boat right now going around the course. For a while, I thought it was Valder Yachts after Imcon charged early.
Here's WHM.
Three laps to go in Supercat as we watch the Valder Yachts boat, now the rolling transport. After leading the first lap, they've fallen back to 6th. Hancock Claims running in 7th, just passing us off camera. And this boat is running very well.
Look at, is that CR coming? Did they get a? Oh no, they're still.
No, they're
still coming up on Dirty Money.
We want to watch that race for sure.
Dirty Money's also running HRE engines, the same engine the Great L has.
CR is definitely closer to Dirty Money than they were the previous
They're
laps.
4 seconds behind. Let's see how they are when they come back in. All right, so it's Imcon, Valder Yachts Pro Floors, and Dirty Money, your top 3, but CR Racing only 4 seconds back in 4th place.
But it's an interesting pairing in Dirty Money because it's the experienced driver with Britt Lilly,
yes,
with the new throttleman, Bill Pipe. I mean, Bill's not an inexperienced throttleman in fast boats, but
yeah, Mike is.
Oh, his Pro Floors making a run at MCon here.
Yeah, they are. Yes. Boy, it was 14 seconds when they came into the harbor. What happened there?
Well, let's make sure that's who this is.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't seem quite. That looks like that's Wicked.
That's Wicked
on the outside.
And they got
that's
lapped.
MCon.
Yeah.
There we go.
That
Sorry,
did
guys.
That did not look like the profile of
the
Pro
glare
Floors.
here from the broadcast center is intense. And we got a little too excited there. MCon, here they come again. 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, that's the Wicked boat.
There's Wicked.
Now here's Pro Floors.
So he was 14 seconds behind. And MCon has extended its lead. 20 seconds.
It's impressive, though, if you think of MCOM, they're within 2 miles an hour of their Wednesday speed, and this is a much tougher course today.
Yep. Here comes your
Look at Dirty Money still.
Yep.
And CR Racing.
CR Racing now.
I think that was Dirty Money's guy saying he's getting close, pick it up.
3.5 seconds.
WHM.
Running in 4th place. Is that correct?
5th, I have.
Yep.
They should be 5th, right, Joey?
Who's WHM sitting 5th?
Yes. CR Racing, I'm sorry, is 4th.
CR Racing's 4th, WHM sitting 5th.
Now WHM coming through. Billy Moff, 4-time Supercat World Champion, the most since the reset of the rules in 2013. So the naturally aspirated Supercat engines.
Now, were all those with Jay or was one of those with Joey?
No, they're all with Jay.
Okay.
Rolling transport. In 6th, now being challenged by Hancock Claims. Beautiful shot of Wayne Valder's Valder Yachts. The Pro Floors team for so many years.
Now, is his 60-foot yacht down here?
Haven't seen it. The one on the foil with
Yeah.
the heli on top, as he says.
I didn't know if he brought it down.
If it is, I'm not
And
100%,
here's
not
a nice-
100% sure.
This is a boat that I believe won a title down here with John Tomlinson and Myrick Coyle.
That is correct.
As Performance Boat Center Jimmy Johns.
That boat has won 3 world championships. 2 is Performance Boat Center, and then 1 is Canada Homes, most recently in 2021.
Yep.
Tomlinson and Lauren Lible. Here comes a rolling transport out of the harbor, and they're still ahead of Hancock Claims.
Yeah, but Anthony Smith wants that pass because here he comes.
As we look at our lead boat, MCON come back into the Monster Energy fan zone here at the Outer Mole. Live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and on the Race World Offshore Facebook page.
If they had a white flag on the pace boat, they'd be waving it.
Why, for all the other teams that are just waving the white flag on MCON right now?
Last lap. No surrender.
I gotcha.
Last lap of the day for MCON. They just averaged 100 miles an hour on that lap. Here comes Valder Yachts. And they were 20 seconds behind on lap number 8. Now find themselves 23 seconds off the pace. The real race, I believe, gentlemen, is coming to us in 3rd place because CR Racing was making ground up on Dirty Money. Dirty Money in 3rd. CR Racing right there. Now 5 seconds off the pace. They've fallen back a second and a half.
And will the Wicked boat have anything to do with them trying to be as fast as they can in the harbor?
Yeah, that's the tough because now they got to negotiate that turn with the other boat, Wicked.
Because Dirty Money is in front of them.
That's right.
And they're going to have to negotiate.
They're in between.
Yep.
And here comes WHM into the harbor as MCON heads out for its last lap. WHM in 5th. One lap to go for the Super Cats Southernmost Continental Championship here today. Second race of the 3-race Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Here comes Hancock Claims. They've gotten around rolling transport, SV Offshore.
Hancock Claims is up to 6.
And now Vinny Diorio and Matt Jaminski back in 7th. Welcome to Super Cat Racing. Christian McCauley and Anthony Smith. That's going to be a great boat next year. 40-foot MTI, Scorpion Power. Again, I mention it one more time, 2014 world champion.
And Win Farnsworth Resources behind it.
That's right.
Or not Win, but Farnsworth Resources.
So campaigning 2 boats all year, now 2 major class boats, VX and Super Cat. And here comes your leader, final time around into the Monster Energy fan zone here in Key West for the World Championship. This is MCON, a 388 skater with twin Super Cat Sterling engines. They're your reigning world and national champion and the winner for the 2nd straight day here in Key West. It's MCON Racing, Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle in Super Cat class.
Talk about being in the catbird seat for Sunday.
Oh, it's not even close.
So they held it right there at about 98 miles an hour on the race course. And taking second, we got a quick glimpse overhead of the Valder Yachts Pro Floors boat, and they'll take 2nd place here today. Just couldn't span that gap.
That leaves Pro Floors and CJ the Graydell, the CJ Grant Racing, tied going into Sunday with points, both sitting at 150 after swapping positions on the day.
And a podium finish for Dirty Money. He'll take 3rd. Next in 3rd, CR Racing will take 4th here today.
So who will be 2nd on the podium, Joey?
I'm putting them together. I actually looked like Dirty Money might actually jump up to that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, here
165 actually went for Dirty Money.
Still running the Muller boys in Wicked. It's a motion hull.
I like the single pipes. It's a cool sound.
So we await WHM Motorsports, Hancock Claims, Rolling Transport to finish up. They're on their way in. There's Billy Moff and Jay Muller. Another skater. That's a 40-footer. It's got Sterling power.
Yep.
And they'll take 5th place here today.
So they could be.
I tell you what, they're 3rd place. They're on the podium right now coming into this. They're, look, by my math right here, Dirty Money's 2nd place overall going into this final day. WHM will be 3rd place at 159, and then the Grade L and the Pro 4s will both be sitting 4th place at 150. So the battle for the podium, wide open. MCon is going to take a miracle to take them off.
Hancock Claims take 6th place here today. And after a great start and having the inside line, the outer limits of Vinny Diorio with Scorpion engines.
I can't imagine he's not down on power with somewhere.
He's falling back and all the way to number 7.
Yeah, this will be interesting on Sunday to see who pulls the podium.
So now they're going to go do the refuel.
Yep, we'll have an intermission here. A bit of a pause plus a podium out here for the Southernmost Continental Championship on the outer mole. But Supercat racing is done. While we have a moment for the checker flag to be handed, Steve Miklos, you guys had some data sensors put on your boat by TMS Technologies, and didn't you have some data that was interesting because it's on your boat and also the Coco's Monkey Island Apparel boat, the super stock boat, both your bottoms designed by Scott Porta, including your 29 Extreme, the Sunprint El Bandito tequila team.
Yeah.
And interesting stuff you said.
Yeah, they got some preliminary data off the race from Wednesday off Scott's boat, particularly in the restraint situation, what the neck is seeing, it's quite telling. So it will. It's over 15 Gs for sure.
What?
Over 15
Amazing.
Gs, and today will be much more. It'd be very interesting to see our data today. I had a real neck stretcher, several of them.
It was off the chain today. You guys were the bucking Broncos of offshore racing. You really got your hands full.
It was big.
It was definitely big. They're handing the checkered flag to MCon, a little bit of a fast pass. Ira Coyle now out on the deck. MCon, your winner today here in Supercat class. So your impressions, I mean, if you're setting your boat up now, I mean, it seems like obviously Supercat are bigger boats, big catamarans, but even the factory 450R boats seem to be negotiating a little bit more. But you can tell by the flag going that it's still blowing pretty good.
I think the tide played a role in how big it was for 1 to 2 on our race. But can't help but say, MCon, the consistency that he showed today in definitely worse conditions and keeping within 2 miles an hour of his laps.
And the MCon Monster Energy team holding the checkered flag now in Supercat class. 2nd straight win for them here today in MCon. 2nd place goes to the Valder Yachts team of Grant Bruggeman and Wayne Valder. And 3rd place to Dirty Money, Billy Pyburn and Brett Lilly. Yeah. So a couple of skaters and one MTI on the podium here. So the Southernmost Continental Championship Awards will be here just shortly. We'll have them for you both live on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, and also here at the Race World Offshore Facebook page live stream brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Hey, Steve Miklos of El Bandito Tequila Sunprint, thanks for joining us. You guys are sitting pretty as we head into Sunday. You and Britt Lilly both, considering their mechanical problems on Wednesday. They're right in the thick of it too, but you guys are in the driver's seat, so to speak.
We think so. I think it's us, Britt, and the Killdalls who have the best chance if we have a good performance on Sunday. I think a second will do it for us, even if Britt wins, but I got to go do some math.
Yeah, he wants to try and get somebody in between you.
And that was all 3 guys knowing, okay, it's gonna hit when we get out there. It's just a matter of when, right?
Yeah, I underestimated it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I missed.
Well, if you missed, what did Latacrete do?
I don't know. I heard they had a hard. I heard they had a hard time
straight
of
up.
it.
Yeah,
I heard that.
They sure did.
And they said, hey, they were here last year on the boat, if you remember, but that's the last time they were in a boat together was last year.
Well, Britt got it right. I can tell you that.
Yes. And he's even on his third different throttleman this year.
Steve Miklos, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you again on Sunday. Good luck in your race in Mod V. We're going to take a break right now and be back with more intermission, awards podium coming up, and more racing. We'll be back with Superstock and Class 1, the VX Extreme V-Bottoms, and the Lone Extreme JBS. More on the way. The 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center from Key West, Florida.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Forte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Forte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Forte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Forte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Forte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at forteproducts.com.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare.
And now we return to the 42nd.
Okay, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, a legacy of innovation and excellence, continues to inspire and shape the future of marine engineering. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Time for the Lichty Marine Marathon second halftime intermission, brought to you, of course, by Lichty Marine of Marathon, which is the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer. Check Lichty Marine out at 9200 Overseas Highway in to the podium. Todd Swafford and the team is heading over there. We'll be handing out the coconuts and the awards back at the podium. But just saw a couple of really great races here. Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen will join me at some point here. We're gonna take a look at that. Up next, while we take this break and the helicopters go back and get refueled, our next race coming your way will be the Superstock class, and that is a large field of boats, and that should be a lot of fun coming up. It's been quite the day here today, here at the day 2 of the second annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Want to remind everybody coming up tonight when we're done, we've got the big party on Duval Street. That's where they're going to line up all the boats up and down Duval Street. Most of Duval is going to be closed tonight, and it'll be one heck of a party. It's a great way for you as the fans to get out and mingle and be with everybody. So some interesting races that just went down here in our third and fourth races, and we go back to the third race in the stock 450 class. What a run there by TS Motorsports, the MTI team, who took the lead at turn 2 on the final lap and took first place, just edging out GC Racing, which had led the entire way. So kudos to them. They had a third place finish on Wednesday, pop up to first here. But GC Racing right in the mix there with 2 incredible days of racing. They won on Wednesday, finished in second today. Gladiator finished in third today. So we'll break down that class here in a bit. And then just had the Super Cats go out there in a very fascinating race there. MCon Monster, who is the defending world champs, who led flag to flag on Wednesday, fell behind the pack at the beginning of the race. I think after the first lap, they were, I believe, in fourth place. But by the end of the Super Cats, it was MCon Monster Team that's going to get back on top of the podium. So back-to-back finishes in first place, and that was fascinating as well as everything was going down there. CG Graydell, who was running a tremendous race, they had the lead from the first half of the race. MCon and the rest of the field were trying to catch them. Unfortunately for Graydell, they broke down around turn 3 and could not finish the race, and they ended up finishing in ninth here. But it was MCon that just keeps running so well, and they took the checkered flag in the second race here in our second start time in the Super Cat class. And Joey Cook is now back with me here, and just kind of going over a couple of things here, Joey, and looking at these races and what just went down in that Super Cat class. And the MCon Monster, now back-to-back race days finishing in first place, they had to come from behind here today. As you looked at CJ Graydell, they were running outstanding until they broke down around turn 3 halfway through the race.
That was the best case scenario for MCon right there. At that moment, I mean, at that point, once CJ went down, that Graydell went down, their toughest competition, their closest competition, WHM, was sitting 6th, 7th, somewhere in the back of the pack there. So at that point, it really was just them running by themselves and pretty much running to a world championship. At this point, they are 50 points up on the rest of the pack. That means guaranteed they finish second place on Sunday. It does not matter what the rest of the fleet does. They are still world champions. So first or second place automatically guarantees MCon a world championship come Sunday. And then even a third place at that point, a third place even guarantees them. So if they finish on the podium come Sunday, it does not matter what the rest of the fleet in the Super Cat class does. It is MCon's world title to win right now.
Right, it would be back-to-back world titles
back-to-back
for MCon. So yeah, but they hung. I think I was trying to jog my memory going back to the start of the race. I think they were like in fourth place after the first lap.
Fifth place after the first lap,
yeah.
And by the end of the second lap, they had already been battling for second. They remained in second. The Graydell was running amazing through that first 3 laps, and again, it was the breakdown.
On the final lap to win it here today.
Yeah, there was a great move by TS Motorsports there to get back in time. They started off in the 6th place again, the outside draw, not the slot they wanted to start at. Last week we saw them pull from 6th all the way to 3rd last Wednesday. On Wednesday they did. Today they came out the first lap, was fighting for 4th right off the bat again, and slowly reeled in that CG Racing team that looked so dominant. But on that outside, you could tell between turn 1 and 2 there that CJ Racing just did not have the setup that TS Motorsports did. Johnny Tomlinson, Taylor Chisholm just absolutely turned it on those last 2 laps and took the victory. pretty much on that, we saw it come around that second turn there. They came around that final turn.
Front of the fourth
and
there,
they got the pin on that final turn. We saw Gladiator try to do it earlier in the race and just couldn't get there in time. That pretty much slowed them down and knocked them back a bit, and they finally gained control again. But if you saw, Gladiator was in second at that point, inching on that CG Racing, fell all the way to fourth, and fought their way back to third place to get on the podium. So big move for Gladiator Canados there. But TS Motorsports, big move by the veterans there. They're also the reigning world champions in this class as well. So they put themselves in great position. But you know what? That's a heck of a race we got set up now for Sunday, because you look at that class, GC Racing sitting at 199 points, TS Motorsports 189, so 10-point difference. That pretty much might as well be first place right now, because there's a 20-point gap between every spot in the races. So whoever wins between those two is well in the lead there, because sitting in third place right now is the 151 Express, and they're a good 20, 30 points behind everybody, the rest of the top two teams there. So that's a big move for TS, and it's going to make it really interesting coming down on Sunday.
Right, and again, we're about set for the podium presentations after the last two races. Todd Swafford is situating himself right now to not get taken out by that machete from the Coconut
That's a superhero.
Man. Yeah.
Coconut Man.
Again, hey, this is one of the great features here at the championships is the podium, and we're sending you over there right now. Here's the voice of Offshore Powerboat Racing, Todd Swafford.
Here to the award ceremony for the Southernmost Continent Championship. Giving away awards for Factory 450R and Super Cat class. Now, this Factory 450R teams have waited around a while. Let's get right to it. Third place today. Are you with us still from France? Michel Cartencente's team, Gladiator Canados. Gladiator Canados team made it back to the pits. Let's move on to second place. Second straight podium finish after winning on Wednesday. Here they are. Second place today in Factory 450R stock, GC Racing. GC Racing to the top of the podium, and all award winners get freshly cut coconut from the world famous Coconut Man. Oh yeah, Willie, straight to it. Very nutritious. Congratulations, Willie. Second straight podium. Look beautiful out there. Another MTI win. Second place today, GC Racing. And your winner today in Factory 450R to the top of the podium again for your reigning national and world champion, TS Motorsports. There she is, Taylor Sism. Dad Randy Sism, 25th anniversary celebration going well for Marine Technologies to the top of the podium in Factory 450R. TS Motorsports, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to our teams in Factory 450R. TS Motorsports, your winner. GC Racing in second. Gladiator Canados in third for the Southernmost Continental Championship. And now let's welcome onto the stage for the Southernmost Continental Championship in Super Cat class. Third place goes to the Dirty Money Offshore Race Team. Dirty Money. Billy Piver and Britt Lilly back to the top of the podium after winning today in Mod V. Oh, the Coconut Man's got his hands full here. Coconut just lost the top. Big win here today. What a monumental effort by Bo Renfro and the team to get this boat together for Key West. Looking good, taking third place overall here in Super Cat class. Dirty money, ladies and gentlemen. And let's welcome to the podium second place today in Super Cat class, charging up through the field. And second place today goes to the Valder Yachts Pro Floors team from New Zealand, Wayne Valder. His throttlman Grant Bruggeman from Grant's Custom Rigging in Bradenton, Florida. The Pro Floors team, Valder Yachts, second place today in Super Cat class. Congratulations to Wayne. Now back to the top of the podium. Finishing off your Super Cat podium here on the Monster Energy Fan Zone. Winner today for the second straight day, your reigning APBA National and World Champion in Super Cat class. Here they come again. They won on Wednesday. They're back on top again. Their 388 skater was Sterling Power. MCon Racing. Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle. Sister ship to the Monster Energy 438 Class 1 team. Here's your Super Cat podium with some refreshing, this is old hat for you guys, some more coconut milk from the Coconut Man. This is your podium for Super Cat class. MCon number 1, Valder Yachts number 2, and Dirty Money number 3 for the Southernmost Continental Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Myrick and Tyler. See if we can get a quick word with you guys. All right, we're gonna let the crowd, congratulations, Brett, again. Dirty Money team. Give me some slack. Great camaraderie in Super Cat class. We're going to try and get the winning team, MCon and Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle, onto a lot of congratulations going on with the team. All right, come on up, Tyler and Myrick. Gentlemen, congratulations, second straight win, and you guys had to come from behind on this one.
Yeah, I mean, battling from the back, started ninth position, and had to work our way up there. I'm telling you what, Dirty Money gave us fits, Pro Floors, and Vinny with SV Offshore. Everybody was fast in this kind of water.
Let me step to the side here and talk to Tyler Miller. You guys are, thank you very much, Myrick and Tyler. You guys got to jump in the Class 1 boat here. It's tough to get the mic from Myrick, I know, but he's handed it to you. He's busy. He's got to get in a super stock boat. Tyler, good start by Graydell. Got to feel bad for those guys. They look good. You were chasing them.
Yeah, you know, Graydell looked super fast. You know, when we got it kind of settled in after lap 2, some hellacious racing across the back and coming into the harbor. I hope the fans really enjoyed it. It was really exciting in the cockpit, so I hope it was as exciting for the fans. But Graydell was on point today. You know, it's a battle of attrition sometimes, you know, and that's what it comes down to. So super excited for this team. They put it together again. We backed it up, and you know, like I've said on Wednesday, you got to be here on Sunday to get this championship won, and that's where we're at right now. So hats off. Proud of our sponsor, you know, cheering us on. Super happy with Monster Energy. This MCon 388 skater, couldn't be more proud right now.
Hey, the two teams on the podium with you, they charged hard. Dirty Money did well. and so did the Valder Yachts team.
Yeah, hats off to those guys. You know, the Dirty Money guys, they had the engine issue right out of the gate, and those guys worked their tails off coming back in this thing. And then you look at Pro Floors, Valder Yachts, same thing, engine issue, and here they are back on the podium. It shows what Super Cat racing is all about. We're just not going to give up and be out here for the fans and put on a special show.
Tyler Miller of MCon, they're your winner today in Super Cat class. Thanks for joining us on the live stream in here from the podium for the Southernmost Continental Championship. We're back with more racing next, Super Stock races and the Class 1 teams.
Also live here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK on the World Wide Web at thezone977.com. And for your phones with iHeartRadio and TuneIn, those are your podium presentations for the Stock 450 class and for the Super Cat. Oh, we've got so much more racing to go here on day 2 of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone, brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine of Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Fast Boats, Boots and Boats Concert, Florida Powerboat Club, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, We've Got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures and more, El Mesón de Pepe's, Beach Weekend Key West, Bourbon Street Pub, and Fair Villa Sexy Things. More from the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center right after this here on your home of the 42nd Annual World Championship Key West Offshore Powerboat Races, the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous Garden Bar by the pool. Check out Bourbon.
Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West.
We're back here at the Lichty Marine Marathon halftime report, sponsored by, of course, our friends at Lichty Marine of Marathon. They have a full service and parts department for you, all kinds of new and used boats. You'll find it all at Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon, and you'll also find them online at SuzukiMarathon.com. All right, we're getting set for our next race, and if you were with us Wednesday, things have been juggling around here today. We still got plenty of races coming your way, but the next race is the Super Stock class, and I believe we're going to have all 11 teams out there. Joey Cook here for our next race in Super Stock. As
we got
a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
We got all 11 teams out there for this one, so it should be nice and interesting. We got a lot of teams that know how to do it, know how to go out and win world championships. We just saw Myrick Coyle go and take that MCon with Tyler there over to a championship, or at least a first place win, pretty much a championship in the Super Cat. So in the Super Stock, he jumps in the performance boat, who the other day finished 9th place.
But you know what was interesting about that is I talked to him afterwards, and he said, because we were talking about the guys doing double and triple duty, and they go out in the boat, and then they call in for the next boat, and he said I overthought it, and I actually made a call that made the stock boat worse. So sometimes just stick with your gut setup.
Right. Well, he had run the Super Cat after the other day. The Super Cats ran after the Super Stocks the other day. Today they run before, so he has to go in and shits his.
But he had run the Class 1 boat first.
Oh, that's right. He ran the Class 1. That's right. All these races are so much different here today. But yeah, and no matter what, he knows what he's doing. He could easily make a run up top of this class. And just like we see sitting over there in the the Mod Vs? Yeah, the Mod V class now. After Brett Lilly goes and runs the LSB up to a first place finish, we've got a whole bunch of boats there that are right back in the thick of things. So it's going to be real interesting to see how that plays out. And same in this Super Cat class. If you look, obviously, MCon 2 first place winnings are just blowing the pack away. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th, man, that's right everybody together. 2nd place is Dirty Money. All of a sudden sitting 2nd place after a 4th place and a 3rd place finish. They're sitting with 165 points, just 6 points ahead of WHM. Yes, WHM quietly is up there on the podium for the World Championship right now.
Despite with 2 fifth-place finishes? A 3rd and a 5th.
Well, they got a 3rd place officially the other day after everything, all the penalties and everything like that. And today they come with a 5th place, but that is good enough to be sitting on 3rd in the podium right now, but just barely, because sitting right behind them, Pro Floors, after their 2nd place today, is at 150 points, just 9 back of that, and 15 back of 2nd place. So that is a wide open group there, and you just keep going down the rest of the way. Oh, that's right. The Grade L, they're also tied for 4th place with 150 points. They pretty much slipped with Pro Floors. So that class is wide open across the board. There's 3 teams tied for 7th there, Liquid Splits, Hancock, and FCC, that are even in the competition for 2nd place and get on the podium. So this is wild.
Even with all, look, it's not like Grade L wasn't prepared.
Oh, no, he had a great race.
They were running great out there.
And you don't wish it on anyone, but even with all their preparation, same thing could happen to MCon.
For the whole class, At this point, it's going to take something like that for MCon, because 2 first-place finishes, you pretty much got the double points that you're going to get on Sunday for a first-place finish. So MCon could finish 3rd on Sunday and still win the World Championship. That's how far ahead they are to the rest of the pack. So they have got a 50-point lead coming into this one, especially the way that it went down, because you have the team that was out in front there the other day, the Graydell. They dropped all the way back to 9th place here today, and get 8th place points. So that puts them, like I said, 150 points. That opens the door big time for MCon. They've got a 40-point lead on everybody right now. Again, it's theirs to lose right now. 3rd place gets them a championship. They're not going to go out there and run it easy on Sunday, but I wouldn't be surprised if they see themselves in a spot they can't go catch somebody. They run a smart race rather than either win the World Championship, rather than just go gun it all out at this point.
Well, 450 stock is going to be winner take all.
Well, 450 stock, that's a lot of different. Yeah, right now between TS Motorsports and CJ Racing is winner take all. Again, they slip a little bit. You get a little help from if the Gladiator can come out and run all the way through like they did. They get first place and get somebody to help them in there. All of a sudden, there's a whole different talk there too, because at 151 Express, but it's got to be 151 Express and Gladiators got to sit down and have a drink tonight. Be like, look, on Sunday we got to work together to knock those 2 teams off if we want it up on that podium, the top of the podium. But other than that, right, it's a CJ Racing versus TS Motorsports for the 450 class right now. Only 10 points separate. That might as well be neck to neck right now.
Well, I'm curious to see this next race. Super stock.
No, that's what I was just going to ask you, Eric Colby, Speed on the Water. What are you looking for here in this super stock class?
Well, I talked with Sean Torrente, and they made some changes to get their boat to turn. So they kind of feel like they have something to prove, so they're going to want to make a good showing with their brand new boat. But Celsius and Northwing the other day were not what people were thinking coming into the races. It was the Performance Boat Centers. It was Jackhammer. It was But now all of a
Team
sudden,
Allen Lawn Care,
Team
we've seen.
Allen.
Yeah,
But this could be Team Allen's water if it kicks back up out at turns 1 and 2.
I'm looking at the bottom of this fleet right here. LPC Racing, Coco's Monkey, Team Allen Lawn Care, and Performance Boats Center. They went 6, 7, 8, 9. That's teams that we usually see 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Go 5th, 6th, 7, 8, 9. So this could be real interesting if it does take a twist around where we're all standing in points coming into Sunday.
And Big East was 5th.
The Big East was 5th, right. So there's teams that said Team Bermuda, Celsius, North Wing, we're kind of, we don't know where we're at with everything. So this could be real interesting to see how it flips around and if it does make the flip we're expecting here.
Can't wait to see it. Getting ready to start. The Super Stocks are going to be taking the race course when we come back. This has been the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon is a Suzuki outboard dealer. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. More from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Super Stocks are next. Don't you dare go away.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way, diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great...
Entertainment featuring the Andy Westcott Band on Friday at 4 p.m. It's free to the public, so come celebrate 50 years of Wide Open with Mercury Racing and the Florida Powerboat Club.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marine Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun. With its 6-person capacity, this center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their 2nd annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com. And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back. Todd Swafford, joined again by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water. And in just a moment, APBA Offshore Commissioner Rich Lures will join us. And Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen is still here with us. You're listening to the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance broadcast booth here locally, broadcasting these races for, the better part of 4 decades in Key West. Glad to be back and joined by Race World Offshore's live stream on the Race World Offshore Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Live stream presenting sponsor, Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Also like to thank Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the APBA Offshore National Series and the Race World Offshore World Championships. And they have their interactive fan zones out here on the outer mole. You can go in and get a refreshing Monster Energy drink and check out the cool experience. It's also available at the Rab Beats Race Village, the dry pits inside of Truman Annex. Race World Offshore's official Race Village sponsor is Rab Beats. X Insurance, they are presenting our hospitality VIP area here on Friday and on Sunday. And of course, they are hosting our big concert, which you just heard about, the X Insurance Boots and Boats concert on Saturday afternoon. Go to Race World Offshore for all the details and to purchase tickets. So we have orange smoke. Let's get these boats set up. Eric Colby from Speed on the Water for Super Stock Racing, 7 laps and 31.3 miles an hour, 31.36 miles on the course.
Oh, it looks like they're going to form them up quick, so we'll just give you the lane assignments and the boat numbers. 43 Celsius is lane 1. Big East Construction, lane 2. Allied Construction, lane 3. Team Allen Lawn Care, lane 4. Team Bermuda, lane 5. Performance Boat Center, 6. Coco's Monkey, 7. Jackhammer, 8th. Team Northwing, 9. Curry Refrigeration, 10th. And LPC Racing, 11. So, Rich Lures, this could get interesting.
This could get very interesting, and it's good to be here. And thanks for having me. I see you saved the worst for last, myself. But we're going to have one great race. The competition all year in Super Stock has just been phenomenal. I mean,
they're bringing them right up on plane to get them going.
They are bringing them right up. So we're wasting no time.
And that's what Race World Offshore had said in the drivers' meeting. We're going to move this right along. We still have enough to come. Class 1 with the VX V-bottoms and the Extreme boat that'll finish the 42nd annual Key West World Champ presented by Boat Center. The Super Stock boats line up. It says, Allez vite, let's go fast. Here comes the Super Stock boats.
And that's good to let them get stretched out early as much as they can to kind of separate before they get to turn 1 with 11 boats.
Well, look at the chartreuse boat. Big East Construction is really moving along.
That's Gary Ballou out of Florida and Cole Leibel out of Canada. And the 32 victory.
Had a good lane assignment on the grid to the X Insurance Helicam.
Lane 2.
Yep, heading out towards turn number 1. Live coverage of the World Championships. We're watching the Super Stock races. 7 laps here today. Your winner on Wednesday was the...
Is that the new S2 out in the far lane?
It could be. They had a good start the other day, no doubt.
We'll just have to wait. Rather than keep who's that, let's just get them when they come back through.
Jackhammer was your winner on Wednesday, and they had a pretty wide outside assignment. See how they do. It looks like it's the boats are their attitude's good.
Yep.
Not catching a lot of air here as I speak, but keep the props in the water.
We should point out that the tide was running very heavily out earlier.
Yep.
Yes.
And right now the seas have calmed down tremendously. So this is going to be a really fast barn burner race.
Yeah, the wind's down about 3 miles an hour out of the east now, less out of the southeast. That's good. And as you mentioned, the tide is starting to come in. That was definitely affecting standing those waves up with the higher wind. Definitely Big East Construction is in there with another boat heading down to turn 2. That's a 2-pin turn down by Fort Zachary Taylor. As the boats come around after lap number 1, Big East Construction is definitely there. And moving to the outside, that looks like Jackhammer. It appears to be another victory hull.
Yeah, and there's that. I thought I saw Allied in the picture there with those turned down hull sides. But let's catch them as they come through.
Usually if you're getting a lot of confused water right in this area, you see the boats coming a lot out of the water. They're keeping grip to the water real well here. And Big East Construction is your early leader heading into the Monster Energy fan zone, but pushing in with some speed is boat number 2.
And coming across.
And moving to the inside was Jackhammer.
Yeah.
So Big East will try and set their line. Celsius is running in 3rd.
Team Allen 4th.
And the S1's doing much better today.
Team Bermuda than the Allied team running in. We'll sort them out as they head through the turn, so let's follow them and pick them off as they come around. Now this is going to be the next dicey turn. Everybody's going to go through that hairpin turn in Key West Harbor at turn number 3 down by the Harbor Hotels. Just a sea of spray. Big East Construction comes out looking like they have the lead.
This is a very, very tight race right now, and considering they've gone almost one full lap, the separation is very little.
Yep.
I don't think there's, maybe 10 seconds between first and last at the moment.
Well, looks like they've got the camera on Jackhammer now, but they are running second. Big East is leading.
Yeah, Celsius was in 3rd.
Yep, they still are.
And Jackhammer there on camera, passing.
And Team Allen is 4th. LPC, Bermuda's outside of Team Allen, and Northwing is on the inside. So There's a tight bunch, and Coco's Monkey's right there too, off camera. But here's Big East Construction, the bright green boat that had such a strong day for 90% of the race last year on Sunday, and a relay took him out and kind of broke Cole Leibel's heart.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, as the lead boats head out, that's the second group.
That's the second pack.
Third, fourth, a battle between Jackhammer, Celsius, and Northwing. Two older holes there from Doug Wright in the Celsius.
Here's Jackhammer coming inside of Big East by the looks of it here, going from 1 to 2.
And the old Hulk, the Northwing team. So heading around turn number 1. We still have Jackhammer got around Big East on the inside there, guys.
Big East just made the inside move to come back to try to take the shorter course.
So a big battle going on between the two victory hulls. Now all of these boats run the Mercury Racing 300R 4-stroke engines.
Mm-hmm.
Still have the 20-inch midsections, and we're hearing that the 15-inch midsections can be ready next year, and that would be great to help with CG on these boats. But Jackhammer, after winning on Wednesday, has taken the lead over Big East Construction.
Yeah, let's see how this...
It is still a tight race.
Yes.
They're separated now by about, 2 boat lengths?
Yep. Coyle heated up on the Big East boat, Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou.
Yep.
And set them back early in the race. They did take 5th overall. Jackhammer won, of course, with Julia Maldonado from Manatee Marine on the throttles, and Reese Langheim, their driver, a bit of air. Wow, got the stern down, and then there came the bow. Again, they're trying to settle down the Jackhammer as they come into the Monster Energy fan zone at the end of lap number 2. Jackhammer has the lead.
The Maldonados don't mind running a little light. It seems to be a family thing.
In front of the fans.
Here's
Jackhammer.
Big East is right there in second.
Averaging 84 miles an hour.
Celsius in third. Team Allen Lawn Care doing much better today.
Running in fourth. Northwing in fifth.
Yep.
The Team Bermuda team running in sixth. Performance Boat Center in seventh. And Coco's Monkey in eighth. Allied Construction back in ninth. And LPC.
Curry's right there with LPC.
Yeah.
In 10th and 11th.
Ryan Beckley, the former Key Wester, running in that boat. So
the lone 300 XS boat with the 2-strokes and the shorter midsection.
Through 2 laps of 7 in super stock. We have one more start to go here today. Moving right along in the 42nd annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. Still one big day of racing coming on Sunday. You won't want to miss the action. Jackhammer stretching its lead a little here, but keeping them close enough to reel in Big East Construction.
Now the key is going to be, is Celsius going to make up time on Big East?
It appears that they have.
Yep.
Celsius has closed down Big East.
And Northwing is trying to make a move off camera on Team Allen, because this big of a class, all these spots are going to be important come Sunday.
Team Bermuda, then Performance Boat Center, and Coco's Monkey and Performance Boat Center are side by side battling each other right now.
And the new S1, from what I can see, they have tremendous straightaway speed, but they are having difficulty negotiating the corners. They had a worse problem on Wednesday. They seem to have done some work to the bottom, but it still doesn't seem to have that cornering catch that you want.
Yeah, Sean said last night it was okay, which was an improvement from Wednesday.
Yeah, it went from bad to okay.
Sean Connor and Sean Torrente leaving behind the boat they spent so much work on, the MTI that won the APBA National Championship. Their conviction in this hull that next year they expect to have more boats running in super stock class, and today they're going to put it to the test again with the rest of the field.
And here we see Northwing getting around Team Allen.
Yeah, this isn't Team Allen's lawn. Team Allen Lawn Care's weather. He likes it a bit rough. Got that last year, enough to win on the first day of racing and hold on for the World Championship. And looks like you may be moving back to 5th place.
There was a fair amount of attrition last year. Let's see how, but there wasn't on Wednesday that much. So
that's true.
Let's see how that plays out this year.
Less laps today as Wednesday. There's Northwing in the center of the screen. As we look at your leaders coming back around, that's Jackhammer. And the other 32 victory hole, Big East Construction, into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of the fans here at the Outer Mold at Truman Annex. As Big East digs in a little bit, Cole Leibel on the wheel and Gary Ballou chasing Julian Maldonado and Reese Langheim. And here they come around after lap number 3. Jackhammer continuing to lead. 88 miles an hour, about 6 seconds back, Big East Construction. Averaging 88 miles an hour, Jackhammer. Celsius trying to hold off North Wing.
Very tight race for third through 6th.
Yep. Team Allen Lawn Care in there behind North Wing.
Team Bermuda was 6th.
Yep, correct. And
Coco's is now 7th.
That's correct. And
Performance Boat Center's 8th.
And still the Allied team running in 9th. And LPC, then Curry Refrigeration.
Now, does it look to you like, Rich, like maybe Big East does better in the harbor turn, but Jackhammer's getting away from them? Or
I just think Jackhammer's got a couple miles an hour, and there's not much that Big East can do with them right now. What I'm looking at is that race for third.
Yep, here we are,
that's
right
what
here
we're
on
looking
our
at on the
screen.
camera.
Yeah,
Celsius.
Yeah, I mean that's as tight a race as you're going to get, especially on lap 3.
Yep.
Okay. We are certainly not creating some kind of parade right now. We've got tight racing all the way through the field, except for first and second, who are pulling away from the rest of the field.
And these are two fairly new in-boat pairings with Jay Muller and Chris Hopgood and Celsius.
Yeah, 2 older boats as well, and one, the Celsius, has won a World Championship before. The redesigned Hulk there with the North Wing, the first carbon fiber boat, catamaran out of a mold at Doug Wright, now moves into 3rd place over the 2015 World Championship boat that Jay Muller throttled. Chris Hopgood now in that boat with Jay Muller with the Mercury 300R package. As we go back looking towards turn number 1, they'll battle it out all the way out there. And the gift of better weather, lighter winds, and a slack tide now moving in. Tide on the outflow this morning was really chopping things up and struggled with the bracketed boat racing in Mod V, but has calmed down here later today.
Yeah, this is as calm as Key West ever gets. So count your blessings. The issue, of course, is they'll run more throttle, full speed.
Right.
And the engines are just going to be taxed to the max the whole way.
Yeah, the sun is blazing down as well.
Is it ever? It's hot out there.
It could be interesting for Class 1 if they have to run those things wide open the whole time.
Yes, it will be.
Back around the 2-pin turn at Fort Zachary Taylor, now heading northbound into the harbor, into the calmer water, and the smooth water here in front of the fans down into the harbor hotels. That's Jackhammer. Reese Langheim, again, again, there's a changing bottom out there in the harbor.
It's right at the harbor entrance.
Exactly.
And that has always been, that hole is out there all the time, no matter how calm it is. In here, it's like a lake in the harbor itself.
And here comes your leader. Again. Jackhammer continuing to lead after lap number 4 of 7. 3 laps left to go, and they continue to average 83.5 miles an hour. Big East Construction holding on to 2nd.
And both of those boats are running maximum trim.
So, number 77, North Wing now in 3rd. Celsius.
Allen Long there, 5th.
Coco's Monkey up to 6th.
Yep.
And Team Bermuda to 7th.
Performance Boat Center 8th. Allied, no.
You talk about futuristic, that Allied is.
Performance Boat Center in 8th, and back to the backside. LPC now coming around on the outside is Curry Refrigeration, but the LPC boat has the inside line. Push them to the outside. Now back to your leader as they come to the spec 3 for J. 2 consecutive wins here. This one for the Southernmost Continental Cup, and another win in the points chase for their first ever World Championship for the Jackhammer team out of Manatee Marine in Palmetto, Florida.
Yeah, they have not had the best luck here.
No, they've been over a couple times, once completely in the air and on their top.
Considering the consistency they have during the regular season.
Yep. As we look at Team Allen Lawn Care, now on top of Team Celsius with Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller, who just got out of the WHM boat. Beautiful livery on the Celsius team.
And Jay actually had a hand in the design and development of that boat when Kyler Talbot built it. He worked very closely with Doug Wright on some fine tuning, let's put it that way.
And won a world championship in 2015 with it.
That's correct.
So it's a winning boat.
Yep.
They made a calculated gamble when they changed crew in that boat this year, and it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, they first did it at Sheboygan.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chris kind of was like, hey, a light went off.
Mm-hmm.
And he decided to make the move, and it seems to be the right one.
Well, he picked the right guy to put the former world champion in that boat in there. Not a mistake, certainly, and it's proving here with a podium finish on Wednesday, but now he's fallen off the top three of the grid, and he's trying to fight back and get in there. But they knocked Northwing out on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, turnabout is fair play for the moment. Your top three boats, Jackhammer, Big East Construction, and Northwing. Celsius just looking out, and again, a little bit of air there for Jackhammer. Seems like every time they come back into the harbor, they'll launch just a little bit, settle it down, and now head back in front of the start-finish line and continue in the lead after lap number 5 of 7. Jackhammer.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to bother them when they take that little hop. They just, okay, tap it down a little on the trim. And
yeah. It's always been, it's interesting that the two lead boats, the two Victories, seem to take it the worst. And then this boat, the Northwing, of all the boats, that's the most stable at the moment.
Yep.
And running through the rough water. And he's nibbling away at least second place as we speak.
Team Allen's moved into 4th.
Yep.
Celsius back to 5th. Coco's Monkey is chasing Celsius down, and soon will potentially move into 5th.
Bermuda's 7. Performance Boat Center, not where we're used to seeing them.
No, and it's second day in a row.
Then Allied Construction, and it's been the season kind of for them too, Rich.
Yeah.
Now Curry Refrigeration has gotten around LPC. That's a XS boat, 300 XS boats over a 300R boat.
Mm-hmm.
And back to the victory hall. Listen, let's make no mistake, up to this moment, even though there's only 2 against a fleet of Doug Wrights, it is the best made boat in Superstock class. It's a leftover relic from XCAT Racing that the Victory team was building, and we know they're famous for their engineering and construction. And certainly they put a lot of engineering and thought into building the Superstock boat because their XCAT was a worldwide series they proposed. It was specifically perfectly made for the ROS engine, which is pretty similar to the 300R in terms of weight and setup.
When you look at the engineering in that boat and the structure, it is so sophisticated, it's NASA level. And obviously the budgets in the Middle East have created 2 masterpieces out there. And right now they are showing the way around the course. Unfortunately, our other new design out there, Sean Torrente's boat, the S1, they're teething. They're definitely having teething problems. It has shown incredible straight line speed, but the handling issues, it needs some setup time, some dialing in.
And that's why it's here. They say, listen, we have our conviction. This is going to be the new technology and the leading edge. But we have to race this boat to find out where it's got to be for next year.
Now, Sean, that boat out there is the only one with the 2 Victories and that boat have certified cockpits. They're stronger, safer, and they meet the standards of the UIM.
On top, we look from the X-Insurance Helicam at the Big East Construction, that Chartreuse Victory hull. Gary Ballou on board with Cole Leibel from Canada. And no one's won more Superstock championships than Gary Ballou, a total of 18 total championships in 30 years of racing.
But he's got a threat on his back door.
He does. His Northwing continues to bridge the gap.
Yeah, Northwing is as I said, it's handling the rough water better, and it's laid down. It's considered it's a much more conservative attack angle than the other 2 boats.
1 lap to go for Jackhammer as they pass into the Monster Energy fan zone across the finish line, continuing to average about 85 miles an hour. Let's see how second shapes up as Big East Construction now has a battle on their hands, still holding on to second. And then Northwing in third. Northwing might be one of the best built boats here too. It was completely put back together again by Grant Bruggeman to race with Darren Kittredge. Very solid. Got a lot of this, all the safety features needed. Team Allen Lawn Care in fourth, and Coco's Monkey now in fifth overall with Scott Porte.
Picking them off.
And Celsius has fallen way back, way off. They must have had some kind of an adventure in
wonder
one
if
of the
there's
turns.
a Guardian maybe.
It could be.
Team Bermuda in sixth.
Because Performance Boat Center just pulled around Celsius.
And they have definitely fallen back. Celsius, Performance Boat Center into seventh, Allied into eighth. Curry Refrigeration now in ninth place.
And talk about loose. LPC, they're doing everything with the trim button they can. Let's just keep them on the water, fellas.
All right, we're on the last lap, and there is your leader looking for their second consecutive win here in Superstock in Key West for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. That's Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado in their 32-foot victory hull Jackhammer. What a day for them.
And the race is really heating up for second place.
What a week for them so far.
You're not kidding, Rich.
Second place is going to be a barn. They'll be right down to the wire.
Yeah, because Northwing makes up the turn from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
They make up the time rather. So that's going to be, if we could keep a camera on the second and third place boats, that would be great.
As they approach the turn at the Malia out there.
Now, the Malia is the expedition vessel in the turn?
Yeah, the big boat you can see right there at the turn. They have been coming here for years. They are the perfect boat for the turn one. So there they are, and they can handle the wall out there when the weather gets tough. Jackhammer negotiating the turn. And we'll want to watch the two boats for a minute or so before Jackhammer rounds. Let them get their checkered flag. But it's been their race here today all the way.
Hats off to them. And they didn't start with the lead. But,
no.
But it didn't take them long to take it either.
No.
Yeah.
They definitely have dominant performance out here.
X Insurance Helicam as they approach turn number 2. There they go around the first of the two pens. Now back into Key West Harbor. Down in front of the fans at Fort Zachary, and soon to approach the Monster Energy fan zone here.
Marked by the Northwing's coming to the inside, just behind them.
Marked by the two Monster Energy buoys in the harbor, and a big battle as you can see brewing between second and third.
Here we go, and there's that hole.
Yep, sir. Jackhammer's going to win again here in Key West, but behind them, the race is for second, with the Big East trying to hold off Northwing.
Here comes Jackhammer.
So Jackhammer will win it again here in Key West out of Manatee Marine. Palmetto, Florida.
And look at this finish.
Here comes the race for second. It'll be by a nose of the boat, and Big East will hold off Northwing here today for second place. Sorry we missed that on the live stream, folks. But that was Big East.
We've got another race here for fifth.
And for fifth, it's for
Team Allen.
Yep, for fourth, it's going to be Team Allen Lawn Care.
Coco's Monkeys fifth.
Yep.
Very nice job coming up through the pack by Scott Porte and A.J. Bogino.
Sixth Performance Boat Center.
Yep.
Celsius seventh. GL Construction eighth.
That's Team Bermuda, yep.
Team Bermuda, and then we have Allied S1.
9.
And then Ryan Beckley bringing up the rear. But when you look at how quickly the entire fleet came by, that was a tight race. It was a very tight race.
Yeah, so just to make sure we got that right, Coco's Monkey took fourth. We have 1, 2, 3. Allen just got by them.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Allen Lawn Care was fourth. Coco's was fifth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Performance Boat sixth.
Yes.
So Celsius seventh.
Yes.
Eighth was Bermuda.
Correct.
9 was Allied.
Yep.
10th with Curry Refrigeration.
Correct.
11th is LPC.
There you go.
LPC just finished.
Wow, that was pretty tight. A couple of races outside of first. With Big East just edging Northwing, and Team Allen Lawn Care finding a little bit of speed after getting passed by Coco's Monkey to take fourth and move on to fifth place.
Now, we talked about the attrition. There was none.
No.
Everybody started, everybody finished, and it didn't look like there was any kind of an issue except perhaps with Celsius.
Yeah, because they just kind of worked their way back through the field. So
and it was suddenly.
Yeah, it could have been a Guardian, could have been just something else.
A hook and a turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, did you race stock? I mean, you've raced tunnel boats, but I didn't think you ever raced stock class.
Actually, I was in 1981, I was the top qualifier in what has morphed into this class, twin-engine outboard cat.
Yeah.
With the original Shadow Cat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we raced here, and I also raced in.
Look, bowing to the crowd, Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado. Second straight win with their checker flag aboard Jackhammer.
Good for them. They put on a little bit of a show when they get the flag, and it's all part of it.
Yep. And right now, they're 2 for 2.
Yep. I don't think that boat's for sale anymore.
Well, if it is, the price might have just went up.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're going to have to negotiate with Mrs. Langheim, I'm pretty sure.
Listen, make no mistake, that boat has been the most dominant boat the last 2.5 years. I think we went over a consecutive win streak in the APBA National Series of double digits, almost 12 consecutive wins. And the only thing that stopped them from continuing that was when they hit that buoy in Clearwater, and it threw them back off the podium.
But handing off from Ricky to Julian, there was no slowdown.
Well, it comes out of that shop. You know, Ricky is involved in everything that goes on there. And make no mistake, Ricky Maldonado is a genius when it comes to outboard engines. It's his love, whether it's mounting one on an H-craft and racing it in Class 700, or a super boat, or rigging up or helping Julian and Ricardo as they rig up super stock boats and factory 450R boats. So, but this Jackhammer boat is completely awesome. As we look back into the dry pits, look at the Class 1 boats, still look some of the Super Cats in the water. We see the JBS next to 222 Offshore and DeFalco. DeFalco making the podium for the first time this year on Wednesday in Class 1. And we thank the DeFalco team. They sent us some beautiful libations here to take home as we complete New York hospitality from the boat with the super cool livery of the New York skyline, as we absolutely appreciate them. And that was a great move by Mike to bring in Billy Moore.
You get the New York skyline on that boat, and you get the Gotham skyline on Batman.
That's right.
Yeah, Gotham City.
Yep.
And Gotham talking to, it's not the first time that Billy's been in a Class 1 boat. I think 2008 he jumped in with Chris Parsonage in Negotiator in the Class 1 series when they were running the Super Cat, when they were running, Sterling motors on a Victory Hull.
Yep.
But he's got that boat going. It's the last time here in Key West that the Outer Limits is going to run.
Yeah, because he's got the old CT Racing
they're
Victory.
going to bring out the old Victory Hull next year. And I've got to talk to you, Rich Lures of APBA Offshore, with his looking back there at 222 Offshore Navy. What a season they had on the UIM Class 1 series. I mean, they had the points championship wrapped up before even the last race of the year, and they didn't have to come to Key West.
They didn't, and the UIM World Championship for Class 1 is already in the books. They are the world champions. They're racing here for pride. And they're also racing here because it's funny. I've always said that every spring the Swallows come back to Capistrano, and every fall the boats come back to Key West. The race boats come back to Key West.
Yep.
It's just the place to be. This is the Indy 500 of powerboat racing. And this is where you want to win. And also, because of the three-race format, it's the most difficult one to win. You don't know any engine gremlin, costs you so many points on the second day, and you're out of it, or you're in it, or somebody breaks and you go from last to first. It's a challenge, and it's one that I'm pleased that the 222 team took their boat here, to stand up just for competition. They're here strictly to race because they're boat racers.
And you talk to 222 Offshore's Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella, and they never raced Key West before. And so
you'd never know it based on the performance on Wednesday.
And especially the fact that they've been all over the world racing. I mean, both of them go over and race XCAT in the Middle East, and Darren and Muddy McGrath race all over in Australia. But yeah, it's great to see them here, and a lot of great teams. It's up and coming. Met Rich Wyatt this morning. Hugh Fuller from years past, the old Drambuie on Ice team that he raced with Johnny Tomlinson. But That DF Young boat is a super boat. Look great, and not to mention the 438 skater of Monster Energy. A lot of great stuff to happen in Class 1 still, and they're coming out to race right now. Hey, Joey Cook, what do you think about the point standings after Jackhammer finishes first, but Big East moves into the podium with North Wing after today?
Yes, Big East definitely moves into the podium. They're sitting about, right now it's Jackhammers to lose. Obviously, 32-point lead on the rest of the fleet, but North Wing sitting second at 186, and at 169, just 20 points back of North Wing is your Big East team there. So yes, there's a good fight. Push everybody else down, but the top four are all within contention of being in the podium for sure.
The Jackhammer in super good control right now as we head into Sunday.
Yeah, so the Leibel family, Lorne Leibel, who won just about everything there is to win in his career, had to come back out of retirement to finally put Key West in his
that's
pocket.
right. Yeah. And he actually achieved that after being inducted into the Canadian Motorsports Hall of Fame.
Exactly. And now Cole, it seems like Cole is having the same struggles. Let's hope he gets through it much earlier in his career.
Yes.
And you know who's another good Canadian builder, good Canadian name is the Weigels up at Tough.
Oh, yeah.
That boat that they had at the Lake of the Ozarks shootout, was it the 34 with a 1350 or something?
Yep.
It's hanging out there like a great big Allison, just riding on the pad.
Yep. They started by taking one of our 21-foot Shadows, and they were marketing them up in Canada. They made them a lot more updated materials, borrowed quite a bit from Peter Ledden in that regard, and then started to tweak the bottoms and lengthen them and so on. So I look at it with some pride in that the basic concept of pad bottom V really is the same dihedral that we had. But I also believe that boat with a canopy on it would be vicious in Mod V. That if anyone wants to set up something from scratch right now, buy one of those and stick a safety cockpit on it.
Well, which boat would I mean? It's just you'd have to get the right size.
The 32.
They have to,
the 32. And it's proven at the Lake of the Ozarks that it'll take top speed with anybody. All right, and the handling with the span of 32 feet will be awesome.
Imagine one of their little boats in bracket 7. Actually, you know what? Put the 200 on it and run it in the new X class.
Absolutely.
That would be a rocket.
Absolutely. And an interesting thing there is Michael Lundblad from the UIM is constantly talking about the long, thin, narrow 3X boats over there and how they'll dominate here.
Yeah.
And we had a couple of them out here.
The Nitras run good.
Yeah, we had them watching here, and they don't dominate. I mean, they're right there, even with greater spanning ability. So it's going to be very interesting to watch this 3C class develop, or this 3X class develop.
Well, I mean, you know the boats built on Long Island, the super boats, the activators, the progressions.
Yep.
They're rough water boats.
Yeah, they're all Linder design,
Yep.
and or derivatives of Linder design. And by the way, God bless George. He lost his daughter here about 3 weeks ago, and I'll be with the family actually for a memorial service at the beginning of December. And one other thing, I've been coming here now for 42 years.
Yep.
And this is the first year that we are saying goodbye to Jimmy Buffett. And just, it's funny. In his memory, it seems like the town is partying more than they did in the past. They haven't lost their party hardy attitude.
No, they haven't. They've lost their son, no doubt, Jimmy Buffett. Hey, let's get right to racing again here as we continue on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center and at the Race World Offshore Facebook live stream brought to you by Maximum Inflation. It's the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. The boats are out. Let's get them loaded up. Let's just hit the Class 1 boats, who will start with the VX V-Bottoms and the Extreme Team GBS.
Class 1, Lane 1, the 47 Victory, 222 Offshore, Australia. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella. Lane 2, the 48-foot Outer Limits, DeFalco with Mike Falco and Billy Moore. Lane 3, Monster Energy MCon, 438 skater, Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller. Lane 4, DF Young, the 50-foot Mystic, with Hugh Fuller and owner Throttleman Rich Wyatt. Lane 5, Pothole Heroes, John Tomlinson and Carlos De Quesada in a 49-foot victory.
Yeah, Pothole Heroes retired early on Wednesday. There was a little contact.
Sea strainer problem they had.
Yeah, but there was a little contact with them and DeFalco. Mike Falco's team was working on that in the pits, and it was just it was a nick, but they had to they had to get that together before they got out.
They're getting the boats up on plane now. You see the V bottoms you see on your screen now. The outermost one is the Team Farnsworth. Hancock Claims is the fountain. In board of them is the race-winning Brands, the skater.
So
and then there's another fountain, Team 25, that we can't see right now.
102 starts for the Cigarette Racing Hawk boat, the pace boat. Back here in Key West again as the Class 1 boats are up with the VX and Extremes. We're going to call Class 1 here for you first as they go around. They'll be doing 10 laps and 45 miles. 222 Offshore was your winner on Wednesday's first day of racing here in Key West. Now racing for the Southern
they're all starting together.
Continental Championship, and the green flag is up. Let's go green flag racing, and that means allez vite, let's go fast here in Key West.
Here comes
for the
DF
World
Young.
Championships.
Throw a line across them, Rich.
Yeah, they got a phenomenal start, and they're accelerating almost identically. 3 abreast at the lead. Skater in the middle. 222 on this side.
And this Mystic.
The Mystic is flying.
Now, will the biggest boat for the Mystic be an advantage? It looks like it's laid down.
As calm as it is, probably the smallest boat has the advantage at this point.
Inverted start from the finish. That means 222 Offshore has the inside line. That's tough going for everybody else because when they've had the inside line, they've been nearly unbeatable. As we go on top with the X Insurance Helicam, and the X Insurance, part of our Boots and Boats concert on Saturday afternoon. Go to raceworldoffshore.com to find out the lineup and to buy your tickets. There's 222 Offshore and the rest of the fleet coming around now, heading eastbound towards the turn at Fort Zachary Taylor. A 3-pin turn at turn 1, 2-pin turn coming back into the harbor.
Giovanni told me the other day that he raced that boat for 5 years with Lamborghinis with Luca Fendi in Class 1, and he knows the propellers it likes.
Look at that boat. It's running very nicely, just getting the right amount of air into Key West Harbor. A little bounce. You're going to get that chop coming back into the harbor. The varying conditions.
That it's hitting every one of them. They're all going airborne no matter how big the boat is. That hole is vicious right there.
Well, those are ever-changing holes. The cruise ships are coming in and out of here 3 times a week. So, I mean, they get filled in, they get uncovered. Here comes 222 Offshore. Lap number 1. Monster Energy in second. DF Young in third. DeFalco in fourth.
Right there in the Rooster Tail Pothole Heroes.
And Pothole Heroes in fifth.
I got to imagine JBS is going to be. No,
they're right here. Nope. JBS is approaching.
This is the race-winning Brands.
Yeah. So it was race-winning Brands and Hancock Claims 1-2 and VX, and then JBS coming around. They're running unopposed.
I don't think Team 25 came out for the start. The British fountain.
Check again. It looks like that might be them. Is that?
There they are, right there.
They are coming through. Our entry from Britain.
They had to lease
Team 25
after they trashed that engine the other day.
Thank you for coming. Great Britain as we go back.
Here's
on top.
Emcon.
Yep. Monster Energy, Class 1 438 skater built by Peter Ledden with the Mercury 1100 turbocharged engines, rudder and surface drives. Now back to the VX race with OC Racing.
No, that's race-winning Brands.
I'm sorry, race-winning Brands.
Out front, Bill McComb from Sarasota on the throttles. Ed Wendt.
Yep. Hancock Racing behind them. Final race of the day here today. We've gotten everything out and pretty much on time, for the exception of a little bit of delay starting at 12:30 because of a vessel that had trouble getting anchored up. sitting there waiting, and we look at your leader in Class 1 continues to be Giovanni Carpatella of Italy, and Darren Nicholson from Australia in the 222 Offshore.
And now JBS appears to be hurting it.
Now it looks like Hancock Claims has just pulled around. Race-winning Brands heading out to turn 2.
There was some concern that JBS might chase down the Class 1 boats, but it doesn't look that way the way they're running right now. And now back into the Monster Energy fan zone. So the Monster Energy buoys throughout the entire Key West Harbor where all the fans are watching this exciting race. And 222 Offshore is back through, continuing the lead
And
every lap here today.
He's flying.
Averaging 106.5 miles an hour on that lap. There they are as we look overhead.
D.F. Young's gotten by the skater of Monster, Tyler Miller.
So second now is...
Here comes DeFalco.
D.F. Young, there's DeFalco there in 4th, Monster Energy in 3rd.
And Pothole Hero.
It's been a long year for Carlos de Quesada. He won here in Key West last year with Johnny Tomlinson. The boat is being teched by the great Gary Stray. And they continue to struggle this year as they're in the back of the pack. They pulled off the course on Wednesday.
One of the rare Arneson-powered fountains ever built. Mark Wilson and his son originally set this up for Bill Mazzoni. That's just getting better and better all the time.
Yep, the Hancock is also flying the skater V-bottom seems to have dropped back quite a bit.
Yeah, the race-winning Brands.
Actually, here it is.
The race-winning Brands now falls back to 2nd. We're 2 laps into their 8-lap race.
JBS is dead in turn 1.
Yep.
So they're down, and they're building a new skater.
I think it's completed.
But Jeff Stevenson said they're gonna turbocharge the big 16 power motors to try to prove their viability as a pleasure boat motor.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great poker run package.
Yeah.
You have more cylinders than anybody. And it's proven dependable. It's unusual for them to have issues like this. That's been one of the most dependable packages in Class 1 last year and this year in Extreme.
Team 25 with Robert Brockier from Southampton, UK. That's the Wicks boat. 42 Fountain. Kurt Brito is the driver. And here comes your overall leader once again, 222 Offshore, Australia Navy. Lap number 3 at 10.
Yeah, Darren referred to the boat this morning as a sweet lady.
Yes.
So, and boy, did he get that right.
Continuing to run just a shade under 106 miles an hour.
Yeah.
DF Young. Looks like they may be holding on to 2nd. And they do. 50-foot Mystic. Hugh Fuller and Rich Wyatt. The Monster Energy 438 skater in 3rd. Watch them head into the harbor turn. Off camera, DeFalco pulls through in 4th. And Pothole Heroes close astern in 5th.
They want some more water.
Yeah, it's funny with Gary Stray working on the boat. They're extracting the maximum out of it. It just doesn't seem to want to hook up and compete.
Right. And that's the boat that won here last year.
Yeah.
When Johnny and Carlos just took a very small advantage of another team's miscue in navigation and snuck to the front, and that's all they needed.
They've got a lot of sneaking to do right now.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, they got to sneak up, sneaky, and I'm not sure it's that easy. As we watch Hancock Claims again, VX boats coming through. But it's nice to see those fast B-bottoms come back through the harbor for so many years. Instigator, Cooper Standard, great races. A lot of noise, but good noise.
I met Ed Quirk yesterday, who used to run the Canopied Outer Limits Media Master. That was a very successful boat in its time.
you know, looking back over the years, the way they've loosened up these V-bottoms, the way they run.
Yeah.
It's amazing that the stability they have as loose as they are.
Yeah, Richie, you remember V-bottom couldn't go 100 miles an hour.
Oh, no, and it was considered impossible to go 100 miles an hour for them.
Yeah.
Now they're running on the back 18 inches, and just there's nothing in the water. And they get around pretty quickly.
They do. I remember on Lake Pontchartrain when Reggie Fountain busted 107, we were all just, our eyes popped out of our head.
Yep.
Bye-bye, movie star.
That's right. All right, here comes 222 Offshore. We're one more time. We're not quite halfway into this race for Class 1, and they're checking out.
Yep, the sweet lady is performing.
Letting it drop off about a half mile an hour, 104.8. 222 Offshore leading after lap number 4, still 6 to go. In Class 1, here comes DF Young. What a beautiful boat. Monster Energy, a chase.
They're making up.
Yeah, they're closing them down. The monster boat.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I was talking to Tyler a couple of races ago, and
DeFalco in 4th, Pothole Heroes in 5th.
And here comes Pothole. Tyler mentioned that he's waiting for the winter to start his propeller program for this boat. So look out, folks.
Yeah.
There's a lot more coming.
Because I mean, he was talking about how he'll go and meet Myrick at his lake house in the morning before work to go run props.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The homework that they do rivals really only Gary Stray.
Yeah.
And I think they're outstraying Stray right now.
I'm not sure when we last saw a throttle man team owner come around as quickly as Tyler Miller.
Oh, wow.
It hasn't been that long. He was Rookie of the Year like 2018 or something around, and the next thing you know, he's winning the national championship and now vying for back-to-back world championships in Supercat.
You know, every now and then one of them comes along. Alcone, you know.
Yeah, but he was a driver. Gilbreth was the throttle man.
He was a driver, but I'm saying somebody comes along, Willie Diaz, whatever, who's just a cut above. And there was a movie called The Natural, all right? And we've had a handful, been fortunate to have a handful of them in the sport. Tyler Miller's right there. He is as good as I've ever seen.
Here comes your leader.
And though the thing
in VX, that's Hancock Claims.
But the other thing that can be argued there is he's got a natural in the driver's spot in his boat too.
Absolutely, but that's what naturals do. They win.
Yeah.
Okay, they find a way to win.
That's
but he's a combination of really good talent and a work ethic that's just off the charts.
The tenacity.
Oh, and he wants to win. His competitive nature is just unbridled. I mean, he's going to tighten up Class 1, no doubt.
Yeah, make no mistake. You know, combine that with the passion and his acumen to gain the knowledge and put it to application. There's 222 Offshore. Back around lap number 5, halfway through this course. They haven't trailed other than at the beginning of the red flag lap on Wednesday.
So let's see what's happening right. Here's DF Young, and right on him is the MCON.
He definitely got a little closer, but still back.
Yeah, MCON's found something out there.
Right, but now look at they're going to run inside. I don't know if Rich and Hugh are going to close it down, but
Falco continuing to hold 4th here.
Being in a 50-footer, they might want to sweep a wider turn.
And Pothole Heroes in 5th. 222 Offshore heading back out. A successful season on the UIM Class 1 series. Now coming back to Key West to
about to put a lap on race-winning brands.
They are going around race-winning brands.
Look at the closing
camera.
rate on between those two boats.
See ya.
Yep. And there is a determined competitiveness to Giovanni as well.
Oh yes.
And let's not make any. You're talking about an acumen for this sport. Giovanni's been around the world. He's working with Peter Muddy McGrath to get this boat set up. He comes out, walks the wall, he has a sense for the conditions and how to set the boat up. Working with Luca Fendi, worked with big budgets at Class 1, Lamborghini engines. Again, you know, his knowledge is valuable, and the way they put it together in the Triple Offshore team, they all work together.
It all works. It's all working right now.
It is.
You know, and
there's no, you would think there might be a giant ego. There isn't a giant ego involved, and not at all.
Especially with Darren. I mean, he's very down to earth.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm on the UIM Commonwealth, the Offshore Commission for the UIM, and Giovanni was attending the meetings consistently. He wanted to be up to date on everything, ask really good questions, and advanced the cause of his boat, among other things.
Hancock claims just 3 laps left in VX as we see 222 Offshore coming around, and coming around, they're going to lap race-winning brands there.
No, they're already here.
They've already done it.
Yep.
They're laying off just a bit, down to about 103.8 miles an hour. DF Young continuing to run in second.
Let's see what's happening between second and third. If it's tightening up, if Tyler's got something for DF.
Rich Wyatt, Hugh Fuller.
Now they've lost ground.
Maybe having to deal with,
And they lost ground because they encountered some traffic that the skater
the race-winning brands.
Yeah, race-winning brands.
Here comes DeFalco continuing to hold fourth. We haven't had a position change yet in Class 1. Pothole Heroes continuing to chase DeFalco. And race-winning brands had come through and all of that, and running in second in VX. And you can finish up your thoughts on Giovanni Carpitello.
Yeah, with Giovanni, he's not only competitive in the boat, he's constantly thinking about how to gain advantages all the way through. He's talking to the race officials and UIM and so on, just trying to stay up to date on every detail, every rule, to see, you know, where they can gain some kind of advantage. But I'm also noticing, as we look back on the season, going back to Cocoa Beach, the DeFalco boat, which right now is mid-pack, has come a really long way. They were having trouble just finishing, just starting.
Well, I think that was as much just, I mean, because Chris Hanley was in the boat, and he's from Australia, right?
That was
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
That was part of it. Part of it was the boat was unused for years.
Right.
And every little gremlin and mouse hole and whatever was coming out, a little bit of corrosion here, a little torn wire there, and you know, every little thing was breaking. And right now they've got the thing to where it's running competitively and staying together. So now we'll look for them to get better next year.
Boy, look at the way the back of the pack that struggled early in the year in Class 1 came together, and everybody was competitive. And if you get Pothole Heroes back up into that in the midst of who knows what happens with the other team that Gary Stray puts together, get it back in a livery, and quite a season in front of us next year with 222 coming back as the world champion.
Well, you have that Norwegian team.
Yes, but we've been expecting them for 3 months now. So
once again, here comes 222 Offshore.
Just flying. Just beautiful.
On a Friday afternoon cruise.
The attitude, the attack angle on that boat, it's just that much better, higher in the water, less drag, just a magnificent riding boat.
And the Hancock claim. 2 laps left for VX. We saw DF Young cruise through on the backside of...
Where's MCon?
Yeah, where is MCon?
Right here.
Here he is.
All right.
And continue to kind of fall back just slightly. Monster Energy MCon team. The Monster Energy Class 1 team, Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle in third. DeFalco now in fourth. As we watch 222 Offshore head back out to turn number 1.
Yeah, Billy told me the other day he tried something that he did 15 years ago on another boat with DeFalco and it worked. You just never know where you're going to find something.
Race-winning brands now. 2 laps to go in VX class. JPS out early in this race.
Bill McComb's son is the marketing director for the Race Winning Brands group.
Uh-huh.
And that's how the sponsorship came about, because it's Corsa, it's like Edelbrock, it's all these well-known. Dart, I think, is on there.
Yeah, performance companies.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. He was in the conversation regarding the acquisition of heads. There was a head shortage for these engines, for the Super Cat engines and the Mod V engines, and he's been working to solve that problem. Getting back to it, it's interesting you said the comment about a little change from 20 years ago and so on.
Yeah.
So little has happened on the big picture since probably 30 years ago in terms of true development.
Right.
It's all incremental now. It's all just fine tuning. And a lot of things have been forgotten.
Well, that's even what Tyler said to me after one race. He said, we got through the big things. Now it's all the little things.
Yeah, and that's where it is. That's where you win or lose.
Yep, there we look at the race-winning brands continuing to run now back out to 1. We saw 222 Offshore coming back into the harbor, and after this lap, they'll have 2 left to go. It's all done but the racing, but they've got to, that's the first time they went up.
Yeah.
They came through, weren't able to keep the boat stuck to the water. And here it comes, 222 Offshore.
It just never gets out of shape, though. I mean, it's just... But when you look at the minimal water contact, that thing is just tippy-toeing on the top of the water. It's just perfectly set up.
Nice attitude as well for DF Young. They've got to like their place here.
And I bet they barely talk. I bet they barely
they don't
talk.
have to.
DF Young setting up nice for a potential podium finish on the final day of racing with double the points. And Monster Energy as well. They've already been on the podium once.
I'll tell you who else has stepped up this year is Herb Stotler with this DF Young boat.
Falco up to 3rd. Oh, after a second the other day. That Pothole Hero.
Something happened to the Monster Energy team.
Where's Monster?
Yeah, Falco, great shot, big day.
Here's Monster.
There's Monster limping along.
In.
They're limping along.
Could have had a Guardian issue.
Yeah.
Possibly. They do not look like they're up on full power.
They're not at full song at all.
That's a big day for DeFalco after getting bumped out of the podium the other day. Now they can head up. And
I thought DeFalco finished 2nd.
They got penalized.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
there was a penalty.
Yeah, well, lane infraction, I believe, is what they got called for.
Oh,
I believe on turn 1, they got in the way of MCON on the very first day there.
Hancock and DeFalco, Pothole Heroes, now running in 4th. Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims and Race Winning Brands out for their last lap. Pothole Heroes, Carlos De Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson. As we watch them head out to turn number 1. So after a disappointing finish in Gradell for Billy Moore in Supercat after leading early, they've got to be happy to actually get back on the podium. Mike Falco and his team worked so hard. We'll launch that victory hole next year as we look at 222 Offshore coming down for the penultimate time here today. Looking for the white flag with just 1 lap to go after they come through into the Monster Energy fan zone. Look for the Monster Energy buoys here in Key West Harbor as it straddles all of the watching areas from Fort Zachary Taylor all the way down to the Harbor Hotels here right at the start-finish line. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Key West World Championships. 222 Offshore.
In the final lap, it would appear, but unfortunately there we see the JBS being towed in.
1,100 horsepower twin engines, 16 power engines.
DF Young looks like to be continuing to hold 2nd place.
Solid day, moved from 3rd to 2nd, where they stayed since lap number 2. DF Young, Rich Wyatt, and Hugh Fuller. And now holding on to a solid 3rd, DeFalco, Mike Falco, and Billy Moore in the outer limits. Pothole Heroes, though, close enough to be a bother.
Yeah.
watch them.
And don't you think Billy knows that Johnny's there?
Oh, absolutely. There's Hancock claims the Team Farnsworth boat will be campaigning this, and the Super Cat that they just acquired, the 40 MTI next year. As they come through. Could be a checker flag, Joey, for those guys.
I have that as well. That should be the win.
That didn't seem to slow them down.
No, not at all. And yeah, I wouldn't even, you might see him take another lap just for good measure. A couple laps off the pace, our entry from Britain, Team 25. And now coming through and falling off the pace. Yep, back in 5th place now, Monster Energy. Something went bad there.
It doesn't sound bad, but it's just, it has no power.
Whoa!
That hurt.
The race-winning Brands takes 2nd here today.
That was some side impact.
So here we go. This will be the day for 222 Offshore, Australian Navy. All the way from Australia, Darren Nicholson. All the way from Italy, Giovanni Carpatella, his throttle man. Peter Muddy McGrath helping his crew chief. What a squad they have. They'll win here today in Class 1 for the 2nd straight day in the Key West World Championships. Presented by Performance Boat Center. Low average 104 miles an hour. 222 Offshore, ladies and gentlemen.
And they did what was needed to be done. They took the lead and advanced their position.
That's all they've done.
Handily.
All year has been a dominant boat.
Handily.
It's just one of those things you watch it goes by, you just kind of laugh and shake your head like, wow.
The term sweet lady could not be better applied.
D.F. Young, Rich Wyatt, and Hugh Fuller will take 2nd today for the Southernmost Continental Championship.
And in a complimentary way, I still say Rich is an underrated throttle. Underappreciated, let's put it that way.
And Herb Stotler is underappreciated as well. I mean, he's making that thing sing.
DeFalco will hold on and take 3rd. And Pothole Heroes with the 4th. Monster Energy still to finish. We'll hold on to 5th. And I think once they come through, that'll be it. As Team 25 is still a couple laps off the pace. And the lone boat out there after the Monster Energy team. Most disappointing for Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle after being 2nd first around on lap number 1, then 3rd for most of the race, only to fall back on that 9th lap with something going.
To lose the podium.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug.
It makes the standings for that podium. Obviously, Offshore Australia is the class of the fleet, and they're doing their thing. But it makes the rest of the way real interesting. You're going to have DF Logistics sitting in the podium right now at 2nd, 1 point ahead of DeFalco, and then just 7 points back of them is MCON. So we're going to have all 3 of them coming in within 8 points of each other for Sunday's race, fighting for the pretty much. That's might as well be all tied for 2nd right now.
Man.
And with double points.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying might as well be all tied for 2nd. 8 points means absolutely nothing because you only have 5 boats running, so you only have 4 extra points to get off of that for the extra point for a boat you beat. So in the long run, 8 points is really not going to make a whole lot of difference. Either you're going to beat them or you're not. So it really comes down to who wins that for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th there.
Now, mathematically, could Pothole Heroes still get the podium?
They could. They're at they're about 35 points back of DeFalco. So yeah, they're going to take 2 places above DeFalco. Beat, if you're doing that, then you're all of a sudden popping in there. But DeFalco's sitting 2nd right now at 168, 137 for Pothole Heroes. I'm sorry, 134 for Pothole Heroes. So they're right there on it. It's anybody's game for the podium.
Yeah, we just watched. Yeah, we watched a couple of VX boats take victory laps, and that's it. As we look at the Cigarette Hawk pace boat, I think Monster Energy coming back around. They've got some things to sort out between now and Sunday. That boat will see it tonight, as well as all of these other boats on Duval Street for the big street party. Come on out for that. That's one heck of a show. All of Lower Duval Green Street down to the Florida Powerboat Club's Poker Run Village. And a lot of equipment, a lot of cool stuff to see. And right now waiting 222 Offshore to grab their checkered flag here in Class 1, a second straight victory for them here today. So again, we'll look to see out on Duval Street tonight for the incredible street party. Your top 3 boats here today: 222 Offshore in the first spot, DF Young in second, and DeFalco top 3 in Class 1. Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims, your winner in VX. Race-winning brands in second, Team 25 in third, and just a lap out there for JBS Racing today in the extreme class.
So now the big conundrum. This is Key West. And Key West is known for breaking hearts.
Of course.
So at this point in time, we have a dominant boat after 2 days.
2 of them.
And I don't know how many times I've seen the dominant boat after 2 days with a broken heart on Sunday afternoon.
Actually 3, because you got Jackhammer, you got 222, and you have MCon, Monster Energy, and Supercat.
And
you bring up.
I sometimes think maybe that's not where you want to be.
Well, there's a few of them that are creeping up there too. You know, you got Billy and Jay sitting in the WHM in podium status right now, sitting in 3rd place, despite a 3rd place and a 5th place finish. And if anybody knows how to break hearts, it's the WHM team.
Absolutely.
And MCon, if I'm Myrick and Tyler, I'll admit, I'm looking at them going, God, they're that close to me?
Yeah.
They're sitting that good again. It's not really as close as you would think as the rest of the battle, but some of these teams, like you said, with today's Offshore Australia 222, they're well out in front of the point standing. So is MCon because what happened to Grey Dell today. That changes a lot of things in that retrospective. So really, it's MCon well out in front in the battle for the rest of the podium in some of these classes here. But the Jackhammer is one of those ones that cannot sit back and just relax. This Northwing is creeping. And the Hulk, they've been heartbroken so many times. Maybe it changes the name. Maybe it changes their luck this time around, and they don't get the heartbreak and break somebody else's heart this time around. So it'll be really interesting. You're right. Some of these could really turn out and swing a crazy way come Sunday with double points.
And that's why Key West is such a challenge. It is to win a single race. You set up for a certain course. You get out there, you do your thing. But to hit the same course 3 times in a row, changing weather conditions, it's not easy. I don't care how good you are. It's not easy. And if anybody can dominate 1, 2, 3, they'll be the exception rather than the rule.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't disagree with that at all.
There you go. Great racing today. Got it all off without a hitch. Super stuff. And that was cool watching the diver drop here. Sean Steiner and J.R. Anderson's safety crew, top notch here. They get a cool dip in the water. You can come back to the pits. And we'll be back on Sunday for the final day of racing. All the points, tally them up, and hand out the World Championships on Sunday. Rich Lures, thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you again on Sunday. Glad to be with you again. And we'll come back and wrap things up. Still a lot more to go. We got the podiums for Class 1, VX, and the Superstock boats and more as we recap today's racing in the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. This is the Race World Offshore live stream brought to you by Maximum Inflation CO2 inflatable cartridges.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food and drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairville Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairville Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairville Sexy Things.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
And now we return to the 42nd annual.
Okay, hi again, everybody. I'm Rick Lopez. A lot of races today here, Joey. Great news. We had no accidents out here today. We had one boat that stuffed, but everything was okay. But other than that, I mean, a very solid day of racing here.
Very few breakdowns. Really, really, like there was a lot of clean racing, a lot of exciting racing. There was at one point in that Supercat class, they came by. They were 3 wide going right by the spectators here. That was something else to see. That was some high-paced action right there. And there's a reason, again, I always say it, but there's a reason the Supercats are kind of the premier class, because you get racing like that with 3 boats coming by. Heck, you look at that whole fleet of them, outside of a couple of breakdowns there, the 1 through 7 boats were all within half a minute of each other. That's racing right there. That's what it's all about. So it's some really exciting stuff there. And same with the super stock to end the day. I mean, not the end of the day, but the 230.
Right.
What racing that was too. Team Big East was really getting pushed along there the whole way along by North Wing. 2 great boats there trying to chase down the jackhammer. That was some exciting stuff as well. So it was some real exciting racing coming into that afternoon.
And that's an interesting point to your point where there wasn't a lot of breakdowns in that super stock class that went off at 2:30 today. We had 11 boats. All 11 made it back from Wednesday. Everybody got through again today.
Yeah.
There was no breakdown there. Jackhammer in that class is going to be on the top of the podium again for the second straight day. But what was really interesting was that battle for second and third between Big East Construction and North Wing, and that went right down to the wire before Big East was able to nose out North Wing for that second place spot.
Puts them both on the podium too right now. Coming into the day, North Wing is now sitting in second place overall at 186 points, 30 points behind Jackhammer right now, but just, let's see, 17 points back of North Wing is Team Big East right now, so they're right on their tail. Celsius still has a shot at 144 points. They're right there as well, so there's some real exciting racing that's going to be coming down here last day. Bermuda could throw a wrench in there. Performance Boat Center. I mean, Myrick has been killing it in the MCon. I mean, absolutely has some great races in the MCon, especially in the Supercat right before winning it. This Class 1, he's run well in the Class 1, but the Performance Boat Center, which is his original boat, the one that he won the first World Championships in, man, they're sitting with the 6th today, 9th after the other day. They're practically out right now. It's crazy to think in such a big fleet that the Performance Boat Center not only needs to win, but they need a lot of help from teams like Team Allen Lawn Care, LPC Racing, maybe even a little help from Coco's Monkey or Allied. Heck, Curry's could do some work, but you need that bottom of that fleet for teams like the PBC to make a run here. So it's kind of crazy to see them that low, but it just shows the level of experience that these guys are getting in this super stock class and how it's just raising the bar and making it real exciting. In our last race of the day, we sent out the Class 1 boats. Now, remember, on Wednesday,
they started at 10:45. So they got the switch all the way to the end of the day. But just like on Wednesday, it was the Australian team, the Australian Navy. I mean, another great run out here, Joey, and another first-place finish for the guys from down under.
Yeah, there's the reason that they're already the UMI champions. There's a reason that they've already got the title. We're very fortunate to have them come here and win this title as well. They don't have to be here. They've come a long way to put on a show, and they're obviously the class of the fleet, class of what we've seen here. I mean, that boat, you hardly even hear it go by as fast as it's going by. It's kind of like a zip, and it's gone. It is something else to see. It's truly a spectacle, and it is done very well this week, but it's not over yet. They've still got to finish off Sunday and double point day.
Who can catch them there? D.F. Young had a good day today. They had a fourth-place finish on Wednesday, finishing second today. And then DeFalco, who has a third-place finish today, had a second-place finish on Wednesday. How can those two teams get in the mix here?
Well, DeFalco actually got penalized and dropped to third the other day. So MCon finished in second the other day. So right now, it's pretty much the offshore Australia's to lose right now. They're well ahead of the curve. You got to think they're sitting at 210 points. Next back is 169. So that's 40 points back. That means they finished in second place. Even if they fall to second on Sunday, that they're still national champions. And for that matter, third place pretty much does it for them as well. It'll be really tight if DF Young or DeFalco can come up to win that race. MCon's within striking distance as well, but the three of those boats had to go 1, 2, 3 and knock Australia offshore all the way down to 4 in order for one of the three of them to take a podium. And they have to finish, well, 3, it doesn't matter. Pothole Heroes could be the real dark horse in this, and they finished top 3 with DeFalco, MCon, or DF Young. Australia offshore could potentially not be your world champions. Now, the way we've seen this boat running today, let me ask you, what do you think the chances they don't finish in the top 3?
Right.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the nicest, sweetest boat of the week so far, not finishing in the top 3.
Right.
That's crazier things
Good
have
point.
happened.
Right.
25% pieces have broken, but I don't think this is one of those boats that's going to just break down like that.
And by the way, you mentioned Pothole Heroes had the fourth place finish today. Remember, they were involved in the collision with the X-Insurance number 11 boat on Wednesday. That X-Insurance boat flipped, and you're going to actually see that out on Duval Street tonight, where you'll see some of the damage on it and all that. They're going to show. X-Insurance number 11 boat could not go today. Pothole Heroes, who did not finish on Wednesday after that collision, they get back out in a fourth place finish today.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Pothole Heroes just had a little bit of rubbing. Maybe there wasn't a whole lot of damage to them. I think it was more the impact of the splash and everything around and everything that could happen with that. So, yeah, it's not so much that, the X-Insurance flipped. They went straight over. Their back engine is completely exposed. There's damage to the nose. So, yeah, the X-Insurance is not getting back. There's no way you get that refiberglass and refixed before this week. So that put them out. Pothole Heroes had just a slight bit of damage, and they were able to get it back up, and hopefully they can get even better come Sunday.
Yeah, we're getting ready to head back over to the podium. We got more podium presentations here in just a moment. A quick look at Extreme, Joey, the Farnsworth Hancock team, second straight day, second straight first place finish.
It took them a second, though. It took them a second to get past that race-winning Brands there. Had a great first lap. But then you're right, Farnsworth is just the better boat in that class right now, and they showed it again today, and they've got a very strong advantage over the two teams that slipped second and third in the first race. So they're also their race to lose right now.
One of the cool things when you come out here and you're on the outer mole with us enjoying the races is after we hit our break after the different races that go off, we have the podium presentation, which is really, if you're coming up the mole towards the VIP area near the end of the mole, it's on your right-hand side. Todd Swafford is over there right now getting ready to hand out today's hardware, and see all the teams that finished first and second place, and guys will get their coconuts, Joey, and
Coconut Man.
Yeah, Coconut Man. Watch the slicing there. There's a lot of coconut shrapnel over there after today, so be careful when you're walking around the podium presentation. So Todd and the crew are getting ready to set everybody up, and I love this feature, Joey. This is really great for the fans because they're able to see them. All righty, and well, we're about ready to head over there for the podium, the final podium presentation of the day here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races.
Final presentation for the Southernmost Continental Championship. Here, the second day of racing for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. Welcome to the Monster Energy Award ceremony here for our final race of the day. Let's get a start with the guys that have been waiting the longest, our super stock teams. Fantastic racing out there. All boats finished up today. Let's get right to the podium. And finishing in third place today in super stock class, Team Northwing. Congratulations to Darren Kittredge, Casey Boaz. Completely redesigned 32 Doug Wright with the Mercury Racing 300R engines. Big win there today for them. Moved up during the day. Started 6th, up from 5th to 4th, finishing in 3rd. All of our competitors thirsty today, and the Coconut Man is serving up freshly cut coconut, the official coconut of the Race World Offshore World Championship. Second place today in Superstock Racing, Big East Construction. From Canada, Cole Liable. Superstock Guru, Gary Ballou. We almost lost him there to a flying piece of shrapnel coconut. Big East Construction. Second place today in Superstock class. And now, first place today. They just continue to win. Big week in Key West for Team Jackhammer. Reese Langheim, Julia Maldonado. First place, second straight win here in Key West in the Southernmost Continental Championship Cup. Jackhammer, your winner today in Superstock class. Hoist your coconuts. Victory is sweet, especially when you're driving a victory hull, just like Jackhammer and Big East. Congratulations to Northwing. Third place here today, Big East second, and the winner for the second straight day is Southernmost Continental Championship Cup goes to Jackhammer in Superstock class. All right, thank you very much, Superstock teams. Let's move on as we continue our podium presentation and wrap up our second day of racing here in Key West for the 42nd Annual World Championships. Let's move to VX Extreme Racing. Just finished up racing with Class 1. Third place here today in VX Extreme, the V-bottom class, Team 25. Team 25, congratulations. Coming all the way from the UK, team member, Team 25. Yes, Southernmost Continental Cup. Save that coconut and take it home. Yes, thank you very much. Team 25. Second place in VX. Number 11, Race Winning Brands. Race Winning Brand second in VX class. Coconut Man, busy at work. Somehow he just gets better and better at that. And first place today in VX Extreme, Hancock Claims Team Farnsworth. V-bottom racing at its best here in Key West for the World Championships. VX Extreme, and this is your podium. Third place, Team 25. Second place, race-winning Brands. And fourth place, third in the championship here. First place going to Hancock Claims, Team Farnsworth. VX Championships here. Wrap up Sunday for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Time now for our final race of the day, the UIM Class 1 Series, coming to Key West for a 3-day World Championship. For Race World Offshore, their series already decided during the season. It was very exciting for their worldwide series. And now coming to Key West for the legendary World Championship. Let's welcome to the podium our top 3 finishers. In third place today, welcome from New York, DeFalco Racing, Mike Falco and Billy Moore. And ladies and gentlemen, this is for the final time for 2023 that the Coconut Man will be on the podium here in Key West. He's the official coconut of the Key West World Championships. Big round of applause for the Coconut Man, folks. My man. Second place today in Class 1, the 50-foot Mystic, D.F. Young. Rich Wyatt, Hugh Fuller, congratulations to the podium. Second place here in Key West in race day 2. Second place today. It's just milk, guys, just like the Indy 500. Well, it's coconut milk. First place for the second straight day. With the exception of one red flag lap, they've led every lap here in Key West over 2 days. Your winner in Class 1 for the Southernmost Continental Cup Championship and atop the points lead heading into Sunday's race final, 222 Offshore. Giovanni Carpatella from Italy, Darren Nicholson from Australia. They are your reigning UIM Class 1 World Champions. And your podium for Class 1 racing here today, going out globally on the Race World Offshore Facebook page to our live stream audience. Thanks for joining us and watching today's race. We'll have a quick word with the champions immediately following. Big hand for your race winners here. Podium in Class 1. 222 Offshore, D.F. Young, and DeFalco, Class 1 winners here in Key West at the World Championship races. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, can we get a quick word to the audience? No worries. Darren, hey, Darren. We got anything in there for you or no? Yeah, not quite yet? Giovanni, I mean, you had to be looking at those boats running in the morning with that outgoing tide thinking, are we going to get that chop? But things kind of laid down. I think you probably might have liked some of that, but you didn't get it. The boat ran flawlessly again.
Yeah, we have thinking about the new setup today because yesterday, for our point of view, we don't have too much speed in the straight line. So we work in a different way with the propeller and ratio, and we got it. The sea condition is not the same as yesterday, but was good. For our boat, it's perfect.
And quite a run for 222 Offshore. Darren, it's not just you and Giovanni. You get into the pits, you talk to your crew. What a great group you have. You also got your good mate, Peter Muddy McGrath, on board. But the entire crew is a huge part of what you guys do and win. 2 Offshore, Australian Navy, not only winning the World Points Championship, but coming to Key West and taking 2 out of 3. One race left to go, and it's Sunday. It all starts at 10. Watch it live right here on the Race World Offshore Facebook page with the live stream. Cheers to 222 Offshore.
And also, you can hear all the action and the finale on the Zone 97.7 WAVK as our coverage on Sunday will start just about at 10 a.m. Our coverage of the 2023 World Champ Powerboat races here in Key West has been brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Fast Boats, Boots and Boats Concert, Florida Powerboat Club, Two Friends Patio Restaurant. We've got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures and more, El Mesón de Pepe, Beach Weekend Key West, Bourbon Street Pub, and Fair Villa Sexy Things. We'll take one more time out. When we come back, we'll put a wrap on day 2. We'll let you know all the things going on and get you all ready to go for the big Duval Street party tonight, the big concert tomorrow, and race day on Sunday, the final day of racing here in Key West. We're back right after this here on your home of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. That's us, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Your local expert for celebration and event planning.